Every match feels like a new beginning. But what if it is the start of a nightmare? On Daily Story, we uncover the dark side of dating apps where late night chats turn into chilling encounters and simple swipes hide unsettling truths. Stay with us, because the story you are about to hear is one you won't forget. The air in my apartment was a constant companion, thick with unspoken dread. Every creak of the floorboards, every whisper of the wind outside my window sent a jolt of ice through my veins. Julian was gone, but his absence was a heavier presence than any physical one. He would promise a return, and that promise was a phantom hand gripping my throat, squeezing tighter with each passing day. My life was not being lived anymore, it was being captured, piece by terrifying piece, for his final masterpiece. I knew it. I felt it. I had not gone to the police. How could I? Excuse me, officer. A man I met at a coffee shop stalked me, filled the studio with my photos, and then left me a locket with my childhood picture and a note calling me his muse, promising to return. They would think I was crazy, or at best, tell me there was nothing they could do until he actually did something. And what would that achieve? Anyway, just provoke him, make him escalate. I was a deer in the headlights, frozen, waiting for the inevitable. Weeks bled into months. I barely slept, jumping at shadows, checking every lock multiple times. My once vibrant social life withered. Friends called, worried, but I always had an excuse. How could I explain that I was living under a dark cloud, waiting for a storm only I could see? The isolation was crushing, a heavy blanket that smothered me. I tried to work, but my focus was shattered. Every email felt like a potential trap. Every phone call a disguised summons. The world outside my apartment walls felt like a minefield, and I was convinced Julian was meticulously planting every single one. One particularly bleak evening, the loneliness became unbearable. It was not just a fear, it was a sheer, suffocating emptiness. I miss human connection, a normal conversation, a laugh that was not strained. I scrolled aimlessly through social media, seeing friends living their lives, going on dates, falling in love. A desperate, almost reckless impulse seized me. I needed to feel normal, just for an hour, just for a moment. I needed to prove to myself that Julian had not completely stolen my life. I reactivated my old Tinder profile. It was a stupid, dangerous thing to do. I knew it even as my thumb hovered over the button. But the craving for normalcy, for a fleeting escape from the prison of my own fear, was overwhelming. I uploaded a recent photo, tried to sound upbeat in my bio, a pathetic attempt to project an image of a woman who was not constantly looking over her shoulder. The matches started trickling in. Most were forgettable, but then I saw him. Mark. His profile was perfect, almost unnervingly so. He was an architect, loved hiking, had a dry wit evident in his bio. His photos showed a handsome man with kind eyes and a genuine smile. He had a picture with a golden retriever, another of him standing on a mountain peak, and one of him laughing with friends. He looked wholesome, successful, utterly normal. Everything I desperately craved. I swiped right, almost instantly. "It is a match," flashed across my screen. He messaged me within minutes. "Hey, my name, great profile. Your love for classic literature really caught my eye. Any favorite authors?" My stomach did a funny flip. Classic literature was not something I usually put in my bio. I must have added it recently, a fleeting interest. But it felt specific. Too specific for a random pickup line. I shook it off. Probably just a coincidence. He would read my profile, that is all. We started chatting. Mark was charming, witty, and incredibly attentive. He asked thoughtful questions, listened intently to my answers, and somehow managed to weave in details about his own life that seemed to perfectly complement mine. He loved the same obscure indie bands, had traveled to places I dreamed of, and even shared my slightly unhealthy obsession with true crime podcasts. It was uncanny. Every conversation felt like we were finishing each other's sentences, discovering new layers of shared interests. It was almost like he knew me. That familiar tendril of dread started to unfurl in my gut. It was the same feeling I would had with Julian, that initial too good to be true spark that quickly turned sinister. But I fought it. I needed this to be real. I needed to believe that I could still have a normal life, that Julian had not ruined everything. I rationalized every red flag away. He was just a really good conversationalist. We just had a lot in common. It happens. After a week of nonstop texting and a few late-night phone calls that stretched into the early hours, Mark asked me out. There's this amazing little Italian place downtown, he said, his voice warm and inviting. Best pasta in the city. How about Friday? I hesitated. Going out to a public place felt like stepping into a spotlight. But the thought of another lonely Friday night, locked in my apartment, felt worse. I said yes. The restaurant was cozy, dimly lit, and smelled of garlic and oregano. Mark was even more charming in person. He stood when I arrived, pulled out my chair, and his smile was genuine, crinkling the corners of his eyes. He talked about his work, about his family, about his dreams. He asked about mine, and I found myself opening up, telling him things I had not told anyone in months. Things about my aspirations, my fears. Carefully edited, of course. He listened, truly listened, his gaze unwavering. He laughed at my jokes, offered insightful comments, and made me feel seen. For the first time in what felt like an eternity, I almost forgot the constant vigilance, the terror, the ghost of Julian lurking in every shadow. But there were moments, small, almost imperceptible things. He ordered my drink before I even mentioned it, a specific brand of sparkling water with lime. He referenced a passing comment I would made in a text about a childhood pet in a way that felt a little too natural. He seemed to know my opinion on a local political issue, an opinion I would only ever voice to myself, or perhaps in a very private conversation with a friend. Each time, a cold knot tightened in my stomach. I would force a smile, make a mental note, and push the thought away. Paranoia. I told myself, you are just looking for things now. You are broken. The date was perfect. If you ignore the whispering voice of dread in the back of my mind. He walked me to my door, lingering for a moment, his hand gently touching my arm. I had a wonderful time, he said, his eyes sparkling. I would love to do it again. Soon. Me too. I whispered, a dangerous hope fluttering in my chest. He leaned in, and I thought he was going to kiss me. Instead, he just smiled, a soft, lingering smile, and then turned and walked away. The restraint felt deliberate, like he was playing a long game. I went inside, my heart pounding, a confusing mix of exhilaration and unease. Was I finally breaking free? Or was I walking straight into another trap? A few days later, Mark invited me over to his place for dinner. I make a mean carbonara, he texted, followed by a winking emoji. And I have got that documentary you mentioned about early 20th century art. My stomach lurched. The documentary. I had mentioned it, but only once, briefly, in a late-night call when I was rambling about my past art history classes. It was a niche interest, not something you would easily recall. I would love to. I typed back, my fingers trembling. The fear was a tangible thing now, a cold hand on my spine. But the morbid curiosity, the desperate need to know, was stronger. I had to see. I had to know if my paranoia was finally justified, or if I was truly losing my mind. His apartment was in a modern building, sleek and minimalist. When he opened the door, he was wearing a simple t-shirt and jeans, his hair a little disheveled, looking even more charming and approachable. Come in. Make yourself at home. The apartment was exactly what I expected from his profile, tasteful, clean, with a few pieces of abstract art on the walls. It smelled faintly of garlic and herbs, and jazz music played softly in the background. My eyes darted around, searching, analyzing. Nothing seemed out of place. No hidden cameras, no piles of my photos. Just a normal, albeit very stylish, apartment. He led me to the kitchen where a pot of pasta water was simmering. Wine, he asked, pulling out a bottle of Sauvignon Blanc, exactly the kind I preferred. Another detail, another prick of unease. We talked as he cooked, the conversation flowing easily as before. He was attentive, funny, and seemed genuinely happy to have me there. I tried to relax, to convince myself that I was being ridiculous. This was just a date. A normal, lovely date. After dinner, we settled on the couch to watch the documentary. I tried to focus, but my eyes kept scanning the room. The shelves, the coffee table, the walls. Somewhere, I knew there had to be something. I just need to use the restroom. I said, excusing myself. First door on the left down the hall. He said, not taking his eyes off the screen. Help yourself to anything in the fridge if you get thirsty. I walked down the short hallway, my heart pounding a frantic rhythm against my ribs. The first door on the left. I pushed it open, stepped inside, and closed it behind me. The bathroom was immaculate, all white tiles and chrome fixtures. I splashed some cold water on my face, trying to calm my racing thoughts. Then, I saw it. It was not in the bathroom itself. It was on the opposite wall in the hallway, across from the bathroom door, partially obscured by a tall potted plant. My breath hitched. It was a large frame print, at least 3 feet tall and 2 feet wide. It was a poster, but not a standard one. It was a work of art, meticulously designed, printed on high-quality paper. And it was me. My blood ran cold, turning to liquid nitrogen in my veins. The photo was one Julian had taken. It was me, laughing at the coffee shop, the very first day I met him, but was enhanced, ethereal, almost angelic. My eyes were sparkling, my hair caught in a soft halo of light. Above my image, in elegant, bold script, were 2 words missing, and below it, a chilling declaration, last seen struggling with the mundane. Beloved by one. Then a date. Today's date. October 27th. My hands flew to my mouth, stifling a scream. The world tilted on its axis. My legs felt like jelly, threatening to give out. My mind reeled, trying to process the impossible, the horrified reality staring back at me. It was not a real missing person flyer. It was his, Julian's, his masterpiece, a declaration, a prophecy. He was not just observing, he was orchestrating. He was preparing. Mark. It was not Mark. It was Julian. The 2 perfect dates, the uncanny shared interests, the specific knowledge. It all clicked into place with sickening clarity. He had not just disappeared, he had been planning. His grand re-entrance, his ultimate trap. He knew I was isolated, vulnerable, desperate for connection. He knew I would be drawn to someone who seemed to understand me so completely. He had meticulously crafted this new persona, this Mark, to lure me in. He had not stopped watching me, not for a single second. He would see me reactivate Tinder. He would create the perfect profile, knowing exactly what I would be looking for. He knew my weaknesses, my desires, my every move. He was a spider and I, the fly, had willingly walked into his web. My heart hammered against my ribs, a frantic drumbeat of pure terror. I had to get out. Now, I forced myself to breathe, to calm the rising panic. I could not scream. I could not run. Not yet. I had to act normal. I had to pretend I had not seen it. I walked back into the living room, a forced smile plastered on my face. Julian was still on the couch, watching the documentary, a serene expression on his face. He looked up as I approached. "Everything all right?" he asked, his voice smooth, innocent. "Yes, fine." I managed, my voice a strained whisper. "Just feeling a little tired." "Long week, you know." He nodded, his eyes observing me, a flicker of something unreadable in their depths. Of course, we can wrap it up whenever you like. Actually, I said, my voice gaining a shaky confidence I did not feel. I think I should probably head home. I have got an early start tomorrow. He stood up, his movements fluid, unhurried. Already, but the night is still young, and I was just about to offer you some dessert. I made a killer creme brulee. It sounds amazing. I lied, my stomach churning. But I really can't. Thank you for dinner, though it was delicious. He walked me to the door, his presence suddenly looming oppressive. I could feel his eyes on me, dissecting every twitch, every forced smile. Every fiber of my being screamed to run, to push past him, to flee into the night. But I held in, my hands clasped tightly in front of me, trying to project an air of casual departure. He reached for the doorknob, but did not open it. Instead, he turned to face me, a slow, predatory smile spreading across his lips. It was not the kind smile of Mark. It was a chilling, knowing smile of Julian. You know, he said, his voice dropping to a low, silken purr. I knew you would see it. My blood ran cold. My carefully constructed facade shattered. I stared at him, my eyes wide with terror. The poster, he continued, his gaze unwavering, almost amused. My latest piece, a prelude, really, to the main event. He chuckled softly, a sound that scraped against my nerves. It is quite striking, is not it? I spent weeks on that particular composite. Captures your essence perfectly. I think your old essence, that is, the one that is about to disappear. He stepped closer, invading my personal space. I instinctively recoiled, bumping against the closed door. There was nowhere to go. You are a creature of habit, my dear, he murmured, his eyes glittering. I knew you would not go to the police. I knew you would isolate yourself. And I knew, eventually, you would crave normalcy so desperately you would make a mistake. You would reach out, and I would be there. He reached out a hand, not to touch me, but to gently trace the outline of my face in the air, as if sketching me. Every swipe, every message, every calculated pause in our conversations, it was all designed for you. For us, to create the perfect narrative, the perfect reintroduction for my most exquisite muse. My breath hitched. Julian, I whispered the name a strangled plea. Ah, you remember my name, he said, a mock sadness in his tone. I would hope you would stick with Mark for a little longer. It was a rather enjoyable role, do not you think? The charming architect, the perfect gentleman. But then, you have always been so perceptive, so quick to unravel my little mysteries. He took another step, boxing me against the door. His eyes, once so kind, were now filled with disturbing intensity, a possessive hunger that made my skin crawl. The missing poster is not just art, my dear, he explained, his voice losing its playful edge, becoming utterly serious. It is a promise, a declaration. Your old life, your old self, it is gone, lost, vanished, and from the ashes, a new life will emerge. Our life, a life dedicated to art, to beauty, to my masterpiece. And you, my darling, are the canvas, the subject, the very soul of it all. He reached past me, his hand brushing my hair, and unlocked the deadbolt. The click echoed loudly in the terrifying silence. My heart leaped, a desperate flicker of hope, but it died as quickly as it came. He was not letting me go. He was merely demonstrating his control. You see, he said, his voice now a low, chilling whisper. I have been planning this for a very long time. Longer than you could possibly imagine. From the moment I first saw you across that crowded coffee shop, I knew you were destined to be mine, my ultimate creation. His gaze dropped to my neck, lingered for a moment, then met my eyes again. Do not bother screaming, darling. These walls are soundproof. And no one knows you are here. No one will come looking. Not yet, anyway. They will just see the missing person, just as I planned. A wave of pure, unadulterated terror washed over me, a suffocating realization that I was utterly, completely alone, trapped in a nightmare I had desperately tried to outrun. My legs finally gave out, and I slid down the door, collapsing to the floor. He knelt before me, his eyes burning into mine. "Do not worry," he said, a twisted tenderness in his voice. "It is going to be beautiful. You are going to be beautiful. My masterpiece. And it is only just beginning." His hand reached out, not to comfort, but to possess. His fingers closed around my wrist, his grip surprisingly strong, unyielding. I opened my mouth to scream, but no sound came out. Only a strangled gasp, a silent cry swallowed by the terrifying silence of his apartment. The soundproof walls. His masterpiece. My disappearance. It was all happening. And I knew, with a horrifying certainty, that my life, as I knew it, was truly, irrevocably gone. But the glossy photos in my hand, these immutable objects, felt like they were mocking me. My hands, still trembling, dropped the album onto the floor, sending a dull thud to the unnerving silence of the living room. Sarah's face, vibrant and smiling, stared up at me from the glossy pages, a phantom limb of a life I suddenly could not recognize. My breath hitched, a ragged, desperate sound. This was not just a bad dream, a momentary lapse. This was a full-blown assault on my sanity, an insidious rewriting of my entire existence. Lisa. Her name was a whisper on my tongue, a desperate plea to a memory that was rapidly fading, like a photograph left too long in the sun. Where was her laugh? Her scent? The way she always tucked a strand of hair behind her ear when she was deep in thought. It was all dissolving, replaced by Sarah's bright, equally perfect, yet utterly alien presence. I scrambled off the couch, my legs feeling like jelly. I needed more. More proof. Proof that Lisa existed. Proof that I was not losing my mind. My phone, useless. I would already tried it. No pictures of Lisa, no texts, no contacts. My social media, a quick, frantic scroll through IU2B and Instagram, showed only Sarah by my side, her smile a constant, unnerving fixture in every memory I would ever cherish. My friends' posts tagging me always included Sarah. It was like Lisa had never been more than a figment of my imagination. But she was not. She could not be. My eyes darted around the living room, searching for something, anything. My gaze landed on the overflowing bookshelf, stacked with books I would read, trinkets I would collected. Surely, there had to be something there. A gift from Lisa, a hidden note, a bookmark. I started pulling books from the shelves, tossing them onto the floor in a growing pile of literary chaos. My hands were frantic, tearing through pages, searching for inscriptions, anything with Lisa's familiar, elegant handwriting. Nothing. Every book, every trinket, every little memento was either generic or, horrifyingly, associated with Sarah. A ceramic mug, one I swore Lisa had given me for my birthday, now had a faded inscription on the bottom to my mic, "Love always." Sarah. The ceramic was cool against my trembling fingers, the words a cold burn against my soul. "No," I mumbled, a choked sound. "No, no, no." I moved to the kitchen, opening cupboards, yanking out drawers. The fridge, still bearing the cheerful, gut-punching magnet, now seemed to leer at me. I ripped it off again, wadding in my fist, a crumpled testament to a fabricated past. My hands plunged into the junk drawer, scattering pens, old batteries, rubber bands, and expired coupons across the floor. I was looking for anything old receipts, a grocery list, a dried flower from a forgotten date. Anything. But everything I found, if it referenced a relationship, referenced Sarah. A faded movie ticket stub. Sarah Mike. A restaurant receipt. Dinner for two. Sarah's favorite. Panic began to coil in my stomach. tightening with each fruitless search. It was not just my photos. It was everything. Every physical trace of Lisa had been meticulously, brutally erased, replaced. I stumbled back into the living room, collapsing onto the couch again, the soft cushions offering no comfort against the hard reality pressing in. My head throbbed, a drumbeat of terror. This was not just a prank. This was not a hallucination. My world, my life, had been hijacked. And Sarah, this woman I would just met, or thought I would just met, was at the center of it all. How did I even meet her? The memory was a haze. A blur of online profiles, a few casual messages, then a first date that felt perfect, too perfect. We clicked immediately, like we would have known each other for years. She knew my favorite band, my go-to-coffee order, the obscure sci-fi author I loved. It had felt like destiny. Now it felt like a trap, a carefully constructed illusion. I closed my eyes, trying to force a memory of Lisa, a clear, untainted one. Her face swam before me, but it was blurry, indistinct, like a dream you can almost grasp but never quite recall. Her voice, her laughter were just echoes now, fading into the encroaching silence. My eyes snapped open. I needed to get out of this house, out of this suffocating reality. I stood up, my legs still unsteady, and headed for the front door. I needed air, space, a chance to think in a place that was not tainted by this insidious lie. As I reached for the doorknob, my gaze fell on the small, dusty coat closet next to the entryway. It was an old house, and this closet was usually just for guest coats or storing extra cleaning supplies. I had not looked in there in ages. A desperate, irrational thought sparked. Maybe there was something forgotten, something untouched by this rewrite. A box, tucked away, out of sight, out of mind. I pulled open the bifold doors. The closet was darker than the rest of the house, smelling faintly of mothballs and stale air. A few forgotten jackets hung limply on hangers. On the floor, tucked behind a vacuum cleaner and a stack of old newspapers, was a small, unassuming cardboard box. It looked old, taped shut, and covered in a fine layer of dust. It was different. This was not one of the neatly labeled storage boxes I kept in the attic. This was foreign. A strange tremor went through me, a mix of dread and a desperate, almost manic hope. This was it. This had to be it. The last bastion of my true past. My hands, still shaking, reached for the box. The tape was brittle, cracking as I peeled it back. I lifted the lid, sending a puff of dust into the air. Inside, nestled among some yellow packing paper, were a few items. A small, tarnished silver locket. A single, dried rose, its petals crumbling at the edges. And then, at the very bottom, folded and creased, a piece of paper. My heart hammered against my ribs, a frantic bird trapped in a cage. I reached for the paper, my fingers brushing against its rough, aged surface. It felt heavier than it should have, thicker than a regular sheet of paper. As I pulled it out, unfolded it, a cold dread seeped into my bones, chilling me to the core. It was a flyer, a missing person flyer. The paper was faded, the colors muted, but the image was stark, unmistakable. It was a photograph of a young man, smiling, a familiar twinkle in his eyes. It was me. My breath hitched. The air grew thick, heavy, suffocating. My eyes scanned the text below the picture, each word a hammer blow to my already shattered mind. Missing person Michael Mike Henderson, age 27. That was my age. My real age, or what I thought was my age. Last seen October 12th, 2020, my birthday. The day I would supposedly met Lisa, or Sarah. Description: Caucasian male, 6 feet 1 inch, brown hair, blue eyes. Last seen wearing a blue hoodie and jeans. My mind reeled. October 12th, 2020. That was almost 4 years ago. For years, I was 31 now. Or, I thought I was. The flyer said 27. My current driver's license, The one I would just renewed said 31. My fingers traced a faded photograph of my younger self. He looked happier, more real. The Mike in that picture had not known the terror that was slowly consuming me. The bottom of the flyer contained contact information. Not my current phone number, not a number I recognized, but a landline, an old number from my childhood home, and a name, Detective Miller. City Police. I stumbled backward, the flyer still clutched in my hand, my back hitting the closed closet door with a dull thud. This was not just a rewritten past. This was something far, far worse. I was missing. Michael Henderson, was a missing person from 4 years ago, which meant what? What was I now? A ghost? A copy? A simulation? The implications were too vast, too terrifying to process. If I had been missing since October 2020, then everything I believed about my life since then was a lie. My job, my apartment, my friends, my entire adult life, all was a fabrication. And Sarah, who had replaced Lisa, who was at the core of this rewritten history. She was not just a part of the lie, she was the lie. Or its architect, a cold, analytical part of my brain, detached from the raw terror, tried to piece it together. The perfect Tinder date, the seamless integration into my life, the way she knew everything about me, even things I had forgotten. It was not destiny. It was preparation. She had known me, or rather, she had known the missing me. I looked at the flyer again, my eyes fixated on the date. October 12th, 2020. My birthday. I had a vague, unsettling memory of that day. A celebration, a party, and then a blank, a void. I would always just assumed I would have too much to drink, a common occurrence in my wilder 20s. But what if it was not a blank from alcohol? What if it was a blank from being taken, from disappearing? My hands, still clutching the flyer, began to sweat. The house, which had felt merely unsettling before, now felt like a cage. Every shadow seemed to deepen, every creak of the floorboard a sinister whisper. I was trapped, and the woman who was supposedly my girlfriend, the woman whose face was plastered over all my memories, was either my captor or an unwitting accomplice in this terrifying charade. I had to confront her. I had to know. I shoved the flyer into my back pocket, the crinkling paper a constant, unsettling reminder against my thigh. My heart was still racing, but a new emotion was beginning to surface, a cold, hard resolve. Fear was still there, a suffocating blanket, but underneath it was a desperate need for answers. I walked through the house, each step feeling heavy, deliberate. I called out her name, my voice hoarse. Sarah. Sarah, are you home? Silence. No, wait. A faint sound. From the kitchen. A clinking like dishes. She was here. I rounded the corner into the kitchen, my gaze fixed on the figure by the sink. Sarah. She was humming softly, her back to me, washing a mixing bowl. The sunlight streaming through the window illuminated her hair, making it glow. She looked so normal, so serene, so completely oblivious to the earthquake that had just shattered my world. Sarah, I said again, my voice stronger this time, though it still trembled slightly. She turned, her bright smile instantly appearing, as if it were simply part of her default setting. Oh, hey, Mike, you are up. I was just about to make us some lunch. Thought I would try that new pasta recipe you like so much. Her voice was sweet and melodic, utterly devoid of any malice. It was the voice of the woman I had fallen in love with, the woman who had seamlessly woven herself into the fabric of my life. And that, I realized with a fresh wave of terror, was the most horrifying thing of all. We need to talk. I said, my eyes fixed on hers, searching for something, a flicker, a sign. Her smile faltered slightly. Oh, what is wrong? Honey, you look a little pale. She took a step towards me, her hand reaching out. I recoiled, a visceral, instinctive reaction. "Do not," I said, my voice sharp. "Do not touch me." Her hand dropped, her brow furrowing in confusion. The perfect smile was gone, replaced by a look of genuine concern. "Mike, what is going on? Are you feeling okay?" "No, I am not feeling okay," I retorted, my voice rising. "Nothing is okay. You need to tell me what is happening." I reached into my back pocket, pulling out the crumpled flyer. I unfolded it with a flourish, holding out to her, my hand shaking so violently the paper rattled. "What is this?" "Sarah," I demanded, my voice cracking. "What is this? And what does it have to do with me?" "With us." Her eyes widened as she looked at the flyer. Her gaze went from the faded picture of my younger self to the missing person headline, to the date, October 12th, 2020. Her perfectly sculpted features remained frozen for a moment, an unreadable mask. Then, slowly, almost imperceptibly, the color drained from her face. Her eyes, usually so warm and full of light, became vacant, almost glassy. The smile that had been a constant fixture was completely gone, replaced by a blankness that sent a fresh wave of dread through me. It was not fear, not exactly. It was something deeper, more unsettling, like a glitch. "Mike," she whispered, her voice barely audible, devoid of its usual warmth. "Where did you get that?" "It does not matter where I got it," I yelled, my frustration boiling over. "It matters what it is. It is a missing person flyer. Sarah, and it is me, from 4 years ago. What happened to me? Sarah, what happened on my birthday? Why do not I remember anything before you? Why is Lisa gone? What did you do?" Her gaze drifted past me, towards the living room, towards the open closet door. Her eyes seemed to unfocus, as if she were looking at something beyond what was physically there. A shiver ran down my spine. "Lisa," she mumbled, her voice flat, emotionless. "Who is Lisa?" The question, delivered with such unnerving sincerity, was a fresh stab to my heart. She truly did not remember, or she was an incredibly good actress. "Do not play dumb with me," I spat, taking a step closer. "Lisa, my girlfriend, the woman I was with before you, the woman whose face you replaced in all my memories, in all my photos, the one you erased." She blinked slowly like a doll. Her eyes refocused on me, and a flicker of something cold and distant passed through them. It was not the loving gaze I would become accustomed to. It was something predatory, something calculating. There was no Lisa. "Mike," she said, her voice still unnaturally calm. "There has only ever been us. Since the beginning." "No," I shouted, shaking the flyer at her. "This proves it. I have been missing for 4 years. This whole life, this house, it is all a lie. You are a lie." Suddenly, her composure seemed to crack, not in fear, but in something else. Annoyance. A subtle shift in her posture, a tightening around her eyes. The air in the room grew heavy, charged with unspoken tension. "You were not supposed to find that," she said, her voice now a low hum, no longer sweet but resonant, almost metallic. The sound sent chills down my spine. "Supposed to find what?" I demanded. The truth about what you did to me." She took a slow step towards me, her eyes locked on mine. The light in them was gone, replaced by an unsettling darkness. "You do not understand. Mike, this is not about what I did. This is about what we did." My blood ran cold. What are you talking about?" "You wanted to escape," she said, her voice now a whisper, yet it filled the room, echoing in my ears. "You were tired of the mundane, the repetition, the endless cycle. You wanted something more. Something perfect." She reached out her hand again, But this time, I did not recoil. I was frozen, mesmerized by the sheer, unadulterated horror unfolding before me. Her fingers, long and slender, brushed against my cheek, and a strange, electric current shot through me. It was not unpleasant, but it was profoundly unnatural. And I gave it to you, she continued, her thumb tracing the line of my jaw. A perfect life, a perfect partner, a perfect love story, tailored just for you. Every memory, every detail, crafted to your deepest desires. The experimental lasagna, the indie concerts, the autumn picnics, all designed to bring you joy, to make you happy. My mind raced, trying to grasp the implications. You mean this is not real? None of it. Oh, it is real. Mike, she said, a strange, knowing smile playing on her lips. It is as real as you want it to be. As real as I want it to be. You just had a little glitch. A memory fragment from the old life. It happens sometimes in the integration. The old life. I stammered. What old life? What happened to me? Her smile widened, but it held no warmth. It was a predator's smile, sharp and cold. You went missing. Mike, from a life that was not fulfilling you. A life where you were unhappy, uninspired. A life where Lisa was not quite what you thought she was. You were looking for an exit, and I provided it. My blood ran cold. You trapped me. You took me. I saved you, she corrected, her voice firm, almost chiding. I gave you a fresh start, a chance to live the life you always dreamed of, a life where you were loved, cherished, where everything was perfect. She stepped back, her eyes sweeping over the kitchen, the living room, as if admiring her handiwork. This house, these memories, this love, it is all here for you. Mike, it is all yours. I looked at the flyer in my hand, then at her. The truth, in all its horrifying glory, was beginning to dawn on me. I was not just missing. I was gone. And this woman, this perfect, beautiful, terrifying woman, was the architect of my new reality. But who are you? I whispered, my voice barely a thread. Her smile softened, losing some of its predatory edge, but gaining a chilling sense of proprietorship. I am Sarah, and I am yours. I am the culmination of your desires, your perfect partner, your escape. I want to go home. I pleaded, tears stinging my eyes. I want my real life back. I want Lisa back. A shadow crossed her face. There is no going home. Mike, not anymore. And Lisa, she was just a placeholder. A sketch of what you truly wanted. I am the finished masterpiece. She walked past me, towards a living room, towards a photo album scattered on the floor. She knelt, picking one up, her fingers gently tracing Sarah's smiling face. My smiling face on a page. You will forget this little hiccup soon, she said, her voice taking on a soothing, almost hypnotic quality. The memories will reintegrate. The confusion will fade. You will remember only the happiness. Only us. My mind screamed in protest, but my body felt heavy, sluggish. A strange lethargy was seeping into my limbs, clouding my thoughts. The edges of the room began to blur, the colors muted. My grip on the flyer loosened. No, I tried to say, but the word came out as a weak croak. No, I won't forget. She looked up at me, her eyes twinkling with a strange, otherworldly light. Oh, yes, you will. Mike, you always do, because this is your paradise. And you would not want to leave paradise, would you? She stood up, the photo album held protectively against her chest. She walked towards me, her movements fluid, graceful, almost ethereal. The air around her seemed to shimmer. We have so many beautiful memories to make, she whispered, her face inches from mine. Her breath, sweet and warm, ghosted across my lips. So many perfect moments. And you, my Mike, deserve nothing less. My eyelids fell impossibly heavy. The flyer slipped from my fingers, falling silently to the floor, a crumpled, forgotten testament to a life that no longer existed. Sarah's face, radiant and loving, was the last thing I saw before the darkness fully enveloped me. I woke up on the couch, the afternoon sun streaming through the window. My head felt clear, refreshed. A wonderful aroma wafted from the kitchen. Pasta, Sarah's new recipe. I stretched, a contented sigh escaping my lips. What a strange dream I would have been having. Something about missing people and a woman named Lisa. It was all so hazy, already fading. Probably just a side effect of that extra glass of wine last night. I smiled. Sarah, my wonderful, perfect Sarah. She was humming softly in the kitchen. I love her so much. We had such a beautiful life together. I stood up, feeling a lightness in my step. I walked into the kitchen, a loving smile on my face. Sarah turned, her own radiant smile greeting me. "Hey, sleepyhead," she chirped. "Just in time. Lunch is ready. Your favorite." I walked over, wrapped my arms around her, and kissed the top of her head. "You are the best, you know that." She chuckled, leaning into my embrace. "Only for you, my love." As I pulled out a chair at the table, my foot nudged something on the floor. I glanced down. A crumpled piece of paper. Just junk. I bent to pick it up, but Sarah was already there, scooping it up with a practiced ease. "Oops," she said, a playful wink in her eye. "Looks like someone was a little messy." She tossed the crumpled paper into the trash can, then turned back to me, her smile unwavering. "Now, come on. Eat. We have a wonderful afternoon planned. Remember, that new art exhibit you wanted to see." I nodded, a warm feeling spreading through my chest. "Sounds perfect." I said, my gaze lingering for a moment on the trash can, a fleeting, unidentifiable flicker of something in the back of my mind. Then it was gone. I sat down, a happy, contented smile on my face, ready for another perfect day in my perfect life. Life with Sarah was perfect. That is the only word I could ever find for it. Every morning, I would wake up in our impossibly comfortable bed, the sunlight streaming just right through the window, always hitting that sweet spot on the duvet. Sarah would be in the kitchen, humming some cheerful tune, the smell of freshly brewed coffee and whatever delicious breakfast she would whipped up already filling the air. She would greet me with a smile that could melt glaciers, a smile that made me forget any lingering trace of a bad dream, any fleeting thought of unease that might have tried to worm its way into my subconscious during the night. I mean, everyone has weird dreams, right? Sometimes I would wake up with this vague, unsettling feeling, like I would just had a nightmare about something I could not quite remember. A sense of loss, maybe, or a nagging question mark hanging over my identity. But then I would see Sarah, her bright eyes, her effortless grace as she moved around our beautiful apartment, and it would all just vanish. Poof, gone. My mind would reset, and I would be back in my perfect life, ready for another perfect day. Our apartment was exactly what I would always wanted. Spacious, modern, with a fantastic view of the city skyline. It felt lived in, but in that curated, magazine spread kind of way. Every book on the shelf, every piece of art on the wall, every cushion on the sofa felt like it had been chosen by me for me. Sarah often said she just had a knack for knowing what I liked, and she was always right. It was uncanny, really. I had a great job, too. Something in marketing, creative and challenging, but never stressful. My colleagues were friendly, my boss was supportive, and the commute was a breeze. Everything just clicked. It was the kind of life people dream about, the kind of life you see in commercials. And I had it. I was Michael Henderson, and I was living the dream. One Tuesday evening, Sarah was out at a book club. She had a lot of interests, always expanding her mind, which I found incredibly attractive. I was supposed to be working late, but I would finish up earlier than expected. Instead of going straight home, I decided to treat myself to dinner at that new Italian place downtown I would been meaning to try. The restaurant was bustling, full of vibrant energy. I got a table by the window, ordered a glass of wine, and settled in to enjoy the evening. That is when I saw her. She was sitting alone at a small table across the room, nursing a drink. She had dark, wavy hair that framed a face that was familiar. Not an A, I think I know her from somewhere away, but in a deeper, more profound sense, like recognizing a tune you have not heard in years, but that instantly brings back a rush of emotions. She had these striking green eyes that seemed to hold a universe of stories and a subtle, almost melancholic smile playing on her lips. I found myself staring, which felt rude, but I could not tear my gaze away. It was like a magnet, pulling me in. When her eyes met mine, a jolt went through me. Her smile widened slightly, a flicker of surprise, and something else recognition in her gaze. My heart did a weird little flip. Michael, she mouthed, a question in her eyes. My name. She knew my name. But how? I racked my brain, searching for a memory, any memory of her, but my mind came up blank. Yet, the feeling of familiarity persisted, like a ghost of a memory, just out of reach. I gave her a hesitant smile and nodded. She rose from her table, a graceful, almost hesitant movement, and walked over. I knew it was you, she said, her voice soft, a little breathless. It has been a long time. She stood there, a few feet from my table, looking at me with an intensity that made my skin tingle. She was even more captivating up close. I am sorry, I said, feeling a flush creep up my neck. I feel like I should know you, but I can't place you. Her smile faltered, a shadow passing over her face. Oh, she said, a quiet sound. Right, I guess that is fair. She paused, then took a deep breath. My name is Lisa. Lisa Hayes. Lisa. The name tasted strange on my tongue, yet it also felt right, like a missing piece of a puzzle I did not even know I was trying to solve. Lisa, I repeated, testing the name. It is really good to meet you. Lisa, again, I guess I am truly sorry. I have no idea where we might have met. She laughed, a short, almost bitter sound, then quickly covered with a more genuine, albeit still tinged with sadness, chuckle. It is okay. Truly, you have no idea how often that happens to me. She gestured vaguely. People just forget things. Or people. There was something in her eyes, a deep sadness that contradicted her attempt at lightness. It made me feel a pang of guilt, even though I genuinely had no recollection of her. Well, I would like to fix that, I said, finding myself surprisingly bold. Would you like to join me? I was just about to order. Her green eyes searched mine for a long moment, as if trying to decipher a hidden message. Then, a genuine smile blossomed, pushing away the shadow. I would like that very much. Michael, we talked for hours. Or rather, she listened as I talked, and when she did speak, it was mostly about general topics, avoiding anything too personal about our supposed past. She asked about my job, my hobbies, my life. I found myself opening up to her in a way I had not with anyone outside of Sarah. There was an ease, a comfort, a feeling of being truly seen that was both exhilarating and a little unnerving. She did not press me about my memory lapse, which I appreciated. Instead, she just seemed content to be there, to share a meal and conversation. But every now and then, I would catch her looking at me, a strange mix of longing and sorrow in her eyes, as if she was seeing a ghost. As the evening wound down, the restaurant emptying around us, I realized I did not want the night to end. The connection I felt with Lisa was undeniable, a powerful undercurrent beneath our easy conversation. It was different from my connection with Sarah. Sarah was comfort, warmth, perfection. Lisa was raw, real, like a forgotten part of myself had just woken up. It is getting late, Lisa said, a hint of regret in her voice. I should probably head home. Wait, I said, a sudden impulse taking over. Would you like to come back to my place for a drink? We could keep talking. I have a great view from my balcony. She hesitated, her gaze dropping to her hands clasped on the table. A beat of silence stretched between us, thick with unspoken possibilities. Then she looked up, her green eyes locking with mine. Okay, Michael, she said, her voice barely a whisper. I would like that. The drive back to my apartment was quiet, filled with a comfortable tension. My mind was buzzing, a mix of excitement and a strange, almost fearful anticipation. What was happening? Why did this woman, a complete stranger, feel so profoundly important? We pulled into the underground parking garage beneath my building. The familiar concrete walls, the fluorescent hum, the designated spot for my car, it was all so normal, so mundane. Yet, as I turned off the engine, I felt a tremor of something else. Nice car, Lisa commented, a small smile on her face. Always loved this model. I shrugged. Yeah, it is pretty good. Sarah picked it out for me, actually. Said it suited my personality. Lisa's smile vanished. Her jaw tightened almost imperceptibly. Sarah, she asked, her voice flat. My girlfriend. I explained, suddenly feeling like I would made a social faux pas. She is amazing. You would love her. Lisa just nodded, her eyes fixed on something in the distance, a faraway look clouding them. The comfortable tension in the car suddenly felt uncomfortable. We took the elevator up to my floor. As the doors opened, revealing the familiar hallway with its tasteful art and soft lighting, Lisa took a deep, shaky breath. She looked around, her eyes darting from the potted plant by the door to the subtle pattern on the wallpaper. This as she started, then trailed off, her brow furrowed. This is home. I finished, trying to inject some cheerfulness into the moment. Come on in. I unlocked the door, pushed it open, and gestured for her to enter. The apartment was exactly as I would left it, neat, inviting, a soft lamp glowing in the living room. The scent of Sarah's favorite vanilla candle, which she always lit before she went out, still lingered faintly in the air. Lisa stepped inside, but she did not move past the entryway. Her gaze swept slowly across the living room, taking in every detail. Her expression was a complex mix of disbelief, wonder, and something that looked suspiciously like terror. Lisa, are you okay? I asked, a knot forming in my stomach. She did not answer immediately. Her eyes landed on a large, abstract painting above the fireplace, a vibrant splash of blues and greens that Sarah had picked out. She stared at it for a long moment, then slowly shook her head. It is different, she whispered, almost to herself. Different? I frowned. What do you mean? She finally turned to me, her green eyes wide and haunted. The painting, she said, her voice barely audible. It used to be a landscape, a really beautiful one, of a lake at sunset. My blood ran cold. No, I said, my voice firmer than I felt. It has always been that one. Sarah picked it out. She loves abstract art. Lisa shook her head again, a slow, deliberate movement. No, Michael, I remember. We picked it out together. For your birthday, 2 years ago. We spent hours in that gallery, arguing over it, but you loved that lake scene. It reminded you of your childhood cottage. A strange buzzing started in my ears. Childhood cottage. I would never had a childhood cottage. My family had always lived in the suburbs, a perfectly unremarkable house. Yet, as she spoke, a faint, almost imperceptible image flickered at the edge of my mind, a serene lake, painted in hues of orange and purple. You are mistaken. Lisa, I said, trying to sound calm, trying to dismiss the growing unease. I think you are confusing me with someone else. She ignored me, her eyes still scanning the room, a frantic energy building in her. She walked further into the living room, her steps hesitant, like she was walking on thin ice. She stopped by the bookshelves. "And these books," she murmured, running a finger over the spines. "They are all new. Where's your collection of sci-fi novels? The first editions of Asimov and Clark you painstakingly collected." My stomach dropped. Sci-fi novels. I mostly read historical fiction, or the occasional thriller. Sarah had curated my book collection, filled it with titles she knew I would enjoy. And I did enjoy them. They felt like my books. But the word Asimov had a strange resonance, a faint echo in the back of my mind. "Lisa, I think you need to leave," I said, my voice tight. This was getting weird. Too weird. She was clearly confused, or something else. She did not respond. Her hand, trembling slightly, reached out and touched the soft fabric of the sofa. This is not the sofa we picked out," she whispered, her voice cracking. "We had that worn leather one. Remember? The one with the stain from that spilled wine bottle opener incident." The wine bottle opener incident. The words hung in the air, heavy and loaded. For a split second, I saw a red wine stain on a dark leather sofa. A frantic attempt to clean it. A shared laugh. Then, just as quickly, the image dissolved, replaced by the pristine, modern sofa that had always been there. My head began to ache, a dull throb behind my eyes. "Lisa," I said, my voice strained, "you are really upsetting me. Please, I think you should go." She finally turned to me, her eyes brimming with tears. "Do not you recognize anything? Michael, anything at all? This apartment, it used to be ours. Our apartment. We designed it together. We lived. Here, you and me." Her words hit me like a physical blow. "Ours. We designed it." My mind reeled, trying to reconcile her desperate claims of the solid, undeniable reality of my life with Sarah. It was impossible. This was my apartment. Sarah's apartment. "You are crazy." I blurted out, the fear and confusion making me lash out. "You are clearly unwell. I am calling a cab for you." I reached for my phone, but Lisa moved swiftly, her hand clamping around my wrist. Her grip was surprisingly strong. "No," she pleaded, her voice raw with emotion. "Please. Michael, just listen to me. She changed everything. She changed you. Do not you feel it? This is not real." Her words, the sheer conviction in her voice, chipped away at my carefully constructed reality. The perfect life, the perfect Sarah, the perfect apartment, all suddenly felt fragile, like a thin sheet of ice over a bottomless abyss. "Who are you talking about?" I demanded, my voice trembling. "Who changed what?" "Sarah," Lisa whispered, her eyes wide with terror. "She is not who you think she is. She took you. She took your life. And she replaced me." My mind flashed back to the crumpled flyer, the one Sarah had so casually tossed into the trash after I had woken up on the couch, feeling refreshed. The flyer with my face on it. Michael Henderson, age 27, last seen October 12, 2020. A missing person flyer. My missing person flyer. The memory, suppressed and buried deep, clawed its way to the surface, bringing with it a wave of nausea. The confrontation with Sarah, her chilling admission, her perfect smile vanishing, her claims of a mundane existence, and Lisa being a placeholder. The strange lethargy, the blurring memories. It all came rushing back, a horrifying torrent of forgotten truth. "No," I gasped, shaking my head, trying to dislodge the terrifying images. "No, that was a dream. A nightmare. It was not real." Lisa's grip tightened on my wrist. "It was real, Michael, and it is happening again right now. She is doing it again. She wants you to forget." Her eyes darted around the room, then landed on a small framed photo on a side table. It was a picture of me and Sarah, laughing, arms around each other, taken on a beautiful beach at sunset. A perfect memory, a perfect life. Lisa stumbled towards it, her hand shaking as she picked it up. She stared at it, her face a mass of anguish. This is not right. She choked out. The photos, they were of us. Of us. Michael. She turned the frame over, her fingers fumbling with the clasp on the back. There was a hidden compartment here. She mumbled. We always kept a spare key or sometimes a little note. My breath hitched. A hidden compartment. I had no idea. But as she spoke, a hazy image formed in my mind, a small, secret space, a tiny, almost childish drawing of a heart. With a click, Lisa managed to open the back of the frame. Instead of a spare key or a note, there was a small, folded piece of paper tucked inside. It was brittle and yellowed with age. Her fingers trembled as she unfolded it. It was a faded photograph. She held it out to me, her hand shaking so violently I almost could not take it. It was a picture of me, younger, maybe a little thinner, with a slightly different haircut. And standing right beside me, her arm linked through mine, was Lisa. Her dark, wavy hair, her striking green eyes, her beautiful, melancholic smile. We were both laughing, standing in front of a painting of a lake at sunset. The painting Lisa had described. The painting that used to be above my fireplace. The world tilted. The perfect apartment. The perfect life. The perfect Sarah, all shattered into a million pieces around me. This was not a dream. This was not confusion. This was the truth. My head throbbed, a relentless, pounding pain. Memories, fragmented and distorted, began to surface, jostling for space with the fabricated ones. Lisa, in a worn leather armchair, teasing me about a wine stain. Lisa, laughing as we debated over a landscape painting. Lisa, her face illuminated by the glow of a birthday cake, her hand in mine. And then, Sarah, her perfect smile, her soothing voice, her insistence that I was happy, that this was what I wanted. Her blankness when I confronted her with a flyer, her admission to creating my perfect life. The lethargy, the blurring, the reset. It was not a dream. It was a loop. I was trapped in a cycle of forgetting and remembering, a prisoner in my own mind, my own life. She did this. I whispered, the words tasting like ash in my mouth. She took everything. Lisa nodded, tears streaming down her face. She did. Michael, she took you. She tried to make me forget too, but I could not. I kept searching for you. For years, I saw her with you, sometimes in parks, in restaurants. I tried to talk to you, but you never recognized me. She had you so completely. The horror of it was suffocating. I was not just missing. I was taken. My entire existence was a construct, a lie woven by a woman who claimed to love me. Suddenly, my phone buzzed in my pocket. I jumped, startled, the photo of Lisa and me falling from my numb fingers. I fumbled for the device, my heart pounding like a drum against my ribs. It was a text message from Sarah. Hey, honey, just got home from book club. Everything okay? I tried calling a bit ago, but you did not pick up. I am making us some of that chamomile tea you love. Be home soon. Hugs and kisses. The message was innocuous, loving, perfectly normal. But it sent a fresh wave of terror through me. She was coming home. She knew I was not answering. She was watching me. Lisa saw the message, her eyes widening in renewed panic. She is coming, she breathed, her voice filled with despair. She is going to do it again. No, I said, my voice hoarse, but a flicker of defiance sparked within me. Not again. Not this time. Not this time. My mind was still reeling, a whirlwind of conflicting realities. But one thing was clear, I could not let her erase Lisa again. I could not let her erase me again. We have to go. I said, grabbing Lisa's hand. Her hand was cold, trembling, but I held on tight. Now, we rushed towards the door, my heart hammering against my ribs. Every shadow seemed to lengthen. Every creak of the building sounded like Sarah's footsteps. The vanilla scent in the air, once comforting, now felt cloying, suffocating. Just as I reached for the doorknob, a faint chime echoed through the apartment. The sound of my doorbell. My blood ran cold. She was here. Lisa whimpered, shrinking back, her eyes wide with terror. I froze, my hand hovering inches from the doorknob. My mind raced, frantically searching for an escape, a plan, anything. But there was nothing. No other exit. Nowhere to hide. The chime sounded again, louder this time, followed by a soft, melodic voice. "Michael, honey, are you in there? I know you are home. I saw your car." Sarah, her voice, usually so sweet, now sounded like a siren, luring me to my doom. Lisa tugged at my arm, her eyes pleading. The fire escape. Is there still one? The fire escape. A distant, forgotten memory. Yes, there was one off the master bedroom balcony. But it was a long way around, and it was probably locked. And Sarah was at the front door. I looked at Lisa, her face streaked with tears, her body shaking. She was real. She was my past. She was my only hope. The doorbell chimed a third time, longer, more insistent. And then I heard the faint click of a key in the lock. My blood ran cold. She had her own key. Of course she did. She had everything. "Michael, I am coming in, darling." Her voice was closer now, just on the other side of the door, imbued with an unnerving cheerfulness. Panic seized me. There was no time, no escape. My eyes darted around the apartment, searching, desperate. They landed on the crumpled piece of paper. The faded photograph of Lisa and me, still lying on the floor where it had fallen. I lunged for it, scooping it up, clutching in my hand like a lifeline. This was proof. This was my anchor to reality. The door creaked open. Sarah stood there, silhouetted against the soft light of the hallway. Her perfect smile was in place, her eyes bright, her dark hair falling perfectly around her shoulders. She looked utterly beautiful, utterly serene. "There you are, honey," she said, her voice smooth as silk. I was starting to worry. "Everything okay? Oh, and you have a guest." Her gaze drifted past me, landing on Lisa. Her smile did not falter, but her eyes, those beautiful, bright eyes, hardened imperceptibly. A chilling, predatory glint appeared in their depths. Lisa gasped, shrinking further behind me, her entire body trembling. "Lisa," Sarah said, her voice still perfectly calm, perfectly sweet, but with an underlying current of steel that made my stomach clench. What surprise. I did not realize Michael had old friends over. The way she said old friends, it was like a veiled threat, a subtle dismissal of Lisa's existence, a reminder of her role as a placeholder. I stepped forward, shielding Lisa slightly, my hand still clutching the photograph. "Sarah," I said, my voice surprisingly steady, despite the hurricane raging inside me. "We need to talk." Her smile widened, but it did not reach her eyes. "Of course, darling. Always. Why did not you introduce me properly to your guest? You know who she is." I challenged, holding up the faded photograph. "You remember her, do not you?" Sarah's gaze flickered to the photo in my hand. For a split second, her perfect composure wavered. A shadow, dark and ancient, passed over her face. Then, just as quickly, it was gone, replaced by an expression of gentle confusion. "What is that, honey?" she asked, tilting her head slightly. An old photo. I did not recognize those people. "Is that you? Michael, you look so young. And who is that woman with you?" She chuckled, a light, airy sound that grated on my nerves. She looks a bit like the girl who serves coffee at that cafe downtown. Does not she? Oh, Michael, you are always bringing home the strangest things. Her words, delivered with such convincing innocence, were a fresh wave of horror. She was not just denying it, she was actively rewriting the narrative, twisting the truth right in front of my eyes. My memories blurred again, a strange lethargy beginning to creep into my limbs. Just like before, the edges of the photograph in my hand seemed to soften, the faces within it less distinct. No, not again. I fought against the encroaching fog, against the insidious pull of her reality. I gripped the photograph tighter, digging my nails into brittle paper, focusing on the faces, on Lisa's hand linked with mine. This was real. She was real. Do not you dare. I growled, my voice raw, the words barely escaping my throat. Do not you dare try to make me forget her again. Sarah's smile finally, slowly began to vanish. The mask slipped, revealing something cold, something ancient, something utterly devoid of human warmth. Her eyes, those beautiful bright eyes, became completely blank like two dark, bottomless pools. The air in the room grew heavy, oppressive, thick with an unseen force. Michael, she said, her voice no longer sweet, but flat, devoid of all emotion, a chilling echo. You are making a mistake. This is not what you want. She is just a memory, a placeholder. I gave you a perfect life, a life tailored to your desires. Do not you remember how mundane it was before, how empty? I freed you from that. I gave you happiness. As she spoke, the lethargy intensified. Pulling at me, tried to drag me back into the comfortable oblivion she had created. My memories of Lisa, of the apartment's true past, began to fray at the edges, dissolving like smoke. The photograph in my hand felt less significant, just a piece of old paper. Lisa was crying now, silent tears streaming down her face, her eyes fixed on Sarah with unadulterated terror. She squeezed my arm, a desperate, futile gesture. I looked from Sarah's blank, terrifying face to Lisa's tear-streaked, real one. The choice was stark, agonizing. The perfect lie or the terrifying truth. I tried to speak, to fight, to scream, but the words caught in my throat, choked by the invisible weight of Sarah's power. My vision blurred, the room swaying around me. The scent of vanilla, once pleasant, now felt like a suffocating poison. It is time to rest. Michael, Sarah whispered, her voice a soft, hypnotic lullaby. Time to let go of these unnecessary details. Time to return to your perfect life. Your perfect us. Her hand, impossibly soft and cool, reached out and gently touched my forehead. The touch sent a jolt through me, not a pain, but profound, overwhelming peace. My struggles ceased. My muscles relaxed. The photograph slipped from my numb fingers, falling silently to the floor. My eyes fluttered, heavy, so heavy. I saw Lisa, her face contorted in a silent scream, her mouth open, but no sound coming out. She looked like she was drowning. And then I saw Sarah. Her perfect smile was back, radiating warmth and love. Her eyes were bright, filled with adoration. "Good morning, honey," she said, her voice a cheerful melody. "You slept in. I was just about to make us some lunch. Everything okay? You look a little tired." I blinked, the morning sunlight streaming just right through the window, hitting that sweet spot on the duvet. The smell of freshly brewed coffee and something delicious filled the air. My mind felt clear, refreshed. A strange dream, something about missing people and a woman named Lisa, faded at the edges of my memory, an insignificant wisp of a nightmare. "I am great, Sarah," I said, a genuine smile spreading across my face. "Just perfect." She smiled back, that beautiful, perfect smile, and playfully tossed a crumpled piece of old, faded paper, a meaningless scrap, into the trash by the kitchen counter. I sat up, stretched, and swung my legs out of bed. Another perfect day. Another perfect life. A fleeting thought, a tiny, almost imperceptible flicker of unease tried to surface. Something about the paper. Something about a lake. But then I saw Sarah, my wonderful, perfect Sarah, humming a cheerful tune as she prepared our lunch. And the thought, like all the others, quickly faded, forgotten. All right, so you know how it goes. Sometimes, life just throws things at you. Things you do not ask for. Things you'd rather not deal with. And sometimes, those things are not just inconvenient or annoying. Sometimes, they're the kind of things that claw at the edges of your sanity, whispering doubts into the quiet corners of your mind until you can't tell what is real anymore. I am talking about a blind date. Yeah, I know. Not exactly the stuff of nightmares, right? Usually it is just awkward silences, forced laughter, and a mutual agreement to never speak of it again. But this one was different. This one felt like someone had peeled back a layer of reality and shown me something I was never meant to see. It started like any other Friday night. My buddy, Mike, had been badgering me for weeks to get back out there. Come on, man, it has been long enough. He would say, you gotta meet someone new. I would been through a pretty rough breakup a few months back, the kind that leaves you feeling hollowed out and cynical about the whole dating game. But Mike's a persistent guy, and eventually, I caved. He swore up and down that this woman, Sarah, was different. Said she was smart, funny, totally my type. He would met her through some mutual friends at a charity event, apparently. So, there I was, sitting at a small bistro-style restaurant downtown. It was one of those places with dim lighting, exposed brick, and a menu that tried a little too hard to be fancy. I was early, naturally. Always am. I ordered a beer, mostly to calm the nervous flutter in my stomach, and scrolled on my phone, trying to look nonchalant. About 10 minutes later, she walked in, and I gotta admit, Mike was not wrong. She was attractive, dark, wavy hair that fell just past her shoulders, bright, intelligent eyes, and a smile that seemed genuinely warm, even from across the room. She was wearing a simple black dress, nothing too flashy, but it fit her perfectly. She scanned the room, and her eyes landed on me. That smile widened, and she started walking over. Alex, she asked, her voice soft, with a hint of something I could not quite place. Familiarity. Maybe. That is me, I said, standing up. You must be Sarah. Nice to finally meet you. She laughed, a low, pleasant sound. Finally. It feels like ages, does not it? I chuckled, thinking she was just making a light joke about the anticipation of a blind date. Yeah, I guess so. Mike talks you up a lot. She slid into the seat opposite me. He did the same for you. Though, honestly, I did not need much convincing. She paused, her eyes twinkling. I already knew what I was getting into. That was the first little prickle of unease. A weird choice of words. I thought, but I brushed it off. First dates are always a little awkward. People say strange things. Oh, yeah, I said, trying to keep it light. And what exactly were you getting into? She leaned forward slightly, her smile still there, but her eyes held a different kind of intensity now. I was getting into you. Again, my smile faltered. Again, she nodded, as if it was the most obvious thing in the world. Yeah, our second first date, remember? Though, I guess this one technically makes it our third, if you count that time to Carnival. I stared at her, my beer suddenly tasting flat. Sarah, I think there might be a misunderstanding here. This is our first time meeting. I have never seen you before. She laughed again, but this time it sounded a little brittle. Oh, Alex, you are funny. Still trying to play it cool. Huh. I told you, that act only works for so long. My mind raced. Was this some kind of elaborate prank? Had Mike set me up with someone who thought I was someone else? But she would use my name. She knew about Mike. No, seriously. I said, try and keep my voice even. I am not playing anything. I genuinely do not know you. I have never been on a date with you, or to a carnival with you. Her expression shifted. The warm smile faded, replaced by a look concerned. Are you... Okay, you look a little pale. I am fine. I snapped, then immediately regretted it. Look, I am sorry, but I really think you have got me confused with someone else. She leaned back in her chair, crossing her arms, her eyes never leaving mine. Confused. Alex, we spent a whole summer together. We went to that terrible indie concert where the lead singer kept forgetting the lyrics. We had that picnic by the lake where the ducks stole our sandwiches. You cooked me that awful lasagna that one time. Remember, you called it experimental. My blood ran cold. The indie concert. I had been to a terrible indie concert that summer with a lead singer who kept forgetting lyrics. It was a local band, not widely known. And the picnic by the lake where the ducks, yeah, that happened. My friend Mark and I had laughed about it for weeks. But Sarah was not there. Mark was. And the lasagna, I did try to make lasagna once. It was indeed awful. And I did call it experimental. But I made it for my ex, Lisa, months before we broke up. No, I said, shaking my head, a knot tightening in my gut. Those things happened. Yes, but you were not there. You were not a part of them. She sighed, a sound of exasperated affection. You are doing that thing again. You know, where you get all serious and try to deny what is right in front of you. It is cute, sometimes, but not right now. What thing? My voice was rising. I could hear it. The I am not going to let anyone get too close thing, she said, as if she was talking about a familiar quirk. It is why you always pull away a little. Why you pretend you do not remember the good times, even when you secretly cherish them. A chill snaked up my spine. This was not just mistaken identity anymore. This was something else. She was describing aspects of my personality, things I had not consciously articulated, but that felt uncomfortably true. The way I sometimes kept people at arm's length. How do you know that? I asked, my voice barely a whisper. She frowned. Alex, what are you talking about? Because I know you. We have known each other for months. Longer, really. Mike introduced us back in June. At that same charity event he mentioned. June. Mike had introduced us now. This was June. My mind was reeling. Had I actually met her before? Was I having some kind of blackout? I prided myself on my memory, especially for people. I never forgot a face, let alone a date, and a whole summer. No way. Sarah, listen to me, I said, leaning forward, trying to project a sense of calm I did not feel. I have never met you before today. I swear on everything. This is our first time meeting. She looked at me for a long moment, her bright eyes searching mine. The smile was completely gone now. Her expression was a mix of confusion, hurt, and something else, something that looked almost like fear. But not her fear. My fear reflected back at me. You are serious. Are not you, she said, her voice barely audible. Dead serious. She closed her eyes for a second, then opened them again. Okay, let us try this. Do you remember what you were wearing the first time we met? I told you. I have not. Just humor me, she interrupted, her tone surprisingly firm. I thought back to the charity event Mike had mentioned. I would gone alone. I would worn a navy blue suit, a crisp white shirt, and a red tie. Yeah, I remember. A navy suit, white shirt, red tie. She nodded slowly. And I was wearing a teal dress, right? The one with the floral embroidery on the hem. My stomach twisted. I remembered that dress. A woman had been wearing a teal dress with floral embroidery. She had been standing by the silent auction table, looking at a painting. I had not spoken to her, had not even made eye contact, but the dress had caught my eye because it was a vibrant color. But it was not Sarah. It was some other woman. A stranger. Yes, I said, my voice hoarse. Someone was wearing that dress. But it was not you. She shook her head, a strange, desperate look in her eyes. It was me. Alex. You came over and complimented the painting, but you were really just trying to talk to me. You spilled a drink on my dress a few minutes later. Remember, red wine. My blood ran cold. I had spilled red wine on a woman in a teal dress. I would have been mortified. She would laugh it off, told me it was fine, just a dry cleaning bill. I would offer to pay. She would refuse. We would talk for a few minutes, but then I got called away by Mike, and when I looked back, she was gone. I would never seen her again. I had not even caught her name. I would spend the rest of the night wondering who she was, feeling like I would miss an opportunity. But it was not Sarah. It could not have been. Sarah was sitting across from me now, looking exactly like the woman Mike had described. The woman in the teal dress had different hair, a different smile, a different everything. No, I whispered, pushing my chair back slightly. That did not happen. Not with you. It did, she insisted, her voice rising now, drawing a few glances from nearby tables. And then you messaged me the next day, apologizing again, and we went for coffee, and then dinner, and then the concert, and the picnic. Alex, what is going on? Her distress was genuine. Her eyes were wide with fear that mirrored my own. She was not playing a trick. She truly believed this, and the details were too precise, too personal. Too much like my own life, only with her woven into the tapestry where she did not belong. I pulled out my phone, my hands shaking slightly. Okay, if we have been dating, then you must be in my phone. Show me a picture of us. She immediately pulled out her own phone. Of course, I have tons. She scrolled for a moment, then held it up, and there it was, a picture of me, sitting on a park bench, laughing with my arm around her. Sarah. But it was not just me. It was me, but younger, maybe by a year or two. And I was wearing a faded blue t-shirt I had not worn in ages, had not even thought about. The background was unmistakable, the exact park bench by the lake where I had that duck incident. My breath hitched. That is photoshopped. I stammered, my voice barely working. Photoshop, she scoffed, genuinely hurt. Alex, why would I do that? This was taken in July last year. We would just finish that hike. Remember, you were complaining about your knees. I had gone on a hike last July with Mark, and I had complained about my knees. But Sarah was not. There, Mark was. I grabbed my phone again, frantic now. No, this is not real. I scrolled through my own photos, looking for anything from last summer, anything that would prove her wrong or confirm her story. Nothing. My photos from last July were of a camping trip with Mike, a barbecue at my parents' house, and some blurry shots of my cat. No Sarah. No park bench with me and her. Look, she said, her voice softening. I know this is weird. Maybe you are stressed. Or maybe you are just trying to mess with me. But this is me. This is us. She scrolled again. Another photo. This one of us at the indie concert. My arm around her shoulder. Both of us making funny faces at the camera. The backdrop was a dimly lit stage. The lead singer's distinctive, terrible haircut clearly visible. It was me. It was her. And it was undeniably that concert. My mind felt like it was splitting in two. One, part of me screamed that this was impossible, a trick, a hallucination. The other part, The part that was staring at the undeniable proof on her phone felt a cold, creeping dread. It was not just photos. She had a whole album. Pictures of us in front of my apartment building. Pictures of us at a small, cozy cafe I frequented. Pictures of us at a Halloween party, both dressed as zombies. I remember that party. I went as a zombie. But with Lisa, this can't be real. I said, my voice barely a whisper. My hands were clammy, a cold sweat breaking out on my forehead. The restaurant, which had seemed cozy and inviting just an hour ago, now felt claustrophobic. The low hum of conversation, a mocking drone. "Alex, what are you doing?" she asked, her eyes wide with a mixture of fear and confusion. "Why are you pretending not to know me?" "I am not pretending." I almost shouted. "I do not know you. You are showing me pictures of a life I did not live." She flinched, pulling her phone back. "But you did live it. We lived it. Together." Her voice was trembling now. "Do you remember my cat? Mittens. You were allergic to her, but you always tried to sneak her treats. Mittens. I remembered Mittens. My ex-girlfriend's cat. Lisa's cat. I was allergic. And I did sneak her treats. That was Lisa's cat." I said, my voice dead. "Not yours." Her eyes widened further, a look of abject horror dawning on her face. "Lisa. Who is Lisa? I have never heard of a Lisa. My cat is Mittens. We got her from the shelter after we moved in together." Moved in together. The words hung in the air, heavy and suffocating. Moved in together. My apartment. My current apartment. I would live there alone for 3 years. We never moved in together. I said, my voice a strained whisper. "I live alone." She looked around the restaurant, her gaze wild, as if seeking an escape. "No, we do not. We live in that little place, the one with the bay window. You always complain about the noisy upstairs neighbors. My apartment, it had a bay window, and the upstairs neighbors were indeed noisy." I stood up abruptly, knocking my chair back with a loud scrape. Heads turned. I did not care. I felt like I was going to throw up. My world was tilting, spinning. Everything I thought I knew, everything I remembered, was being systematically dismantled by this woman, who, by all accounts, I had never met. "I need to go," I said, fumbling for my wallet. "Alex, wait," she cried, standing up too. "Please do not leave. What is happening to you?" I threw some cash onto the table, enough to cover my beer and her meal, and then some. "I do not know," I said, my voice raw. "I do not know what is happening, but I can't be here." I turned and walked out, not looking back. I could feel her eyes on my back, burning into me a phantom weight. I pushed through the doors, out into the cool night air, and started walking fast. I did not know where I was going. I just knew I had to get away. Away from her, away from impossible reality she was trying to force upon me. The city lights blurred around me as I walked. My heart was pounding, a frantic drumbeat in my chest. I pulled out my phone again, desperate for something to ground me. I called Mike. "Hey, man, how's the date going?" He answered, his voice cheerful. "Mike," I said, my voice shaking. "Tell me about Sarah. Everything you know." "Whoa, easy there, Tiger," he chuckled. "What is up? Did she sweep you off your feet already?" "No." "Mike, this is serious." I insisted, my voice tight. "Did you tell her anything about me? Anything at all?" "Yeah, of course," he said, sounding confused now. "Just the basics, you know. Your job, that you like hiking, that you are a good cook, even if your lasagna is experimental sometimes." "Why? Did you tell her about the indie concert? Or the picnic with the ducks? Or about Lisa's cat? Mittens?" There was a pause on the other end. No. Why would I? That is weirdly specific. Dude, And who is Lisa? My ex-girlfriend. I said, feeling a fresh wave of nausea. The one I was with before you set me up with Sarah. Ex-girlfriend. Mike sounded genuinely puzzled. Dude, you had not had a serious girlfriend since before I knew you. I thought you were just dating casually until recently. My blood ran cold. What are you talking about? Lisa and I dated for 2 years. We broke up 6 months ago. No, you did not, Mike said, a hint of concern entering his voice. Alex, are you okay? You sound really weird. You have been single for years. Man, that is why I am trying to set you up. The world spun again. For years. I would know Mike for 3. He was telling me I would have been single for longer than I would known him. But I remembered Lisa. I remembered her laugh, the way she crinkled her nose when she was annoyed, the arguments we had, the feeling of heartbreak when we finally called it quits. It was all real. It had to be real. Mike, I need to go, I said, hanging up before he could respond. I could not process this. My best friend, denying a significant chunk of my recent past. I walked faster, my mind racing, trying to find an anchor, anything to hold on to. I pulled out my phone again, this time calling my parents. My mom would know. She always remembered everything. Hi, honey, she chirped. How's your Friday night? Are you out with friends? Mom, I said, trying to keep my voice steady. Do you remember Lisa? A beat of silence. Lisa? Who is Lisa, sweetie? Is that a new friend? My knees almost buckled. No, Mom, my girlfriend, my ex-girlfriend. We dated for 2 years. You met her. We had dinner at your house last Christmas. Alex, honey, are you feeling all right? She asked, her voice laced with worry. You have not brought a girlfriend home in years. Not since high school, really. You know how I am always telling you to find a nice girl. The phone slipped from my grasp, clattering to the pavement. I did not pick it up. My parents, my own parents, denying Lisa's existence. What was happening? Was I insane? Was this some kind of collective delusion? Or was I the one who was wrong? I stumbled to a nearby bench and collapsed onto it, burying my face in my hands. The images Sarah had shown me flashed through my mind. Me with her, laughing, hiking, at a concert. A life I did not remember. And now, my own memories, the ones I held so dear, were being systematically erased, denied by the very people who shared them with me. I picked up my phone. The screen cracked from the fall. I scrolled through my contacts. Lisa. I had her number. I knew I did. But her name was not there. It just was not. I searched my texts, my emails, my social media. Nothing. No trace of her. It was like she had been wiped from existence, not just from my memory, but from the world. A cold, horrifying thought burrowed its way into my mind. Something worse than a prank, worse than a delusion. What if Sarah was right? What if she was the one who remembered correctly? What if I was the one who was wrong? And if I was wrong about Lisa, about my past 2 years, what else was I wrong about? I looked up, scanning the faces of passers-by. Strangers. All of them. But were they? Had I met some of them before, in a different timeline, a different version of my life? Did they know me as someone else? Did they remember a different Alex? I thought about the Amelia Vance flyer from the recap. My entire world collapsed when I found a crumpled Amelia Vance. Missing flyer. Ethan, the man I loved, was my captor, and my life was a meticulously crafted lie. My parents, friends, every cherished memory, all fabricated. He had not just stolen my life, he would stolen me, replacing the real Amelia with a perfect doll he. The words echoed in my head. A perfect doll. A fabricated life. Was that me? Was I the perfect doll? Was my life a meticulously crafted lie? Had someone stolen me and replaced me with this version? This Alex who had no memory of Sarah, no memory of a shared life? Or was I just forgetting? Was my mind breaking, splintering into different realities? I got up and started walking again, this time with a purpose. I had to go home. I had to check my apartment. My memories, everything, the walk felt endless. Every shadow seemed to stretch and twist. Every sound seemed amplified, distorted. The city, usually a comforting backdrop, now felt alien and menacing, as if it too was part of this elaborate deception. When I finally reached my building, my hands were shaking so badly I could barely get the key in the lock. I pushed the door open and stepped inside. The familiar smell of my apartment, a mix of old books and coffee, usually brought a sense of calm. Tonight, it felt like a trap. I walked through the living room, my eyes darting around, searching for something, anything. My books were on the shelves, my old guitar in the corner, the worn armchair by the window. Everything was exactly as I remembered it. But was it? I went to the kitchen. My coffee maker, my favorite mug, the stack of takeout menus. All there. I opened the fridge. Half-eaten pizza, some milk, a few sad-looking vegetables. Normal. Then I noticed it. On the magnetic strip, where I usually kept a few random postcards, there was a small, square photo magnet. It was not there before. I was sure of it. I had a few magnets, but they were all touristy ones from places I would visited. This one was different. I reached out and pulled it off the fridge. It was a picture of me and Sarah. We were standing in what looked like my kitchen. My kitchen, but subtly different. The cabinets were a lighter color, the backsplash a different tile. And we were smiling, our arms around each other, holding up a plate of lasagna. A burnt, clearly awful-looking lasagna. On the bottom, in small, neat handwriting, were the words experimental lasagna. Summer 22. My breath caught in my throat. Summer 22. The summer, she said, we spent together. The summer I cooked the experimental lasagna. But it was my kitchen, subtly wrong. And I was in the picture, looking happy, looking real. I dropped the magnet. It clattered to the floor, face down. I could not pick it up. I could not look at it again. I ran to my bedroom, tearing through drawers, pulling out old photo albums, sifting through boxes of mementos. My life, it was all there. Pictures from college, from family vacations, from my old jobs. But no Sarah. No pictures of a shared life. No Lisa either. Just me, alone, or with friends and family, who now denied the existence of someone who was so real to me. I collapsed onto my bed, staring up at the ceiling. The silence of the apartment was deafening, pressing in on me, threatening to crush me. Was I going crazy? Was I losing my mind? Or was Sarah telling the truth? And if she was, what did that make me? A ghost inhabiting a body that was not entirely mine. A fragment of a person, pieced together from forgotten memories. I closed my eyes, trying to conjure Lisa's face, her voice. It was harder now. The details were fuzzier, less distinct. It was like trying to grasp smoke. And in their place, Sarah's face began to emerge. Her warm smile, her intelligent eyes, the concern in her voice as she asked, "What is happening to you?" The horror was not just that she remembered a life I did not. The horror was that her memories were starting to overwrite my own. That the more I questioned my reality, the more it crumbled. That the people closest to me no longer remembered parts of my past, suggesting that maybe I was the one who had created a false history. I remembered the Amelia Vance recap again. He had not just stolen my life, he had stolen me, replacing the real Amelia with a perfect doll he. Was I the doll? Was I the replacement? Had some version of me lived a life with Sarah, a beautiful, messy, real life, and then been swapped out, replaced by this version, This Alex who remembered Lisa, but not Sarah, and now could not even find proof of Lisa's existence. I lay there for a long time, the weight of the impossible crushing me. The magnet on the kitchen floor felt like a ticking bomb, waiting to explode my sanity. Then a soft sound. A faint scratching coming from the living room. My heart leaped into my throat. I froze, listening. It came again. A light, rhythmic scratching, like tiny claws on a wooden surface. Mittens. Sarah's cat. The one I was allergic to. The one I always tried to sneak treats. I sat up slowly, my eyes wide with terror. I did not own a cat. I never had. The scratching continued, soft but insistent. It was coming from the bay window. My bay window. The one where Sarah said I always complained about the noisy upstairs neighbors. I slowly, there I was, swiping left, swiping right, probably 1,000 times, feeling that familiar mix of cynical resignation and a tiny, desperate flicker of hope. Online dating, right? It is a jungle out there. Most guys were either sending unsolicited mirror selfies from their bathroom, or had bios that read like a grocery list of red flags, or just looked like they were actively trying to escape a police lineup. My expectations were, shall we say, subterranean. But then, Alex popped up, and for once my thumb hovered. His profile picture was not some blurry shot from 2008, or a pic with a group of friends where you could not tell who he was. It was a clear, smiling face, kind eyes, a decent haircut, a hint of a dimple when he grinned. His bio was witty, not overly intense, and he actually seemed to have hobbies beyond chasing clout or lifting. He was an architect, apparently, loved hiking and cooking, and had a dog. A dog. Instant bonus points. We matched, and the conversation flowed easily. No awkward silences, no creepy one-liners. He was engaging, intelligent, and funny. He asked thoughtful questions, and actually listened to my answers. After a week of back and forth texts and a couple of phone calls that lasted way longer than I expected, he asked me out. There is this incredible new place, he would say, his voice warm and inviting. It is a little outside the city, but totally worth the drive. Great atmosphere, even better food. How about Friday night? I hesitated for a second. A little outside the city always made my internal alarm bells jingle just faintly. First dates, especially with someone from the internet, were usually best kept to well-lit, populated areas. But Alex just felt different. He was so normal, so charming. My gut, usually a reliable purveyor of bad vibes, was silent. It was almost too good to be true, which, in hindsight, should have been my first real red flag. But optimism, or perhaps just a desperate need for a decent connection, won out. Sounds perfect. I would said, trying to keep the excitement out of my voice. Count me in. Friday rolled around, and I spent way too long picking out an outfit. I settled on a dark top and jeans, something that felt effortlessly chic, but also comfortable. I even put on a little extra makeup, wanting to make a good impression. My apartment felt buzzing with anticipation. When Alex pulled up, he was exactly as I remembered from his photos, maybe even better. He was wearing a casual button-down shirt, a subtle cologne, and that easy, confident smile. He got out of his car, a sleek, dark sedan, and opened the passenger door for me. Old school, a nice touch. "You look amazing," he said, his eyes sparkling. "You do not look so bad yourself." I replied, feeling a blush creep up my neck. My initial nervousness started to melt away, replaced by a genuine feeling of excitement. This could actually be good. The drive started out great. We chatted about our weeks, about upcoming movies, about our favorite travel destinations. He was a great conversationalist, effortlessly weaving in interesting anecdotes and asking follow-up questions that showed he was truly engaged. The city lights slowly faded behind us as we headed north, the roads becoming less congested. "So, what kind of food is this place?" I asked, leaning back in the comfortable leather seat. "It is kind of a modern American fusion," he explained, They do these incredible small plates. You will love it. It has got this really cozy rustic vibe, but still super upscale. Sounds intriguing. I said, looking out the window. We were definitely out of the main city now. The buildings had thinned out, replaced by more open spaces, a few scattered houses, and then a dense line of trees on either side of the road. Almost there, he said, glancing at me with that reassuring smile. But then, something felt off. I was watching the GPS on my phone just out of habit, and I saw a turn coming up a pretty major intersection, actually, with a sign for what looked like a state park. I figured the restaurant must be near there, but Alex drove right past it. "Oh, hey," I said, pointing. Was not that the turn for? He chuckled a low, pleasant sound. "Nah, that is not it. Gut Goo Maps is always sending me the long way around. I know a shortcut. Trust me, this way is much faster, and it is a beautiful drive." My stomach did a tiny, almost imperceptible flip. A shortcut, on a first date, to a place I would never been, deep in the woods. My internal alarm bells, which had been dormant, now started to jingle a little louder. I tried to push it down. He seemed so confident, so calm. Maybe I was just being paranoid. This was Alex, the charming architect with the dog, not some creep. The road we turned onto was noticeably smaller, narrower and darker. The streetlights, which had been sporadic, vanished entirely. The trees, which had been a distant line, now loomed over us, their branches intertwining above, creating a tunnel of shadows. The air felt heavier, colder. "Wow," I said, trying to sound casual, but my voice was a little higher than I intended. "This really is a shortcut. Are you sure we are going the right way?" He glanced at me, his smile still in place, but it felt a little fixed this time. "Absolutely. Just a few more minutes. It is part of the adventure, right?" My adventure meter was already redlining. My phone, which had been showing a strong signal, now displayed no service. I tried to pull up the restaurant's address again, just to confirm, but it would not load. A prickle of unease started to spread across my skin. My phone's lost service. I said, trying to keep my tone light, but my heart was starting to thump a little faster. "Yours too." He did not answer right away. His gaze was fixed on the road ahead, which was now a little more than a dirt track, riddled with potholes. The car bounced and swayed, the branches of the trees scraping against the windows with an unnerving whisper. "It is fine," he said, his voice a little tighter than before. "We are almost there. Signal drops out here all the time. But we were not almost there. We just kept going deeper." The woods were thick, a wall of blackness on either side, broken only by the occasional flash of the headlights illuminating gnarled trunks and twisted branches. There were no other cars, no houses, no signs of civilization whatsoever. Just us and the growing darkness. My chest felt tight. This was not right. This was not a shortcut to a fancy restaurant. This was a road to nowhere. "Alex," I said, my voice firmer this time, my hands clenching in my lap. "Seriously, where are we going? This is not the way to any restaurant. I need you to turn around." He finally looked at me, and that is when I saw it. The smile was gone. His eyes, which had seemed so kind in his profile picture, were now cold, almost predatory. There was a glint in them that sent a shiver of pure terror down my spine. "Relax, Sarah," he said, his voice losing its charming edge, replaced by something flat and hard. "We are going exactly where we need to go." My breath hitched. Panic, cold and sharp, clawed its way up my throat. This was it. This was the moment. My gut had been right all along, and I had ignored it. I had been so stupid. "No," I whispered, trying to keep my voice steady, but it trembled. "No, we are not. Turn the car around. Alex. Now." He laughed then, a short, humorless bark that echoed in confined space of the car. "You really think you are in charge here? Do not you?" so naive. He suddenly slammed on the brakes, sending me lurching forward against my seatbelt. The car skidded to a stop in the middle of nowhere, surrounded by an impenetrable wall of trees. He killed the engine. The sudden silence was deafening, broken only by the frantic pounding of my own heart in my ears. "What do you want?" I choked out, my voice barely a whisper. My eyes darted around, searching for an escape, for a weapon, for anything. He turned to face me fully, that chilling, empty gaze fixed on my face. "What do I want? I want to show you the real world. Sarah, the world beyond your silly dating apps and your safe little apartment. The world where things are primal." My hand instinctively went to the door handle. Locked. Of course it was locked. My blood ran cold. "Let me out," I said, my voice rising. "Let me out of the car. Alex." He just shook his head slowly, a faint, disturbing smile playing on his lips. "Not yet. We have not even started our date." He reached over, his hand closing around my wrist with surprising strength. His grip was like iron, squeezing, making my bones ache. I screamed, a short, sharp sound of pure terror. I thrashed, trying to pull my arm free, but he held me fast. His other hand went to the central console, and I heard a click. My eyes widened in horror as I saw a small, sharp hunting knife, glinting dully in the faint light from the dashboard. "Do not make this difficult." "Sarah," he said, his voice still low, but laced with chilling menace. "It will be so much easier if you just cooperate." "No. No way." My mind screamed. I was not going to be another statistic, another missing person. My survival instinct kicked in, overriding the paralyzing fear. I had to fight, with a surge of adrenaline. I brought my free hand up and clawed at his face, aiming for his eyes. He grunted in surprise, his grip on my wrist loosening for a split second. It was all I needed. I yanked my arm free, then slammed my elbow into his jaw with all my might. He cried out, reeling back, momentarily stunned. In that instant, I lunged for the door handle again, fumbling with the lock. My fingers were shaking so badly I could barely feel them. Click. It opened. I scrambled out of the car, not even bothering to close the door, and took off running into the dark woods. The ground was uneven, covered in roots and fallen leaves, and I stumbled, my feet tangling beneath me. I heard Alex shout something behind me, a guttural roar of rage, and then the slam of his car door. He was coming. My lungs burned, my heart hammered against my ribs, threatening to burst. Every snap of a twig, every rustle of leaves, sounded like his footsteps closing in. The darkness was absolute, a suffocating blanket that swallowed me whole. I could not see anything, but I pushed forward blindly, crashing through undergrowth, thorns tearing at my clothes and scratching my skin. "Sarah," his voice echoed through the trees, closer than I wanted it to be. "You can't hide from me. I know these woods." That sent another wave of terror through me. He knew these woods. I was a city girl, lost, disoriented, and hunted. I could hear his heavy footsteps now, crashing through the brush, faster, stronger than mine. He was gaining on me. My foot caught on something, and I went down hard, my knee hitting a rock with a sickening crunch. A cry of pain escaped my lips. I tried to push myself up, but my knee screamed in protest. I was done for. Then, through the tangled branches, a faint, almost imperceptible glimmer of light. Not Alex's headlights, but something else. A cabin. A house. Hope, fragile and desperate, flared within me. I ignored the pain, scrambling to my feet and limping towards it. The light seemed to be coming from a small, dilapidated structure, barely visible through the dense foliage. As I got closer, I realized it was not a cabin. It was more like a shed, or a lean-to, cobbled together from rotting planks and corrugated metal. But there was a faint, flickering light inside, like a lantern. I could hear Alex's heavy breathing now, just behind me. He was right there. I had no choice. I pushed aside a thick curtain of ivy and burst inside the shed, collapsing against a far wall, gasping for air. The interior was small, cramped, and smelled of damp earth and something metallic and sickly sweet. My eyes adjusted to the dim light from a single flickering oil lamp on a makeshift table. The shed was filled with things. Tools, mostly. Shovels, pickaxes, saws. And then my gaze fell upon a row of shelves. And that is when my blood froze. On the shelves, arranged meticulously, were rows of dolls. Not just any dolls. They were unsettling. Some had real hair. Others had clothes that looked like they would have been cut from human garments. Their eyes, some glass, some painted, seemed to stare blankly into shadows. And on the table, next to the lamp, was a half-finished doll. Its head was a porcelain blank, but its body was sewn from what looked like human skin, dried, stretched, and stitched with crude, thick thread. A choked gasp escaped my lips. This was not just a shed. This was a workshop. And Alex was not just a kidnapper. He was something far, far worse. The sound of heavy footsteps outside, closer now, jolted me back to the present. He was at the entrance. I had to hide. I scrambled under a rough wooden workbench, pulling a dusty tarp over myself, trying to blend into the shadows. My heart was a frantic drum against my ribs. The door creaked open, and a beam of light from Alex's flashlight cut through the gloom. I could hear his heavy breathing, his angry muttering. "Sarah, I know you are in here. Do not make this harder on yourself." He stepped inside, his boots crunching on the dirt floor. The air shifted, bringing with it the scent of his cologne, now mixed with the metallic tang of fear. I could feel his presence, tall and menacing, moving through the small space. He was looking for me. I squeezed my eyes shut, trying to control my breathing, to make myself as small and silent as possible. The tarp was thin, barely concealing me. I could feel the rough wood of the bench pressing against my back, the cold dirt beneath my hands. He moved around the room, his flashlight beam sweeping across the walls, illuminating the grotesque dolls, the tools. I heard him pause near the shelves and a soft, almost tender sigh. "You found my collection, did not you?" "Sarah," he murmured, his voice now eerily calm, almost gentle. "It is beautiful, is not it? Each one a masterpiece, each one a memory." My stomach churned. Memories. What kind of memories? And who were these dolls? The thought was too horrifying to fully grasp. He moved closer to the workbench. I could hear his footsteps just inches from my head. I held my breath, my body rigid with terror. I could feel the vibration of his weight on the floorboards. He was right there. Then the tarp was yanked away. I screamed. His face, illuminated by the flashlight he held, was contorted in a terrifying grin. His eyes gleamed with a chilling satisfaction. "Found you," he purred, his voice a low growl. He lunged, his hand reaching for me. I reacted on pure instinct. My hand shot out, grabbing blindly for something, anything, under the workbench. My fingers closed around a heavy, blunt object. Without thinking, I swung it with all my might, aiming for his head. There was a sickening thud, a gasp of pain, and Alex staggered back, dropping the flashlight. It clattered to the floor, its beam spinning wildly, casting frenzied shadows across the walls before settling on the ceiling. I did not wait. I scrambled out from under the bench, my heart pounding like a war drum. Alex was clutching his head, groaning, a dark patch already spreading on his temple. The object I had hit him with was a rusty, heavy wrench. He slowly looked up, his eyes glazed with pain and a terrifying, unholy rage. "You little bitch," he snarled, pushing himself up. I did not hesitate. I saw the open door of the shed, a dark rectangle against a slightly less dark night. I bolted, my injured knee protesting with every step, but I pushed through the pain. Freedom was so close. I could almost taste it. I burst out into the woods again, not looking back. I could hear him staggering behind me, shouting obscenities, but he was not as fast now. The blow had stunned him, slowed him down. This was my chance. I ran as fast as my battered body would allow, ignoring the scratches, the bruises, the agonizing throb in my knee. I just kept running, hoping, praying that I was heading toward a road, towards light, towards anything that was not Alex and a collection of human skin dolls. The woods seemed to stretch on forever, an endless maze of darkness. I was starting to feel lightheaded, my vision blurring from exhaustion and fear. I knew I could not keep this pace up much longer. Just as despair threatened to overwhelm me, I saw it. A faint glow in the distance, a steady, unwavering light. Not a flashlight, not a lantern. A street light. I pushed harder, a fresh wave of adrenaline coursing through me. The trees began to thin, and then, gloriously, I saw the edge of the woods. Beyond it, a paved road. And in the distance, the faint hum of traffic. I stumbled out onto the asphalt, collapsing onto my hands and knees, gasping for breath, tears streaming down my face. I looked back, expecting to see Alex emerging from the darkness, but there was nothing, just the impenetrable blackness of the woods. I did not know if he was still in the shed, incapacitated, or if he was lurking just beyond the tree line, waiting. I could not risk it. With renewed urgency, I pushed myself up, my knees screaming, and started to limp down the road towards the distant lights. It felt like an eternity, but eventually, a pair of headlights appeared in the distance, growing steadily larger. I waved my arms frantically, screaming, my voice hoarse and broken. The car slowed, then pulled over. A middle-aged couple, their faces etched with concern, peered out. "Are you okay, honey?" the woman asked, her voice gentle. "No." I choked out, tears still streaming. "He kidnapped me. In the woods. Please, you have to help me." They did not hesitate. They opened the back door, helped me in, and the man immediately called 911. As he spoke, his eyes kept darting to the rear-view mirror, looking at the dark stretch of road from which I had emerged. The police arrived surprisingly quickly, followed by an ambulance. I was a mess, scratched, bruised, my clothes torn, my knees swollen and throbbing. But I was alive, and I could tell them everything. I recounted the story to the officers, my voice shaking but determined. The charming profile, the easy conversation, the shortcut, the locked doors, the knife, the shed, the doll's every horrifying detail. They took it all down, their faces grim. A search team was dispatched to the woods. It took them hours to locate the dilapidated shed. When they finally did, they confirmed my story. The tools, the half-finished doll, the other grotesque creations. It was all there, but Alex was gone. They found traces of blood on the floor near the workbench, confirming I had hit him. They found his car, abandoned a short distance from the shed, still with the passenger door ajar. But Alex himself had vanished into the night. The police launched a full-scale investigation, but he was like a ghost. No one had seen him leave the area. His apartment was empty, his dog left behind, confused and alone. It was as if he had simply melted into the darkness of those woods. I spent weeks recovering, physically and mentally. My knee eventually healed, but the scars on my skin and the deeper ones on my psyche would never truly fade. Every shadow, every unexpected sound, sent a jolt of fear through me. Sleep became a battle against nightmares, reliving the terror of the chase, the chilling discovery in the shed, the predatory gleam in Alex's eyes. I deleted all my dating apps, of course. The thought of ever trusting a stranger again, especially one I met online, was unfathomable. The world, which I had always seen as generally safe, had been irrevocably tainted. I had come face to face with pure evil, disguised as a charming architect with a dog. They never found Alex. Not a trace. The police eventually closed the active investigation, though he remained on their wanted list. Sometimes, late at night, when the wind howls through the trees outside my window, I still wonder, is he out there, somewhere, hunting, building a new collection? Or did he succumb to his injuries in the depths of those dark, unforgiving woods? I do not know, and part of me, the part that still carries a chilling memory of that night, fears that I might one day find out. So, the next time you are swiping through profiles, looking for that perfect connection, remember my story. Because sometimes, the most charming smiles hide the darkest intentions, and a simple shortcut can lead you down a path from which there is no return. Stay safe out there, because some monsters do not lurk in the bed, they are just a swipe away. The world spun, not just figuratively, but literally. My apartment, which moments ago had been a familiar, if somewhat claustrophobic, space, dissolved into a kaleidoscope of colors and shapes. It was not a blackout or a dizzy spell. It was like the very fabric of reality was tearing at the seams, revealing layers beneath. And those layers, those were memories. They were not gentle waves, slowly lapping at the shore of my consciousness. No, this was a tsunami. A roaring, crushing deluge of experiences, emotions, and faces that were not mine, yet were undeniably me. I saw myself younger, older, with different hairstyles, different clothes, in different apartments, different cities. I saw Lena, always Lena. The first rush was pure chaos. Sensory overload beyond anything I would ever imagine. I tasted salt from a forgotten beach trip, smelled the metallic tang of rain on hot asphalt from a late-night drive, felt the rough texture of a worn-out denim jacket I would apparently loved, faces flashed by friends I would never met, family members I did not recognize, a golden retriever that was not Buster, but was also Buster. It was like living 1,000 lifetimes in the span of a few seconds, each one ending abruptly, only to begin anew with Lena's face. Always Lena, looking at me with that same mixture of hope and weary resignation. My knees buckled. I clutched my head, a primal scream caught in my throat. It felt like my skull was being stretched, warped, trying to contain an ocean of information that was simply too vast. My own thoughts, my current thoughts of paranoia, the fear of Lena, the desire for answers were drowned out by the cacophony. Alex, breathe. Lena's voice, surprisingly calm, cut through the din. Her hands were on my shoulders, grounding me, but her touch felt alien, yet also achingly familiar. I gasped, sucking in air that felt thick and heavy. The spinning slowed. The kaleidoscope coalesced into more distinct images. It was like the noise had been turned down, allowing individual voices to emerge from the static. And they did. Voices. My voice. Lena's voice. Arguments, laughter, whispered confessions in the dark. I saw our first date at that Italian place with the checkered tablecloths. Not this first date, but a dozen others. I saw us adopting a different dog. A terrier mix named Scamp, then a greyhound named Shadow. I saw us moving into a tiny apartment with a leaky roof, then a sprawling house with a garden. I saw holidays, birthdays, quiet evenings on the couch, frantic mornings getting ready for work. Each memory was a punch to the gut, not because they were painful in themselves, but because they were mine, yet utterly foreign. It was the deepest betrayal, not by someone else, but by my own mind. My own sense of self, my identity, was a flimsy construct built on sand, repeatedly washed away by an invisible tide. It is too much. I choked out, tears streaming down my face. My body trembled uncontrollably. The sheer volume of life I had apparently lived, only to forget, was devastating. It was not just a few forgotten weeks or months, it was years. Decades, perhaps. A lifetime, erased, then another begun. Lena pulled me into a hug, her arms surprisingly strong. I stiffened for a moment. The primal fear of her still there, warring with the overwhelming sense of connection that was now flooding me. It was like meeting a stranger and your oldest friend at the exact same moment. I know, she whispered, her voice thick with emotion. I know it is overwhelming. But you are remembering. You are finally remembering. She held me until my tremors subsided, until the torrent of memories settled into a chaotic, but somewhat manageable hum in the back of my mind. It was like 1,000 open tabs in a browser, all playing different videos at once. But now I could at least focus on one or two at a time. When I finally pulled back, my vision was blurry, my head pounding. I looked at her, really looked at her, and saw not a stalker, but a woman etched with profound weariness. Her eyes, which I had initially perceived as intense and unnerving, now seemed to hold an ancient sorrow, a depth of experience I could only begin to fathom. The scar, I rasped, touching the faint line above my eyebrow. The one I got falling off my bike when I was 8. You knew. She nodded, a small, sad smile playing on her lips. You told me about it. In 3 different lives. I think. Always the same story, always the same scar. Buster. I continued, my voice barely a whisper. My grandmother's sweaters. The botanical gardens. All of it. It is real. The acceptance of it was terrifying. It meant my reality was a lie. It meant I was a hollow vessel, constantly refilled, constantly emptied. It meant I was broken in a way I could not comprehend. Why? I asked the word hoarse. Why me? What is this curse? Lena sighed, her gaze drifting to the window, where the last vestiges of daylight were fading. I do not know why. Alex, not exactly. It started not with our first life, but a few in. At first, it was just small things. You would forget a fight or a bad day. Then it got bigger. You would forget entire months. And then, one day, you woke up and I was a stranger. You did not know me, did not know our apartment, did not know our life. She turned back to me, her eyes pleading. It is always triggered by something traumatic, a deep emotional wound, a loss, a betrayal, a profound disappointment. Your mind, it just shuts down. It wipes the slate clean, particularly of the people and events associated with that pain. And somehow, I am always at the center of it. So, you've been doing this over and over. I asked, the absurdity of it almost making me laugh, except it was too horrifying. Meeting me for the first time, again and again. Yes, she said simply, but the single word carried the weight of 1,000 heartbreaks. Every time, you are charming, witty, a little awkward. Every time, I fall for you all over again. And every time, I have to find a way to make you remember before you forget me for good. How many times? The question was out before I could stop it. She hesitated, her eyes clouding over. More than I can count on my fingers and toes. Alex, more than I ever thought possible. There were times I almost gave up. Times I did give up for a while. But then I would see you or hear something, and I would have to try again. The image of her, endlessly chasing a ghost of a man who kept forgetting her, was almost unbearable. It twisted my stomach. My initial fear of her morphed into a profound pity, and then a dawning horror at my own unwitting cruelty. I was the one inflicting this on her, over and over, without even knowing it. The dried hydrangea. I said, remembering the unsettling detail from her memory that had appeared in my locked apartment. You put it there. She nodded, a flush creeping up her neck. I know it sounds crazy. Alex, I know it sounds like stalking, but I needed to plant seeds, little triggers, to make you question, to make you remember. That particular memory, it was from our 3rd life together. We spent an afternoon at a botanical garden, and you picked it for me. It was our first real date in that life. My mind, still reeling, flashed with the image of younger me, laughing, handing her a purple hydrangea, its petals already starting to dry. The memory was vivid, tactile. It was not a story she told, it was my experience. You've been through so much. I murmured, the words feeling inadequate. We have, she corrected softly. We both have. You just do not remember your half of it. A wave of exhaustion washed over me, deeper than any I would ever known. It was not just physical, it was soul weariness. The burden of not just one life, but dozens, all crashing down, was immense. I felt like a patchwork quilt of forgotten selves, each thread pulled taut, threatening to unravel. What now? I asked, the question hanging heavy in the air. If I remember, does it stop? Lena's gaze was unreadable. I do not know. Alex, I truly do not know. This is the furthest we have ever gotten. Usually by now, you're either convinced I'm insane and you'll cut me out of your life, or the trigger happens again, and we are back to square one. The thought sent a shiver down my spine. The idea of waking up tomorrow or next week and having this entire agonizing revelation wiped clean. Lena, a stranger again, was a fresh kind of terror. It was a prison sentence, not just for her, but for me too, trapped in a cycle of eternal forgetting and remembering. Is there more proof? I asked, my voice still shaky. More things you have collected. Her eyes lit up, a flicker of hope amidst the sorrow. Yes, so much more. I have a lot of our lives. I have tried to keep everything. Photos, notes, gifts, ticket stubs. Anything that could help you remember. Anything that could prove to you what we had. Where, at my place, she said, almost hesitantly. I have kept it all. It is a lot. The idea of going to her apartment, the place of the woman I would spend weeks convinced was a dangerous stalker, would have been unthinkable just an hour ago. Now it felt like the only logical step. I needed to see it. I needed to confront the full scope of this nightmare. I needed to understand the person I apparently was, the person I kept forgetting. Okay, I said, the word feeling foreign on my tongue. Take me there. The drive to Lena's apartment was silent, punctuated only by the hum of the engine and the incessant buzzing static of 1,000 memories playing in my head. I kept glancing at her, trying to reconcile the woman beside me with the myriad versions of her that were now imprinted on my mind. She seemed different now, less guarded, perhaps now that the truth was out. Or maybe I was just seeing her differently. Her apartment building was in a quiet, tree-lined neighborhood, older but well-maintained. We took the elevator up to the 3rd floor. As she unlocked her door, a fresh wave of dread washed over me. What was I about to see? The first thing I noticed was a smell of faint, comforting scent of old books and something floral, maybe lavender. The living room was cozy, filled with bookshelves, soft rugs, and a worn leather sofa. It felt lived in. Normal. Too normal for the repository of dozens of forgotten lives. It is through here, she said, her voice a little strained, as she led me down a short hallway. She stopped in front of a closed door, taking a deep breath before opening it. And then I saw it. It was not just a few photos. It was not an album or a box of mementos. It was an entire room, transformed into a shrine. The walls, from floor to ceiling, were covered in photographs, newspaper clippings, handwritten notes, faded tickets, pressed flowers, small trinkets, even childish drawings. It was a mosaic of memory, a tapestry woven from countless forgotten moments. My breath hitched. My eyes darted from one image to another, each one a tiny pinprick of recognition in the vast, dark ocean of my forgotten past. There I was, younger, with a goofy grin, holding up a fish I would caught. Beside it, a faded ticket stub from a concert I would never remembered attending. Above that, a photo of Lena and me, arms around each other, standing in front of a landmark I now recognized as the Eiffel Tower, bathed in golden light. We looked so happy, so in love. Another section of the wall was dedicated to a different life. A photo of us in hiking gear, mud splattered on our faces, laughing. A small, intricately carved wooden bird, a gift from some forgotten anniversary. A menu from a quaint little diner, circled with our first date, in Lena's neat handwriting. Everywhere I looked, there was me. And Lena, always Lena. I saw myself with a beard, then clean shaven, with long hair, then short, in casual clothes, then a suit. My face aged and then reset, only to age again. Each iteration of me, each version of our life together, meticulously documented, preserved, and displayed here. It was not just photos. There were small, yellowed post-it notes with inside jokes I did not remember. A collection of tiny, smooth stones, each one apparently picked up from a different beach we would visited. A framed copy of a poem, a love letter, written in my handwriting. My head began to throb again, not with the chaotic flood of earlier, but with a dull, insistent ache. This room was overwhelming. It was proof undeniable and absolute, but it was also a monument to my brokenness, to the sheer, terrifying scale of my affliction. This is incredible. I managed to say, my voice barely above a whisper. Lena stood beside me, her arms wrapped around herself, her expression a mixture of pride and profound sadness. I started doing it after the third time you forgot. Just little things, at first. Then I realized I needed to keep everything. To prove it to you. To prove it to myself that you were real, that we were real. I walked slowly around the room, my fingers tracing the edges of frames, the creases in old letters. Each item, each photo, triggered a cascade of specific memories. There was a time we adopted a scruffy terrier named Rusty. I remembered his boundless energy, his ridiculous bark. There was the trip to Italy, where we tried to learn Italian, and mostly just laughed at our terrible accents. I remembered the taste of the fresh pasta, the warmth of the Tuscan sun. There was a Christmas where I proposed to her, a small, silver ring hidden in a cracker. I remember the look on her face, the pure joy, the tears. My breath hitched. I proposed to her. More than once, apparently. How many times had I forgotten my own engagement, my own wedding? The thought was a crushing weight. You kept everything. I murmured, my voice thick with emotion. Everything I could, she confirmed. Every single piece of us. I turned to her, my eyes welling up again. Lena, I am so sorry. I am so sorry for all of this. For what I have put you through. She reached out, gently touching my arm. It is not your fault. Alex, it is the curse. But was it? As I looked at the walls, at the countless versions of myself, a new, unsettling pattern began to emerge from the chaos of memories. Not just happy times, but also glimpses of the moments before the reset. I saw a photo of us, clearly taken by a timer, looking strained, distant. My face was closed off, hers etched with worry. Next to it, a scribbled note in Lena's hand. He is pulling away. Again, another section showed a series of photos from a different life. We were at a family gathering, but I was standing apart, looking at my phone, while Lena tried to engage me in conversation, a forced smile on her face. A small dried-up flower, taped beside it, with a date and the day he said he needed space. The memories began to shift, to coalesce around a darker theme. It was not just a random curse, a sudden, inexplicable wipe. It was always preceded by something. My withdrawal, my emotional distance, my inability to handle conflict or difficult emotions. I remembered, vividly, a fight we had in a previous life. I would have been overwhelmed by work stress, by family issues, and I would lash out at Lena, saying cruel, unforgivable things. I remember the look on her face, shattered, heartbroken, and then oblivion. The next thing I knew, I was meeting her again, for the first time, over coffee, oblivious to the pain I would caused. Another memory surfaced, a different life, a different trigger. I had been offered a dream job in another city. Lena, despite her own career, had been willing to move with me. But I, terrified of commitment, of the upheaval, had started to push her away, subtly at first, then more overtly. I would become cold, distant, finding fault in everything she did. I remembered her tears, her pleas for me to talk to her, my own stubborn refusal. And then the blank, the reset. The horror was not just that I forgot. The horror was why I forgot. It was not a random affliction. It was a defense mechanism. My mind, unable to cope with the emotional fallout of my own actions, my own failures, my own capacity for cruelty, simply reset. It was not just erasing Lena, it was erasing the pain I inflicted. I was a monster. Lena was not just a victim of a curse. She was trapped in a cycle of my making. She was perpetually trying to break through my self-imposed amnesia, trying to make me confront the person I became when things got hard, the person who hurt her, and then simply wiped the slate clean. I stared at a photo of myself, smiling brightly, holding Lena's hand in a park. It was from a life where, I now remembered, I would eventually cheated on her, unable to handle the complexities of a long-term relationship, then blamed her for my unhappiness. And after the inevitable, devastating confrontation to reset, my stomach churned. The cheerful smiles on my face in all these photos, the innocent charm I exhibited on each first date, felt like a grotesque mask. Beneath it, I was a coward, a manipulator, a person who repeatedly caused immense pain and then conveniently forgot it all. Lena, I said, my voice barely a whisper, thick with self-loathing. It is not just a curse. It is me, is not it? I am the one who keeps hurting you. I am the one who keeps causing the reset. She flinched, her eyes widening slightly. She had not admitted it explicitly, but her silence, the way she looked away, confirmed my horrifying realization. I do not want to believe that. Alex, she said, her voice strained. I want to believe it is just the curse, that it is something outside of us. But you know, I pressed, the truth feeling like a physical weight in my chest. You have seen it. You have lived it. Every time I get close to truly committing, or when things get hard, or when I have done something terrible, I forget. I wipe you out. I wipe us out. The silence that followed was deafening. The myriad faces of our lives on the walls seemed to stare at me, accusingly. Each happy moment was now tainted by the knowledge of its inevitable, self-inflicted demise. So this time, I continued, my voice gaining a desperate edge. If I remember all of it, does that mean I won't do it again? Does that mean I won't hurt you again? Lena looked at me then, her eyes filled with raw, desperate hope, but also profound, bone-deep fear. I do not know. Alex, I have tried everything. I have been kind. I have been patient. I have been angry. I have been distant. I have tried to make you remember gently, and I have tried to force it. This is the closest we have ever gotten to you truly understanding. But the curse is strong, and old habits die hard. Her words hit me like a cold wave. The curse was not just a magical affliction. It was a manifestation of my own deepest flaws, my own inability to face emotional pain and responsibility. And Lena, poor Lena, was trapped in this horrifying cycle with me, endlessly trying to save me from myself, and in doing so, repeatedly exposing herself to my destructive patterns. The room, once a testament to her unwavering love, now felt like a prison. Not for her, but for me. A prison built of my own forgotten cruelties, meticulously documented by the woman I kept erasing. The photos on the wall were not just proof of my forgetting, they were proof of my repeated emotional violence. A gallery of the unwitting monster I truly was. As I stood there, surrounded by the ghosts of my forgotten lives, a new, chilling thought solidified in my mind. What if this remembering was not the cure, but simply a temporary reprieve? What if the true horror was not just a forgetting, but the agonizing, soul-crushing burden of remembering all the pain I caused, only to inevitably repeat the cycle? Perhaps even more aware of my own monstrous nature the next time I reset. The world outside Lena's window was now completely dark. But in the room, illuminated by the soft glow of a single lamp, the faces on the wall stared back at me, Hundreds of Alexes, hundreds of Lenas, trapped in an endless, beautiful, and utterly terrifying loop. And for the first time, I understood that the real horror was not just a curse, but the monster behind the smiles in all those photographs. The monster was me. And Lena, my relentless, heartbroken Lena, was forever trying to love him. The clatter of cutlery against ceramic, the low hum of conversation, the distant clang of the bell from the kitchen, all the familiar sounds of a bustling restaurant faded into a dull roar, like blood rushing in my ears. Sarah sat across from me, her smile unwavering, her eyes, an unervingly bright shade of blue, fixed on mine. "You always do that when you are nervous," she said, her voice soft, almost a whisper, but it cut through the din like a scalpel. "You tap your index finger against your thigh, just under the table, like you are playing a silent drum solo." My hand, which I had not even realized was moving, froze mid-tap. My breath hitched. This was not just a guess. This was not a trick. This was a detail so specific, so me, that even my closest friends would not know it unless they would spend an inordinate amount of time studying my subconscious fidgets. A cold dread, like an ice cube dropped down my spine, began to spread. My earlier discomfort, the vague unease, solidified into pure, unadulterated terror. "How do you know that?" I managed, my voice a strained whisper, barely audible over the restaurant noise. I tried to keep my expression neutral, to project a casual curiosity, but I knew my eyes were wide with fear. Her smile widened, showing a perfect, almost too white row of teeth. "Oh, I just know things about you. My name," she said, using my full name, not just a casual shortening Mark would have given her. "Like how you always order your coffee black, even though you secretly prefer a splash of cream, but you think it makes you look more serious. Or how you bite the inside of your cheek when you are trying to come up with an excuse." My jaw clamped shut. My cheek throbbed. I was biting the inside of my cheek. I had not even registered it. This was not a blind date. This was an interrogation. Or worse, an unveiling. We have never met before. "Sarah," I said, trying to reassert some semblance of control, some logic to this unfolding nightmare. "Mark set us up. He said you were a friend of a friend." She tilted her head, her blue eyes sparkling. "Oh, but we have. Not in the way you remember, perhaps, but we have shared coffee. We have shared silence. We have shared moments." Her gaze drifted momentarily to the empty seat beside me. "You always leave a space for Buster. Do not you? Even now. Buster, my dog, deceased 3 years ago." A wave of nausea washed over me. This was impossible. This was a violation. "Look, Sarah," I said, forcing a calm I did not feel into my voice. "I think there has been a misunderstanding, or a really elaborate prank, but this is not funny." She chuckled, a soft, melodic sound that grated on my nerves. "No prank, my name, and no misunderstanding. This is simply us." She reached across the table, her hand moving with a slow, deliberate grace, and gently touched the back of my hand. Her skin was cool, almost cold, and her touch sent a jolt of revulsion through me. I instinctively flinched, pulling my hand back as if burned. She did not react, her smile still in place. "See, always so guarded, so quick to retreat. It is part of your charm, really. That little flicker of vulnerability you try so hard to hide." I stood up abruptly, knocking my chair back with a loud scrape that drew a few curious glances from nearby diners. The sound was a welcome shock, a break in the suffocating intimacy she was trying to force. "I need to go," I stammered, my voice cracking. "I am not feeling well." Suddenly, her smile did not falter. "Oh, I know. Your stomach is churning, your palms are sweaty, and you feel like you might throw up your pasta primavera. It is okay. I understand." She made no move to stop me, no move to follow. She simply watched me, her eyes tracking my every move. I fumbled for my wallet, pulling out a crumpled $20 bill and tossing it onto the table. For my half, I mumbled, not caring if it was enough, not caring about anything but escape. "Do not worry about it," she said, her voice still unervingly calm. "I have already taken care of it. For both of us." My blood ran cold. She would paid. When? How? I had not seen her do anything. I had not seen anyone come to the table. Without another word, I turned and practically ran out of the restaurant, ignoring the lingering stares, the curious whispers. The cool night air hit me like a shock, a momentary reprieve from the heat of my panic. I hailed the first cab I saw, practically throwing myself into backseat. "Just drive." I gasped, clutching the door handle, my heart hammering against my ribs. "Anywhere, just away from here." The cabbie, a grizzled old man with a perpetually bored expression, raised an eyebrow, but thankfully did not ask questions. As we pulled away from the curb, I risked a glance back at the restaurant. Through the wide glass windows, I saw her, Sarah, still sitting at our table, perfectly composed, a faint, knowing smile playing on her lips. She was not looking at the door, or at me. She was looking directly at the cab's rear window, her blue eyes meeting mine through the glass. I ducked down, burying my face in my hands, a strangled cry escaping my throat. This was not just a bad date. This was something far, far worse. The next few hours were a blur of frantic pacing, cold sweats, and futile attempts to rationalize the impossible. I would given the cabbie my address out of habit, and now I regretted it. Every shadow seemed to lengthen. Every creak of the old apartment building seemed amplified. I double-checked the locks on my door, then triple-checked them. I peered through the peephole, convinced I would see her standing there, a silent, smiling sentinel. Nothing, just the dim hallway light and the silence of the building. I tried to call Mark. My finger hovered over his name in my contacts, then pulled back. What would I even say? Your blind date knew everything about me, including my dead dog and my nervous habits, and it was terrifying. He would think I was crazy, or just had a bad reaction to a socially awkward person. And if he wasn't on it, if this was some kind of twisted prank, then calling him would only feed into it. No, I needed to figure this out myself. I sat on my couch, the cheap fabric suddenly feeling alien and cold, and tried to reconstruct the evening. Every word Sarah had spoken, every unnerving detail. The coffee date I did not remember. Buster, the finger tapping, the cheek biting, the cream in my coffee. How could anyone know these things? Extensive research. I thought maybe she is a private investigator or a really dedicated stalker. But even a pie could not know about private thoughts about the cream I secretly preferred. And the coffee date I did not remember. That was the most unsettling of all. Was she implying we had met and I would forgotten? Or was it a metaphorical coffee date, a shared moment of observation? My mind spun in circles, each thought leading to a dead end, each answer raising more terrifying questions. I decided to do what any modern person would do. I Googled her. Sarah last name unknown blind date Mark. Nothing. Sarah dating app Mark. Nothing. I tried variations, guessing at potential last names, but it was useless. I did not even know her last name. Mark had only given me her first name. Then I remembered. She would said my full name. My name. Not just Mike or Chris or whatever my shortened name was. She would use the name my parents gave me, the one on my birth certificate, the one I rarely used. A new wave of fear washed over me. This was not just a random blind date. She knew me on a deeper level than anyone I would met in years. Sleep was impossible. Every creak of the floorboards, every distant siren, every rustle of leaves outside my window sent a jolt of adrenaline through me. I spent the night huddled on my couch, the lights on, a baseball bat propped against the armrest, staring at the locked door as if it were a flimsy barrier against an unseen threat. When the sun finally began to filter through my blinds, painting weak streaks across the carpet, I felt no relief, only exhaustion and a chilling sense of vulnerability. I finally called Mark. My hand was shaking so badly I almost dropped the phone. "Dude, how was the date?" Mark's voice was cheerful, oblivious, almost annoyingly so. "Mark," I said, my voice hoarse from lack of sleep and sheer terror. "We need to talk. About Sarah." "Oh, yeah. She is great, right? Super sweet. I told you, she is perfect for you. She is really into Mark. She knows things. Things she should not know. Intimate details about my life. About Buster. About my habits. Even things I have only thought to myself." I practically spat the words out, my frustration boiling over. There was a beat of silence on the other end. "Whoa, man, slow down. What are you talking about? What details?" I recounted some of the things she would said. The finger tapping, the cheek biting. Buster, the coffee preferences. I left out the coffee date we did not remember part, fearing he would dismiss it as my imagination. Mark sounded genuinely confused. "Dude, I have no idea what you are talking about. I met Sarah at a bar a couple weeks ago. We just chatted for a bit. She seemed cool. I mentioned I had a friend who was single and looking. She said she was too. We exchanged numbers, and I passed yours along. That is it. I do not know anything about her knowing your dog, or your whatever. Are you sure you did not just tell her all this stuff?" "No, Mark, I did not. She said it to me, like she already knew. She even said my full name. Your full name. I only gave her your first. And she did not mention any of this stuff to me. She just seemed like a normal, nice girl." His voice was tinged with irritation now, as if he thought I was exaggerating or worse, fabricating. "Are you sure you did not just have too much to drink? Man. Or maybe she just did a little IU2B stalking. You know, IU2B stalking does not tell you about internal monologues." "Mark," I snapped, "and it does not tell you about a coffee date I do not remember, which she also mentioned." "Okay, dude, you are freaking me out a little now," Mark said, a hint of concern finally creeping into his voice. "Look, I am sorry if she is some kind of weirdo. I really did not get that vibe. But I do not know anything about her knowing your personal stuff. And I certainly did not tell her anything like that. I barely know her myself." He sounded sincere. Too sincere to be faking it. Which meant either Sarah was a master manipulator who could fool anyone, or Mark was truly oblivious, a pawn in a game I did not understand. "Do you have her last name?" "Mark," I asked, a desperate hope in my voice. No. Actually," he said, sounding sheepish. "I just have her number. She texted me a couple of times, confirmed the date, seemed excited. I did not think to ask for her last name. I just assumed you guys would hit it off and you would get it yourself. Another dead end." I hung up, my frustration now mixed with a chilling sense of isolation. No last name, no digital footprint, no explanation from Mark. It was as if Sarah had materialized out of thin air, specifically to know me. The next few days were a waking nightmare. I could not shake the feeling of being watched. Every time I stepped outside, I scanned the street, convinced I would see her. Every time my phone buzzed, I braced myself for a message from an unknown number. I started taking different routes to work, avoiding my usual coffee shop, even changing my grocery store. It felt paranoid, but the alternative doing nothing felt like inviting disaster. I started noticing things. Small, unsettling discrepancies. A book on my shelf that was slightly out of place. The bathroom window, which I was sure I would close, now ajar. At first, I dismissed them as my own forgetfulness, a byproduct of my anxiety. But the incidents accumulated. One morning, I found a single, perfectly white feather on my pillow. I did not have any birds, and my windows had been closed. I stared at it for a long time, my heart pounding, before scooping it up with a tissue and flushing it down the toilet, as if it were a contaminant. Then came the photo. I was getting ready for work, bleary-eyed and jumpy, when I noticed something on my desk. Tucked neatly under the corner of my laptop, a photograph. It was a picture of me, not a selfie, not a photo from a party, not even one of those candid shots my friends sometimes took. This was a photo of me, sitting on my couch, asleep. My mouth was slightly open, my hair was messy, and the faint light of my TV screen illuminated my face. It was taken from an angle that suggested someone was standing directly over me, looking down. My blood ran cold. I lived alone. I locked my doors. How was this possible? I snatched up the photo, my fingers trembling. The paper felt thick, glossy. It was a professional quality print, not something from a cheap home printer. On the back, in elegant, looping script, were 2 words, "Sweet Dreams," and then a tiny, almost imperceptible detail. In the bottom right corner of the photograph, reflected in the dark screen of my turned-off TV, was a faint, blurry silhouette, a person, and though the features were indistinct, the shape of the head, the curve of the shoulders, the hint of long, dark hair was Sarah. I screamed, a raw, guttural sound that tore from my throat. I threw the photo across the room as if it were a venomous snake. It fluttered to the floor, landing face down, the smiling, sleeping image of me hidden from view. She had been in my apartment. While I slept, she had stood over me, watching me, taking my picture. The walls of my apartment, once a comforting embrace, now felt like the confines of a cage. Every shadow was a potential hiding place, every creak a footstep. I grabbed the baseball bat, my hands clammy, and began a frantic search. My small apartment offered few places to hide, but I checked anyway. Under the bed, behind the shower curtain, in the closet. Nothing, but the feeling lingered. The suffocating certainty that she had been there, that she could be there again. I called the police. My voice was shaking so badly I could barely explain. Someone broke into my apartment. They left a photo of me sleeping. The dispatcher was sympathetic, but ultimately unhelpful. "Sir, are you sure it was a break-in?" "No signs of forced entry." "No, but I am sure my doors were locked. And someone was here. We will send an officer to take a report." "Sir, but without signs of forced entry, it is difficult to pursue as a break-in. Do you have any suspects?" "Sarah." I whispered. "Her name is Sarah. I went on a blind date with her. She is obsessed with me." The officer who arrived was a young woman, kind but clearly skeptical. I showed her the photo, explained the blind date, Mark's involvement, Sarah's impossible knowledge. She listened patiently, took notes, but her expression remained neutral, almost pitying. "Sir, I understand this is frightening," she said, her voice gentle, but without a last name or any other identifying information for the Sarah, and no signs of forced entry. "It is very hard to do anything. It sounds like you had a very uncomfortable date, and perhaps your imagination is running a bit wild." My imagination running wild. The word stung, but I knew she was just doing her job. How could I explain the inexplicable? How could I convey the bone-deep terror of being known by a stranger in a way no one should be known? She suggested I change my locks, install a security camera, and avoid contact with this woman. All reasonable advice, all utterly useless against a threat that seemed to defy the laws of reality. I changed the locks anyway. I bought a cheap security camera and pointed it at my front door. I even bought a new phone, changing my number, hoping to sever any remaining digital ties. For a few days, there was a fragile peace. No strange occurrences, no unsettling messages. I started to wonder if the officer was right, if my paranoia had simply reached a fever pitch. Maybe the feather was just a random bird. Maybe the photo was an elaborate prank by Mark, who was now just letting me stew. But the image of Sarah in the TV reflection haunted me. Then, a week later, I received a package in the mail. No return address. Just my name, my current address, handwritten in the same elegant script as a photo. My hands shook as I opened it. Inside was a small, crudely carved wooden figurine. It was unmistakably Buster. His floppy ears, his slightly crooked tail, the way he always seemed to be smiling. It was perfect, and nestled beside it, a small, silver locket. I opened it. Inside were 2 tiny photos. One was of me, a candid shot I did not recognize, laughing at something unseen, my head thrown back. The other was of Sarah, her blue eyes sparkling, a serene smile on her face. A couple, a pair. And then I saw the note tucked beneath the locket. You change your locks. You change your number. You think you can keep me out. Silly boy, I am already in. I have always been in. You just do not remember. Do not worry. We will have that coffee again soon. You can even have your cream this time. My blood ran cold. The note was not just a threat, it was a promise. And the way it was phrased, the casual intimacy, the mocking undertone, it was like she was speaking directly into my mind. I stared at the wooden Buster, then at the locket, then at the note. She had bypassed my new locks, my new phone number. She was not just observing me from a distance, she was actively, intimately involved in my life, manipulating it, infiltrating it. I felt a primal scream rising in my throat, but it was choked back by a sudden, terrifying realization. The apartment was silent. Too silent. My security camera. I had installed it to point at my front door. What if I scrambled to my computer, my fingers fumbling with the mouse? I pulled up the camera's live feed. The feed was dark. Black. Offline, a small red message blinked in the corner. But it had been working this morning. I would checked it. Then, as I watched, the screen flickered, and a new image appeared. Not a static shot, but a live feed. It was my bedroom. And there, sitting calmly on the edge of my bed, facing the camera, was Sarah. She was wearing the same dress from our date. Her long, dark hair cascaded over her shoulders. Her blue eyes, impossibly bright, stared directly into the lens, and her lips curved into that familiar, unnerving smile. She raised a hand, slowly, deliberately, and then she waved. A chill deeper than any I had ever known permeated my bones. She was not just in my apartment. She was watching me watch her. She had bypassed my security, turned the camera around, and was now performing for me. My heart hammered against my ribs, a frantic drumbeat of pure, unadulterated terror. I could hear her breathing, almost in the dead silence of my living room. I could feel her eyes on me, even through the screen. I knew, with a certainty that chilled me to my core, that she was not just a stalker. She was something else, something that defied logic, that warped reality, something that had woven itself into the fabric of my life, deeper than I could ever comprehend. I scrambled back on the computer, knocking my chair over, a guttural cry tearing from my throat. My eyes darted around the living room, searching, desperate for an escape, for a weapon, for anything. The front door. It was locked. I could run. I could scream. But then I heard it. A faint, almost imperceptible sound coming from my bedroom. A soft melodic hum. It was the lullaby my mother used to sing to me when I was a child. The one I had not heard, had not thought about in decades. The one I would only ever hum to Buster when he was sick, to comfort him. I closed my eyes, tears streaming down my face. There was no escape. She was not just in my apartment. She was in my memories, in my heart, in the deepest, most sacred parts of my being. I opened my eyes and slowly, reluctantly, turned back to the computer screen. Sarah was still there, sitting on my bed. Her smile had softened, become almost tender. She continued to hum, her lips barely moving. And as I watched, she reached down, picked up something from the bed beside her, and held it up to the camera. It was a framed photograph. A picture of me as a young boy, maybe 5 or 6, sitting on a swing set. My mother was pushing me, her face beaming. It was a photo I had not seen in years, one I thought was lost in an old box in my parents' attic. And then I noticed something else. Something that made the blood drain from my face, leaving me cold and lightheaded. In the background of that childhood photo, partially obscured by a tree, a figure stood. A woman. Her face was blurry, indistinct, but her long, dark hair and the faint outline of her dress were unmistakable. It was Sarah. She had been there, all along, in my past, in my memories, in the forgotten corners of my life. The hum continued, a sweet, terrifying melody. And I knew, with a certainty that crushed my soul, that this was not a blind date that had gone wrong. This was an awakening, an unveiling, and I was already hers. I had always been hers. I just had not known it until now. The screen flickered again and then went black. The lullaby faded, replaced by the deafening silence of my apartment. But the silence offered no comfort. It was the silence of a predator waiting. I stood there, frozen, the baseball bat still clutched in my hand, utterly defeated. I was no longer afraid of what she would do. I was afraid of what she was, and of what I was in relation to her. A puppet, a possession, a memory she had chosen to reanimate. The front door was still locked, but it did not matter. She was already inside. She had always been inside, and I knew, with a chilling certainty, that the coffee she had promised, the one with cream, was waiting, and I would drink it, because I had no choice. I was hers, and the horror had only just begun. My bobby pin clattered, my last hope shattered. Julian, my captor, did not even flinch, just ripped the vent from the wall I would spend days loosening. He knew. He always knew, playing me like a marionette in his twisted game. I met him as Mark on Tinder, a charming man who promised to fill the loneliness that gnawed at me. Our second date, a drive into the woods, ended with me drugged and waking in this isolated room. He revealed his true name, Julian, and showed me a missing poster with my face, declaring me beloved by one. His art. Weeks bled into months of psychological torment. Every escape attempt, every whispered defiance, was a test he orchestrated, only to tighten my chains. He reinforced my room, always watching, always in control, stripping me of my will. Then he began a new project, his final piece. The house filled with the sounds of building, a growing dread in my stomach. Finally, he led me to a hidden basement. The air was thick with the scent of cheap disinfectant and stale beer, the kind of aroma that clings to old dive bars and never truly washes out. Not exactly the romantic ambience I would hope for on a blind date. But then again, my expectations for blind dates have been whittled down to a fine, cynical point over the past few years. My friend, Mark, had set this one up, swearing up and down that Sarah was different. He would use the words quirky and interesting, which, in my experience, usually translated to talks exclusively about her cats or has a collection of porcelain dolls she believes are sentient. Still, loneliness is a powerful motivator, and a warm body across a table seemed preferable to another Friday night spent scrolling through endless streams of manufactured happiness on social media. I got there a little early, ordered a soda, and tried to look approachable, which mostly meant staring blankly at the chipped Formica tabletop. The place was called the Rusty Nail, a name that perfectly encapsulated its aesthetic. Dim lighting, sticky floors, and a jukebox that seemed to only play classic rock ballads from the 80s. I figured if nothing else, it would be a memorable story. About 10 minutes later, a woman walked in. She was wearing a simple black dress, nothing too fancy, but it fit her well. Her hair was a deep, rich auburn. falling in soft waves around her shoulders, and her eyes, even from across the room, seemed to sparkle with an unusual intensity. Definitely not the cat lady I would brace myself for. She scanned the room, and her gaze landed on me. A slow smile spread across her face, and she started walking towards my table. "Mike," she asked, her voice a low, pleasant alto as she reached the table. I stood up, extending a hand. "That is me. You must be Sarah." She took my hand, and her grip was surprisingly firm. Her skin was cool, almost cold, which was odd given the stuffy warmth of the bar. "It is good to see you again." "Mike," she said, her smile widening just a fraction. I chuckled, pulling out her chair for her. "Again? I think this is our first time meeting. Actually, unless Mark's been setting me up on dates, I do not remember." I tried to make it sound like a joke, but a tiny thread of unease had already begun to unravel in my gut. She settled into the chair, her eyes still fixed on mine. "Oh, no, we have definitely met before. You just might not remember it." Her tone was light, almost playful, but there was something in her gaze that held me, something knowing. I sat back down, a nervous laugh escaping me. "Are you sure you are not mistaking me for someone else? It happens. I have got one of those faces. I guess." I tried to brush it off, but her expression did not change. She just kept looking at me, that faint, unsettling smile still playing on her lips. "No, it is you," she insisted softly. "I could never mistake you. We had coffee, remember, about 6 months ago, at that little place downtown, the Daily Grind." My brow furrowed. The Daily Grind. I do not think I have ever been to the Daily Grind. I usually stick to the Starbucks near my apartment. She tilted her head, her auburn hair shifting. "Oh, you've been there. You ordered a black coffee, 2 sugars, and a blueberry scone. You spilled a little sugar on the table, right near your left hand, and you spent a good minute trying to brush it off with your thumb, but it just kept clinging to the wood." My blood ran cold. The blueberry scone, the sugar, it was such a specific, mundane detail. But the problem was, I still did not remember it. I never ordered blueberry scones. I hated blueberries. But the action she described, the way I would compulsively try to brush away a speck of dirt or food with my thumb, that was undeniably me. A nervous tic I would had since childhood. I do not know what to say. I stammered. "I really do not remember that. Are you sure it was me?" Her smile softened, a hint of something sad entering her eyes. "You were wearing a faded blue t-shirt, the one with the band logo. I think it was the National, and you kept drumming your fingers on the table when you were talking about your job. You said you felt a little stuck, like you were just going through the motions. The National t-shirt. I had one, a well-worn favorite. And the finger drumming. Another nervous habit I thought only I was really aware of. And the feeling of being stuck in my job, that was a conversation I would have with myself. Late at night, not something I would ever discuss on a first date. Especially not one I could not recall. A prickle of fear started at the base of my neck. This was not a misunderstanding. This was something else. My mind raced, trying to find a logical explanation. Had Mark played a prank on me? Set me up with someone who'd stalked me? But even a stalker would not know the details of my internal monologue. "Sarah," I said, trying to keep my voice even, "I am telling you, I have never been on a date with you before. I would remember. I am pretty sure I would remember a date at a coffee shop where I wore my favorite band t-shirt and talked about my existential dread." She reached across the table, her cool hand covering mine. I flinched, but she did not pull away. Her touch was unsettling, almost clinical. "You were nervous. You always are at first, but you open up quickly. You like to talk about your old dog, Buster, even though he passed away years ago. You still miss him." My breath hitched. Buster, my golden retriever, gone for nearly a decade. The lump in my throat was sudden, unexpected. No one knew about Buster unless I told them. I had not mentioned him to Mark. I had not mentioned him to anyone new in years. I pulled my hand away, my heart pounding. How do you know about Buster? My voice was tight, barely a whisper. She smiled, a hint of triumph in her eyes. I told you, Mike, we have met before. Many times, actually. That coffee date at the Daily Grind was just the first time you consciously registered my presence. Even if you have forgotten the details. Consciously registered. What are you talking about? I leaned back, suddenly feeling too exposed, too vulnerable in the dim light of the rusty nail. The stale beer smell now seemed predatory, the distant 80s ballad mocking. You are a creature of habit. Mike, she continued, ignoring my question, her voice dropping to a conspiratorial murmur. You take the same route to work every day, even though there's a shorter one. You always get a tuna melt from the deli on Tuesdays. You prefer to read physical books, even though you have an e-reader. You leave your bedroom window cracked open, even in winter, because you like the cold air. Each detail was a hammer blow to my sense of security. The route to work, the tuna melt, the books, these were all true. The bedroom window. That was something I did instinctively, a small personal quirk. No one knew that. No one could know that. My mind was reeling, trying to process this onslaught of intimate knowledge. Was she a detective? Had I committed some crime? I would have forgotten. No, that was insane. This was something far more insidious. Who are you? Sarah. I demanded, my voice hoarse. What is this? Are you messing with me? She leaned forward, her eyes gleaming in the low light. I am Sarah, and I am not messing with you. I am just trying to remind you of our past. You see, Mike, I have been trying to connect with you for a long time. It has just taken you a while to catch up. Connect with me how? By stalking me. The word felt inadequate, too mundane for the chilling reality I was facing. She chuckled, a soft, dry sound. Stalking is such an ugly word. I prefer to think of it as prolonged observation. A careful study, if you will. I needed to understand you. Mike, to truly know you before I could introduce myself properly. Introduce yourself properly. So this is the proper introduction. I gestured wildly around a dingy bar. By telling me you have been watching me, detailing my personal habits, and pretending we've been on dates I do not remember. Well, you agreed to this blind date, did not you? She said, a hint of something sharp in her voice. It was the perfect opportunity. A neutral setting, a chance for us to finally talk face to face, without any interference. Interference from what? She just smiled, a knowing, almost pitying look on her face. From your own mind, mostly. You have put up so many walls. Mike, so many distractions. It is hard to get through. I pushed my chair back, the scrape of metal on the concrete floor echoing in the suddenly silent bar. The 80s ballad had mercifully ended. I need to go. Oh, but we're just getting started, she said, her voice still calm, but with an underlying steel that sent shivers down my spine. There's so much more I remember. Like that time you were at the grocery store, and you almost bought those terrible frozen burritos, but then you put them back, muttering about how you needed to eat healthier. Or the way you always double-check your front door lock, even if you know you locked it. These were things I did when I was alone, completely alone. The thought of someone witnessing these private moments, these unconscious habits, was horrifying. It felt like she had been living inside my head, or perhaps living in the shadows of my life. You have been in my apartment, have not you? I whispered, the realization dawning on me with sickening clarity. The cracked window, the books, the way I sometimes found things slightly out of place, dismissed as my own absent-mindedness. Her smile did not waver. Only when you were not there. Mike, I respect your privacy. Mostly, I just needed to familiarize myself with your environment, to understand where you feel most comfortable, most safe. Safe. I barked a laugh, a desperate, humorless sound. You think I feel safe right now. You are telling me you have broken into my home, watched my every move, and you think this is a normal way to start a relationship. Relationship? She echoed, a touch of genuine surprise in her voice. Oh no, Mike, this is not about a relationship. Not in the way you are thinking. This is about understanding. And connection. She paused, her eyes narrowing slightly. Do you remember that night, about 3 months ago? You were feeling particularly lonely. You had ordered pizza, watched a terrible movie, and then you just sat there, staring at the wall, thinking about how you wish someone truly understood you. Someone who could see past the surface. A wave of nausea washed over me. That night, I remembered it perfectly. The gnawing emptiness, the existential dread. It was one of my lowest points. The memory was so vivid, so raw, that it felt like she had been sitting right there next to me, watching me unravel. You were there, were not you, I said, my voice barely audible. You were in my apartment, watching me. She did not confirm or deny it, just offer that same unsettling smile. I told you, Mike, I needed to understand you. And you were so open that night, so vulnerable. It made it easier for me to absorb your essence. Absorb my essence. My mind struggled to comprehend. This was not just a stalker. This was something far stranger, far more terrifying. What are you? What do you want? I want to be understood, just like you, she said, her voice suddenly sounding fragile, almost pleading. I have been watching for so long, learning, waiting for the right moment, and now you are finally ready to see me. I scrambled to my feet, knocking my chair over with a clatter. I am not ready for anything. I am leaving. She stood up too, gracefully, effortlessly. Her eyes, those intense auburn eyes, seemed to bore into me. You can leave. Mike, but where will you go? I am already everywhere you are. I know your routine. I know your fears. I know your hopes. I know the exact spot on your left shoulder where you have a small, faded birthmark shaped like a crescent moon. My hand instinctively went to my shoulder. The birthmark. It was small, almost invisible, something I would never shown anyone. A detail I barely remember myself. Panic, cold and sharp, seized me. My flight or fight response kicked in. I did not care what she was, or what she wanted. I just knew I had to get away. I turned and practically ran for the door, not bothering to look back. The few other patrons in the bar barely registered my frantic exit, lost in their own conversations and the droning music. I burst out into the cool night air, gasping for breath, my lungs burning. I did not know where I was going, just that I needed to be as far away from the rusty nail and Sarah as possible. I fumbled for my car keys, my hands shaking so badly I almost dropped them. I unlocked the car, jumped in, and started the engine, peeling out of the parking lot with a screech of tires. I drove aimlessly for a while, my heart still hammering against my ribs. I kept checking my rear view mirror, expecting to see her, expecting to see something. But there was nothing, just the empty streets, dimly lit by streetlights. When I finally got back to my apartment, I did not feel safe. The idea of her having been there, of her knowing the exact layout, the hidden corners, the cracked window, it was suffocating. I went through every room, flipping on all the lights, checking every closet, looking under the bed. Nothing. No sign of forced entry. No sign that anyone had been there. But the knowledge that she could have been, that she had been, was enough. I closed and locked my bedroom window, something I had not done in years. I double-checked the front door lock, then triple-checked it. I pulled the blinds down tight, plunging my apartment into artificial darkness. Sleep was impossible. Every creak of the old building, every gust of wind against the window sent a jolt of terror through me. I kept seeing her face, her intense eyes, hearing her calm, knowing voice recounting the most intimate details of my life. The next few days were a blur of paranoia. I called Mark, tried to explain what happened, but he just thought I was exaggerating. She seemed nice enough when I talked to her, he said, clearly dismissing my frantic warnings. Maybe she just had a weird sense of humor. A weird sense of humor that knew about Buster, my birthmark, and my private thoughts. I did not think so. I changed my route to work, started taking different lunch breaks, even considered getting a new apartment. But the unsettling truth she would drop on me echoed in my mind, I am already everywhere you are. How could I escape someone who had seemingly absorbed my entire existence? One evening, about a week after the date, I was at the grocery store. I found myself in the frozen food aisle, my hand hovering over a box of frozen burritos. I almost grabbed them, then remembered my mental note about eating healthier. God, I really need to eat healthier. I muttered to myself, putting the box back. As I turned to walk away, a chill ran down my spine. Had I just done exactly what she said I would do? Had she been watching me? Even now, I spun around, scanning the aisle, my heart leaping into my throat. And there she was, standing at the end of the aisle, partially obscured by a display of ice cream, her auburn hair unmistakable. She was holding a small basket, and she was not looking at me directly. Her head was slightly bowed, as if she were examining a label. But I knew she was watching. Our eyes met for a fleeting second. She did not smile this time. Just a calm, almost imperceptible nod. A silent acknowledgement. Then she turned and walked away, disappearing around the corner. I dropped my basket, abandoning my groceries right there in the aisle. I ran out of the store, my breath catching in my throat, not stopping until I was safely in my car. The doors locked. The dread has not left me since. It is a constant companion, a cold knot in my stomach. I see her everywhere, or I think I do. A flash of auburn hair in a crowd, a fleeting glimpse of a familiar figure in my peripheral vision. Every time I open my bedroom window, every time I double-check my lock, every time I make a mundane decision, I wonder if she is there, watching, observing, adding another detail to her terrifying mental dossier on me. I try to change my life, to break my habits, but it is impossible. My life is my habits, and she knows them all. She knows me better than I know myself. Perhaps the blind date was not an introduction. It was a declaration, a chilling announcement that my life was no longer my own, that I was an open book, and she was the only one reading it. And the most horrifying part, I still have no idea what she truly wants. She said it was not about a relationship. So what then? What does someone do with a person they have completely absorbed, completely understood? The question haunts me, a silent terror that whispers in the dark, a constant reminder that I am beloved by one, and that one is always watching. I woke up, refreshed, the morning sun a warm blanket on my face. Sarah was not there. No humming, no coffee. It was just me, alone in my apartment, the silence heavy but not unwelcome. For a moment, a hazy, unsettling memory flickered at the edges of my consciousness, a woman named Lisa, another named Sarah, a stolen life, a terrifying smile. It was like trying to recall the details of a nightmare that had been too vivid, too real, only for it to crumble into dust as true wakefulness set in. A strange dream, I decided, shaking my head to clear the lingering cobwebs. Just a dream. Still, a faint, inexplicable unease settled in my chest, a whisper of something profoundly wrong that I could not quite grasp. My life, the real one, was far less dramatic. I was Chloe, 32, working a steady but unexciting job in marketing, living in a decent apartment in a quiet part of town. My biggest problem usually involved trying to find matching socks or remembering to water my wilting houseplant. And like many people my age, my love life was a landscape of digital swipes and fleeting connections. After a particularly brutal breakup a few months prior, I would finally decide to dip my toes back into the dating pool, which in 2023 meant reactivating my Tinder profile. It was a necessary evil. I told myself, my friends were all coupled up, and my weekends were starting to feel a little too quiet. I would swipe left on countless profiles, shirtless gym selfies, guys posing with sedated tigers, endless fish pictures until one evening. Mark's profile popped up. He was handsome, in a rugged, approachable way. Dark hair, kind eyes that crinkled at the corners when he smiled, a slightly scruffy beard. His bio was witty, mentioning a love for hiking, old movies, and trying new restaurants. He seemed normal, promising, even. I swiped right. To my surprise, we matched instantly. His first message was charming, not sleazy. We chatted for a few days, and the conversation flowed easily. He was a software engineer, he said, working for a small startup. He seemed genuinely interested in my life, asking thoughtful questions and sharing anecdotes about his own. We talked about everything from our favorite obscure documentaries to the best local taco spots. He suggested we meet up for dinner. I was hesitant at first, always am, but his persistence was gentle, not pushy. He suggested a popular Italian place downtown, a spot I would actually been wanting to try. It felt safe, public, and reputable. I agreed. The day of the date. I felt a familiar mix of nerves and excitement. I picked out a black dress that I felt confident in, did my hair and makeup, and tried to ignore the persistent, faint echo of that strange dream. It was just nerves. I told myself, everyone gets them before a first date. Mark picked me up at my apartment, which was a nice touch. Most guys just wanted to meet at the venue. He arrived right on time, stepping out a clean, dark-colored sedan, a sensible car, nothing flashy. He looked even better in person, dressed in a casual but sharp button-down shirt and dark jeans. He had a natural, easy smile that put me at ease immediately. Chloe, right, he said, extending a hand, his grip firm but not crushing. Mark, you look great. Thanks, you too. I replied, feeling a blush creep up my neck. His eyes held a warmth that made the earlier unease start to dissipate. This was fine. This was normal. The drive to the restaurant began pleasantly enough. We chatted about our days, light-hearted and easy. He asked about my work, and I asked about his. He seemed genuinely engaged, not just waiting for his turn to speak. The sun was just beginning to dip below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of orange and purple. It was a beautiful evening, and I felt a sense of optimism blooming in my chest. Maybe this would not be another Tinder horror story after all. So, I was thinking. Mark said, his eyes on the road. I know a fantastic little spot just a bit further out. It is a bit of a drive, but the food is incredible and the atmosphere is really unique. Plus, it is less crowded than the place we originally picked. More intimate. You know, my stomach gave a little lurch. The restaurant we would agreed upon was a well-known establishment, right in the heart of downtown. Oh, I said, trying to sound casual. Is it far? I thought we were going to Giovanni's. He chuckled, a low, pleasant sound. Giovanni's is good, do not get me wrong. But this place, the Whispering Pines Lodge, it is something else. Trust me, it is my go-to for special occasions. A bit of a hidden gem. I promise you won't regret it. A hidden gem. That phrase always made me a little nervous. It was often code for way out in the middle of nowhere. But his smile was so reassuring, his tone so confident, that I found myself nodding. Okay, I said, a tiny seed of doubt already planted. As long as it is not too far. Not at all, he said, turning off the main street onto a smaller, less trafficked road. Just a scenic route. The scenic route quickly became less scenic and more isolated. The buildings of the city thinned out, replaced by stretches of dense woodland. The road, once smoothly paved, became narrower, and the asphalt began to show cracks, then patches of gravel. The streetlights disappeared, leaving only the dim glow of Mark's headlights cutting through the encroaching twilight. The air grew cooler, carrying the damp, earthy smell of trees and decaying leaves. "Are we sure this is the right way?" I asked, trying to keep my voice light, but I could feel a knot tightening in my stomach. My phone, which I had been idly scrolling through, now showed no service. I tried to tell myself it was just a dead zone, common enough in the countryside. Mark did not look at me, his gaze fixed on the road ahead. "Almost there," he said, his voice a little more clipped than before. "It is really deep in the woods. That is part of its charm." The trees on either side of the road grew taller, their branches intertwining overhead, forming a dark canopy that blocked out the last vestiges of the sunset. The car was now driving on a dirt track, the tires crunching loudly over loose stones. The silence in the car, once comfortable, had become oppressive. My heart started to beat a little faster. "Mark," I began, my voice a little shaky. "I am really not comfortable with this. This is not what I signed up for. Can we just turn back?" He finally glanced at me, his eyes catching the dashboard light. His smile was gone. His expression was utterly blank, devoid of the warmth I would seen earlier. It was like looking at a mask. "Do not be silly, Chloe," he said, his voice flat, almost devoid of emotion. "We are almost there. You will love it." Panic, cold and sharp, pricked at my skin. This was not right. Nothing about this was right. My dream, that strange, unsettling memory, suddenly felt less like a dream and more like a premonition. The quiet, the isolation, the way he was looking at me, it all coalesced into a terrifying certainty. I was in danger. I tried the door handle. Locked. Of course. My breath hitched in my throat. I fumbled for my phone again, a useless brick in my hand. "Mark, seriously, turn the car around." I demanded, my voice rising. "I want to go home. Right now." He did not respond. He just kept driving, his knuckles white on the steering wheel, his jaw set. The car bumped and swayed over the uneven terrain, deeper and deeper into the suffocating darkness of the woods. The trees seemed to press in on us, their shadows dancing like skeletal figures in the periphery of the headlights. I started to hyperventilate, my chest tightening. I was alone with a stranger, miles from anywhere, and he was taking me somewhere I did not want to go. After what felt like an eternity, but was probably only 10 minutes, the car slowed. He pulled off the dirt track and into a small, overgrown clearing. The headlights illuminated a dense wall of trees on all sides. There was no sign of a lodge, no building, nothing but the silent, looming forest. The air was thick with the scent of pine and damp earth, and something else, something subtly metallic like old blood. He cut the engine. The sudden silence was deafening, broken only by the frantic thumping of my heart and the distant hoot of an owl. "Where are we?" I whispered, my voice barely audible. My hands were shaking so badly I had to clench them into fists. Mark turned to face me. The interior of the car was dark, but I could make out the cold, hard glint in his eyes. The friendly, charming man from Tinder was gone, replaced by something utterly alien and terrifying. "We are here, Chloe," he said, his voice low, a chilling calm to it. "This is where we're going to have our special occasion." My mind raced, trying to find an escape, a way out. I was trapped. I tried the door again, rattling the handle uselessly. "Let me out." "Mark, what do you want?" He reached over, slowly, deliberately, and unbuckled his seatbelt. The click echoed loudly in the confined space. "What I want," he said, his gaze unwavering, "is to introduce you to someone. Or, rather, something." He opened his door. A rush of cold air filled the car. I saw him reach into the back seat, and my blood ran cold. He pulled out something long and heavy, shrouded in a dark cloth. My eyes widened in horror. It looked like a shovel. Please, I begged, tears streaming down my face. Do not do this. I have money. I won't tell anyone. Just let me go. He ignored me, stepping out of the car. I heard the crunch of his boots on the fallen leaves. My heart was pounding so hard, I thought it would burst through my ribs. This was it. This was how it ended. In a surge of adrenaline-fueled desperation, I threw myself across the console, clawing at the driver's side door. It was still locked. I hammered on the window, screaming, but my voice was swallowed by the vast, indifferent wilderness. Mark was walking around the front of the car, the shovel held casually over his shoulder. He looked like a man going to tend his garden, not a predator about to commit a heinous act. As he reached my door, I saw my chance. He was fumbling with something in his other hand, a set of keys. Probably my door was still locked, but maybe I could surprise him. I braced myself. The moment he unlocked it, I would push it open and run. It was a slim chance, but it was all I had. The click of the lock was loud in the silence. I shoved the door open with all my might, catching him off guard. He stumbled back, dropping the keys with a clatter. I scrambled out of the car, not bothering to look back, and plunged into the darkness of the woods. Branches lashed at my face and arms. Twigs snagged my dress, but I did not care. I ran blindly, fueled by pure terror, the metallic scent in the air growing stronger. I could hear Mark shouting my name behind me, his voice no longer calm, but laced with chilling fury. His footsteps were heavy, purposeful, closing in. My lungs burned, my legs ached, but I pushed myself harder. The ground was uneven, covered in roots and moss, and I stumbled repeatedly, catching myself just before falling. The darkness was absolute, save for the faint, ghostly glow of the distant car headlights, which seemed to mock my futile escape. I had no idea where I was going, just away from him, away from the car, away from whatever horror awaited me there. Suddenly, my foot caught on something, and I went down hard, hitting my head on a root. Pain exploded behind my eyes, and for a moment, the world spun. I tasted blood in my mouth. Before I could even push myself up, a heavy weight landed on my back, pinning me to the ground. You should not have done that. Chloe. Mark's voice was a low growl, right next to my ear. His breath was hot and smelled faintly of something sweet and sickly, like rotten fruit. I struggled, kicking and screaming, but he was too strong. He twisted my arm behind my back, forcing me face down into the damp earth. The smell of the soil, mixed with the strange metallic tang, filled my nostrils. I felt a rough hand clamp over my mouth, stifling my cries. "Be quiet," he hissed. "You will just make it worse." He dragged me, not back toward the car, but deeper into the woods, through a thicket of thorny bushes that tore at my clothes and skin. My head throbbed, and a dull ache spread through my arm. I was helpless, completely at his mercy. After what felt like an eternity of being dragged through the undergrowth, we reached another clearing. This one was different. It was not just a natural break in the trees. This was a place of purpose. In the center of the clearing stood a crudely fashioned altar made of rough-hewn stones, stained dark with what I desperately hoped was just moss and dirt, but my racing mind screamed otherwise. Around it, in a loose circle, were tall, gnarled trees, their branches devoid of leaves, reaching like skeletal fingers toward the moonless sky. Strange symbols, etched into the bark of the trees, seemed to glow faintly in the profound darkness, almost imperceptible unless you were looking for them. And then there was the smell. It was overpowering here, the metallic stench, now mingled with something else, something rotten and sweet, like a charnel house. My eyes, adjusting to gloom, made out other details. Scattered on the ground were bones, bleached white and brittle, some small, some disturbingly large. And in front of the altar, a shallow pit, freshly dug, the disturbed earth a dark smear against a forest floor. Mark forced me to my feet, pushing me toward the altar. My legs felt like jelly, but I had no choice but to stumble forward. He still had a vice-like grip on my arm. "Behold, Chloe," he whispered, his voice almost reverent. "The heart of the woods, the place where the old ways are honored." I stared at the altar, my mind reeling. This was not a serial killer's lair. This was something far, far worse. This was a place of ritual, of sacrifice. He pushed me onto the cold, hard stone of the altar. It was surprisingly smooth, almost polished in places. I could feel faint indentations, like ancient carvings, beneath my trembling fingers. I tried to scream, but my throat was raw, and only a hoarse croak escaped. "Do not worry," Mark said, his voice strangely gentle now, a terrifying contrast to the situation. "It won't hurt for long, and you'll be giving a great gift, an offering for the old one." He pulled something from his pocket. It was a small, ornate knife, its blade glinting wickedly in the faint ambient light. My blood ran cold. This was not about a quick, impersonal murder. This was about something ritualistic, something deeply, profoundly disturbing. What old one? I choked out, tears streaming down my face, mingling with the dirt and blood. He smiled a wide, unsettling grin that stretched his face. "The one who watches, the one who waits, the one who demands. These woods, Chloe, they are not just trees and dirt. They are alive, and they need to be fed." He raised a knife. I closed my eyes, bracing myself for the inevitable, picturing that fleeting, unsettling dream of Sarah and Lisa, wondering if this was a true nightmare I was meant to wake up from. But there was no waking up from this. Just as the blade began its descent, a guttural, inhuman shriek tore through the silence of the woods. It was not Mark. It was something else, something massive, something ancient and filled with a primal hunger. The sound was so raw, so full of untamed malice, that it froze me to the bone. Mark froze too, the knife hovering inches from my chest. His eyes, wide with mixture of fear and reverence, darted towards the surrounding trees. "No," he whispered, his voice trembling. "It is not time. I have not prepared her properly." The shriek came again, closer this time, accompanied by the crashing of branches and the snapping of twigs, as if something impossibly large was moving rapidly through the dense undergrowth. The air grew heavy, thick with an oppressive cold that seeped into my very bones. The strange symbols on the trees around the clearing began to glow brighter, pulsing with an eerie, sickly green light. Mark, for all his terrifying composure, was now visibly terrified. He dropped the knife. It clattered on the stone altar, inches from my head. He did not even look at me. His eyes were fixed on the darkness beyond the pulsing trees. "It is hungry," he whimpered, a frantic edge to his voice. "It is too hungry. I needed more time." A shadow, impossibly vast, detached itself from the deeper darkness beyond the glowing trees. It was shapeless, yet utterly present, a looming void that seemed to absorb all light and sound. It moved with disturbing fluidity, not walking, but gliding, oozing towards the clearing. The air grew colder still, and the metallic smell intensified, now mixed with something acrid, like ozone. Mark stumbled back, his face ashen. He was no longer the predator, but another terrified victim, caught in the grip of something far older and more powerful than himself. He turned to run, but the shadow was too fast. It enveloped him, not with a roar or a violent attack, but with a silent, consuming embrace. I heard a choked gasp, a gurgling sound, and then nothing. The shadow pulsed, seemed to shrink slightly, then began to recede back into the darkness from which it came, leaving behind only the profound, suffocating silence. I lay there on the altar, paralyzed by terror, my eyes wide open, staring into the spot where Mark had just been. There was no trace of him. No body, no blood, nothing but the undisturbed forest floor. It was as if he had simply ceased to exist. The green glow of the symbols on the trees slowly faded, plunging the clearing back into near total darkness. The oppressive cold began to recede, replaced by the usual damp chill of the woods. The metallic smell, however, lingered, a haunting reminder of what just transpired. My body was screaming in pain, my mind a chaotic mess of fear and disbelief. I was alive, but at what cost? What had I just witnessed? What thing had consumed Mark? Slowly, painstakingly, I pushed myself up from the altar. My muscles screamed in protest, but the primal urge to escape, to get as far away from this place as possible, overrode everything else. I stumbled off the stone, my bare feet crunching on the scattered bones on the ground. I did not dare look down. I found the knife Mark had dropped. My hand closed around the cold hilt. It felt like a small, insignificant weapon against whatever lurked in these woods, but it was something. I started to walk, not run. My body was too battered, my mind too shattered for anything but a slow, shuffling gait. I moved in the direction I thought the car had been, praying that the headlights were still on, a beacon in this nightmare. Every snap of a twig, every rustle of leaves, sent a fresh wave of terror through me. I imagined the shadow, the old one, waiting, watching, ready to consume me too. It took what felt like an eternity, but eventually, through a gap in the trees, I saw the faint, ghostly glow of Mark's car headlights. They were still on, cutting through the dense darkness. A small spark of hope flickered within me. I stumbled toward the car, my heart pounding with a desperate urgency. When I reached it, I did not hesitate. I opened the passenger door, my hand still trembling, and slid into the seat. The keys. I remembered. Mark had dropped them. I searched frantically on the ground around the driver's side, my fingers brushing against cold leaves and damp earth. After a tense minute, I found them, nestled in a patch of moss. With shaking hands, I inserted the key into the ignition. The engine turned over with a reassuring rumble. I put the car in reverse, backing out clearing, then turned it around and sped down the dirt track, not care about the bumps or the potholes. I drove as fast as the terrain would allow, desperate to put as much distance as possible between myself and that horrifying clearing. I did not stop until I saw the familiar glow of distant streetlights, until the dirt track became a paved road, until I had a faint bar of cell service. My phone buzzed with notifications, missed calls, texts from worried friends. It was 3 a.m. I had been gone for hours. I pulled over the side of the road, my body racked with shivers, tears streaming down my face. I called 911, my voice hoarse and broken. My date. I sobbed into the phone. He took me into the woods. He is gone. Something took him. I saw it. The dispatcher was calm, professional, but her questions were laced with polite skepticism. Madam, can you tell me exactly where you are? What happened? Who is this person? I tried to explain, but the words tumbled out incoherently, disjointed fragments of a nightmare that no one would ever believe. A hidden altar, glowing symbols, an ancient entity, a man consumed by shadow. It sounded insane, even to my own ears. The police arrived, their flashing lights a jarring contrast to the lingering darkness in my mind. They took my statement, trying to piece together my frantic story. They found Mark's car, still running, with my fingerprints all over it. They searched the woods, found no trace of the altar, no symbols, no bones, no pit. Nothing but trees and silence. They suspected I was in shock, perhaps suffering from some kind of psychotic break. They asked if I knew Mark well, if we had a fight, if I had any history of mental health issues. They looked at me with pity and a barely concealed suspicion. They could not find Mark, and without a body, without any evidence of what I claimed, there was nothing they could do. They treated me like a victim of a traumatic event, but one whose mind had fractured under the strain, not a witness to something truly monstrous. I went home, but it was not home anymore. Every shadow held a lurking threat. Every rustle of leaves sounded like the approach of something unspeakable. The dream of Lisa and Sarah, once a fading memory, now seemed terrifyingly real. Another layer of forgotten horror. Was I truly awake now, or had I simply stumbled into another nightmare? I never used Tinder again. I never went into the woods. But sometimes, late at night, when the wind whispers through the trees outside my window, I can still hear that inhuman shriek, still feel the crushing cold, and still smell that metallic, rotten sweet scent. And I know with an absolute, chilling certainty that the old one is still out there, waiting, and it is still hungry. The bobby pin clattered to the floor, a tiny metallic sound swallowed by the cavernous silence of my room. Julian did not even look at it. He just stared at me, his eyes devoid of the charming warmth I would once been so foolishly drawn to. Now, they were cold, calculating, like a predator observing a trapped animal. The stool, that pathetic ladder to a fleeting hope, stood between us, a stark monument to my failure. A test, he murmured, his voice soft, almost a whisper, but it echoed like a thunderclap in my ears. I thought you might try something like this. You are resourceful, are not you? That is what I like about you. He reached out, his long fingers closing around the edge of the vent I would work so hard to loosen. With a sickening screech of metal, he ripped it from the wall, tearing away a chunk of drywall with it. Dust motes danced in the dim light, filtering through the heavily curtained window. The gaping hole in the wall, once potential gateway to freedom, now looked like a wound, bleeding plaster and exposing the dark, empty space beyond. More deadbolts, he promised, his smile thin, humorless, and perhaps a more secure method of ventilation. He tossed a mangled vent onto the floor beside the bobby pin, then turned to leave. Just before he stepped out, he paused, his gaze sweeping over me. Do not worry, darling. We will get this right. We will perfect it. The door clicked shut, the sound of the locking mechanism a final, crushing blow. I stood there frozen, the chill from the exposed wall seeping into my skin. My small room, once a sanctuary from the world, then a cage, now felt like a tomb. The bobby pin, my tiny secret, my last flicker of hope, had been nothing but a cruel joke, a lure in his twisted game. He had not forgotten the stool. He would left it. He knew. He had known all along. Every small act of defiance, every whispered prayer, every desperate thought escape, he would have been watching, waiting, playing me like a marionette. The days that followed bled into weeks, a horrifying monotony punctuated by Julian's increasingly elaborate tests. He did not just add deadbolts, he reinforced the door with steel plates, installed a heavy-duty lock that looked like it belonged on a bank vault, and even covered the tiny gap under the door with a thick rubber seal. The windows, already opaque and nailed shut, now had bars, not the decorative kind, but thick, unyielding iron. He called them enhancements. My world shrank, not just physically, but psychologically. The air in the room grew stale, heavy with my own despair. I stopped trying. What was the point? Every avenue I explored, every tiny spark of rebellion, was met with a calculated countermeasure, tightening the invisible chains that bound me. He would leave a small tool out, then watch me from a hidden camera, only to appear just as I was about to make progress, his eyes gleaming with a sick satisfaction. It was a macabre dance, and I was always the one stumbling. I remembered the missing poster. My own dead-eyed face, staring back, declared me lost. Last seen struggling with the mundane. Beloved by one. The words had chilled me to bone then, but now they felt like an epitaph. Struggling with the mundane, that was me before him. Lonely, a little lost, craving connection. And beloved by one that was him. His twisted, possessive love, a brand that seared itself onto my very soul. He called himself Mark, initially. Mark, the charming, witty, intelligent man who had swept me off my feet from a dating app. Tinder. God, the irony. I had been so naive, so desperate for someone to see me, to care. I remember the loneliness. It was a dull ache, a constant companion that whispered doubts in my ear. My friends were busy with their lives, their partners, their careers. I was stuck in a rut, my job unfulfilling, my apartment too quiet. So I did what millions of others did. I swiped. His profile picture was striking: a man with kind eyes and a warm smile, standing in front of a majestic mountain range. His bio was clever, self-deprecating, and hinted at a love for art and literature. We matched, and then the messages started. He was everything I thought I wanted. Attentive, funny, genuinely interested in my life. He listened. He remembered details. He made me feel seen. We talked for hours on the phone, sometimes late into the night. It felt easy, natural, like we would known each other forever. I started to believe that. Maybe, just maybe, my luck was finally changing. Our first date was at a cozy little cafe. He brought me a single rose, a deep crimson, and his smile was even more captivating in person. We talked for hours, the conversation flowing effortlessly. He was so charismatic, so charming. I felt myself falling, fast and hard. There were moments, fleeting seconds, when his gaze would linger a little too long, a strange intensity in his eyes that made a tiny, unbidden shiver run down my spine. But I dismissed it. Nerves, excitement. He was just really into me. The second date, he suggested dinner at a new, exclusive restaurant a bit out of town. He said he wanted to surprise me, that the ambience was incredible. I was thrilled. I dressed up, feeling a flutter of anticipation. He picked me up in a sleek, dark car, the interior immaculate. He complimented my dress, his eyes warm, his hand briefly touching my arm. I remember feeling a blush creep up my neck, a sensation I had not felt in years. We drove out of the city, the familiar skyline slowly receding in the rearview mirror. The sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of orange and purple. We chatted mostly about my day, my hopes for the future. He asked probing questions, always about me, always making me feel like the most important person in the world. Almost there, he said a little while later. It is a bit of a drive, but trust me, it is worth it. I peered out the window. The suburban sprawl had given way to rolling hills, then increasingly dense tree lines. The road narrowed, becoming less paved, more gravelly. Streetlights vanished, replaced by the occasional, widely spaced farmhouse with a single, lonely porch light. Are we gonna farm to table place? I joked, trying to lighten the growing unease in my stomach. It feels like we are heading to the middle of nowhere. He chuckled, a low, rumbling sound. Something like that. It is rustic, very exclusive. The car turned off the main road, onto an even smaller, unpaved track. The trees pressing on us, their branches forming a dark canopy overhead. The air grew cooler, heavier with the smell of damp earth and pine. The only light now came from the car's headlights, cutting through the encroaching gloom. The silence in the car became oppressive, broken only by the crunch of tires on gravel. My heart started to beat a little faster. "Mark," I said, my voice a little too high, "where exactly are we going? I do not see any signs of a restaurant." He glanced at me, his smile still in place, but it felt different, less genuine, more fixed. "Patience, darling. It is a surprise, remember." A cold knot formed in my stomach. This was not right. The hairs on the back of my neck prickled. I tried to remember the name of the restaurant he would mention, but he never had. Just a new, exclusive place. "I am really not comfortable," I said, trying to keep my voice steady. "Can we turn back? I think I would just prefer something closer to home." His smile did not waver. "Oh, but we are almost there. You would not want to miss it." His tone was calm, almost soothing, but it sent a fresh wave of panic through me. This was not a kind, gentle man anymore. There was an edge to his voice, a subtle shift in his demeanor that screamed danger. I looked around desperately, but there was nothing but trees, dense and dark, an impenetrable wall of nature. No houses, no lights, no signs of civilization. We were deep in the woods. Mark, pull over. I demanded, my voice trembling now. I mean it. Pull the car over now. He chuckled again, a dry, humorless sound. Now, do not be difficult. My blood ran cold. The charming facade had cracked, and what lay beneath was something predatory, something utterly terrifying. He was not taking me to dinner. He was taking me somewhere. And I knew, with a sickening certainty, that it was not going to be good. I fumbled for my phone, my fingers clumsy with fear. It was not in my purse. Had I left it on the charger? No, I always had it. I remembered placing it in my pocket before he arrived. I patted my pockets, my hand shaking. Nothing. He must have seen my frantic movements. Looking for this, he asked, his voice dripping with amusement. He held up my phone, a triumphant smirk on his face. It was powered off. You won't be needing it where we are going. My breath hitched. What do you want? I stammered, tears stinging my eyes. Who are you? His smile twisted into something grotesque, a predatory baring of teeth. I am your artist, darling. And you are my masterpiece. The car slowed, then came to a complete stop. The engine cut out, plunging us into an eerie silence, broken only by the chirping of crickets and the rustling of leaves in the unseen breeze. The darkness outside was absolute, a suffocating blanket that pressed in on the car. He turned to me, his eyes gleaming in the faint light from the dashboard. Time to begin, he said, his voice flat, devoid of any warmth. He reached into the glove compartment and pulled out a small, dark cloth. Panic seized me, raw and primal. I screamed, a guttural sound that tore from my throat, and lunged to the door handle. It was locked. I clawed at it, my nails scraping against the cold metal. I kicked at the dashboard, thrashed in my seat, anything to create a diversion, to get away. He was surprisingly strong. His hand clamped over my mouth, stifling my screams, and the other pressed the cloth against my nose and mouth. A sickly sweet smell filled my nostrils, chemical and cloying. I struggled, fought with every ounce of strength I had, but my movements grew sluggish, my limbs heavy. The world began to spin, the edges blurring. His face, distorted and menacing, was the last thing I saw before darkness swallowed me whole. I woke up to a throbbing headache and the realization that I was no longer in the car. I was in a bed, a soft mattress beneath me, but the room was unfamiliar. It was sparsely furnished, with heavy curtains blocking out all light. A small lamp on a bedside table cast a dim glow, revealing a wooden dresser and a single chair. My clothes were gone, replaced by a simple cotton nightgown. The door opened, and he walked in, carrying a tray with a glass of water and some crackers. His expression was calm, almost solicitous. The monster from the woods was gone, replaced by the charming Mark. But I knew better now. "Good morning, Sleeping Beauty," he said, his voice unervingly gentle. "You had quite a rough night. Here, you must be thirsty." I recoiled, pushing myself against the headboard, my eyes wide with terror. "Where am I? What have you done to me?" He set the tray down on the bedside table. "You are safe, darling. You are home now. My home." He gestured vaguely around the room. "This will be your room. My home." The word sent a fresh wave of nausea through me. This was not my home. This was a prison. "I want to leave." I whispered, tears streaming down my face. "Please, let me go." He sat on the edge of the bed, his presence overwhelming. "Oh, no, darling. We have just begun. You see, I have been looking for someone like you for a very long time. Someone who truly understands the beauty of creation. And you are the perfect muse." He then showed me the poster. My face, lifeless and pale, staring back. Missing. Last seen struggling with the mundane. Beloved by one. Julian. Not Mark. Julian. He introduced himself then, his true name with chilling pride. He had meticulously crafted this entire scenario. from the dating profile to the secluded house in the woods. He was an artist, and I was his art, back in the present. The memory of that night still had the power to make me tremble. I was still in that house, still his prisoner, still his masterpiece. Julian's presence was a constant, suffocating weight. He would come into my room at precise times: breakfast, lunch, dinner, and then for his visits. During these visits, he would sit in the armchair he would place opposite my bed, watching me. Sometimes he would talk, sometimes he would just stare. He would talk about his vision, his projects, his art. He never mentioned the outside world, never acknowledged my pleas for freedom. It was as if my previous life had simply ceased to exist, replaced by this grotesque reality he had manufactured. My initial attempts to resist, to argue, to plead, had been met with a cold, unyielding silence. When I pushed, he would withdraw, leaving me alone for longer periods, without food or water, until my desperation forced me to comply. He never raised his voice, never laid a hand on me in anger, but his control was absolute. It was a psychological torment far more insidious than any physical abuse. He was stripping me of my will, my identity, piece by agonizing piece. The house itself was a maze of locked doors and shrouded windows. I never saw the outside world, not even a glimpse. The only sounds were the creaks and groans of the old house, the distant call crows, and Julian's footsteps. He moved with a quiet efficiency, his presence often announced only by the faint scent of old books and something metallic like copper that always seemed to cling to him. One evening, after the vent incident, Julian's routine shifted. He did not come for his usual visit. Instead, I heard him moving around downstairs, a muffled banging, the dragging of heavy objects. A new tremor of fear ran through me. What was he doing? Was he preparing another test? Or something worse? The next morning he brought me breakfast, but his eyes held a new, unsettling glint. He did not sit. He just stood by the door, watching me eat. "I have a new project," he announced, his voice almost giddy. "The final piece. I think. It has taken me a long time to conceptualize, to gather the materials, but it is almost ready." My spoon clattered against the bowl. My stomach clenched. "What project?" He smiled, a wide, unsettling grin that stretched his lips, revealing perfectly white teeth. "You will see. Soon. Very soon." He left then, and the silence that followed was heavier than usual, laden with unspoken dread. The final piece. What did that mean for me? Was I the final piece? The thought sent shivers down my spine. My mind raced, trying to conjure any scenario, any explanation, but nothing made sense. His art was a mystery, a dark, twisted secret he kept locked away in his own mind. The banging and dragging resumed that day, and continued for the next two. I heard the whirring of power tools, the faint smell of sawdust and paint. He was building something significant. On the third day, the house was silent, eerily so. No sound from downstairs, no Julian. My heart hammered against my ribs. Had he left? Was he gone? A tiny, fragile tendril of hope, quickly crushed by the memory of his unwavering control. He would not just leave. This was another test. Or worse. Hours passed. The sun set, plunging my room into an oppressive darkness. I sat huddled on my bed, listening, straining to hear any sound. My imagination, a cruel master, conjured images of him lurking outside my door, just waiting for me to make a move. Finally, late into the night, I heard his footsteps, slow, deliberate, ascending the stairs. My breath hitched, the doorknob turned, and the heavy door swung inward. He stood there, silhouetted against the dim light of the hallway. He was not smiling. His face was unreadable. "Come with me," he said, his voice soft, almost gentle. "It is time." My legs felt like lead, but I could not disobey. There was an unspoken command in his voice, an absolute certainty that left no room for refusal. I slid off the bed, my bare feet cold on the wooden floor. He led me out of my room, down the familiar hallway, and then, instead of turning toward the stairs, he stopped in front of a door I had never noticed before. It was a plain, unpainted wooden door, blending almost seamlessly into the wall. He produced a key from his pocket and unlocked it. The click of the tumblers echoed loudly in the silent house. He pushed the door open, revealing a short, dark corridor. A faint, flickering light emanated from the end of it. The metallic, coppery smell I would sometimes detect it on him was strong here, making my stomach churn. "Walk," he commanded, a hand gently on my back. I stepped into the corridor, my heart pounding a frantic rhythm against my ribs. The floor felt rough beneath my feet, like unfinished concrete. The air was colder here, damp and heavy. As I moved closer to the light, the coppery smell grew even stronger, thick and cloying, like an abattoir. The corridor opened into a large room. The flickering light came from a single bare bulb hanging from the ceiling, casting long, dancing shadows. My eyes struggled to adjust, and then, as they did, I saw it. The room was vast, an old basement or perhaps a converted garage. The walls were bare concrete, streaked with what looked like rust. But it was not rust. It was a dry, dark crimson, splattered and smeared in patterns that were both random and deliberate. The smell of copper was overwhelming now, a stench that filled my mouth and nose, making me gag. And in the center of the room, under the single, swaying bulb, was a structure. It was made of wood and metal, like a large, elaborate easel, but it was far too big for a canvas. It was tall, roughly my height, with various straps and clamps. And on it, stretched taut, was a large, rectangular piece of something. Something pale. Something that caught the dim light and reflected it back with sickly sheen. My gaze traveled upwards, following the lines of the structure, until I finally focused on the canvas. My breath caught in my throat, a scream lodging itself there, unable to escape. It was not a canvas. It was skin, human skin, stretched, preserved, and meticulously pinned to the wooden frame. And on it, etched in what looked like dried blood, were intricate patterns, symbols, and words. My eyes darted around the room. On a table nearby, I saw an array of tools, scalpels, needles, various sharp instruments, brushes, and pots of dark, viscous liquid. And then I saw the other pieces, smaller frames, leaning against a far wall, each holding another piece of stretched skin. Some were larger, some smaller. Some bore disturbing patterns. Others seemed to be parts of faces, or limbs. I felt a cold, paralyzing terror seize me. My world, which I thought had already imploded, twisted into an even more grotesque nightmare. This was his art. This was what he did. Julian stepped past me, his movements fluid and unhurried. He walked over to the central frame, his eyes gleaming with manic satisfaction as he admired his work. He reached out, his finger tracing a line on the taut skin. "Beautiful. Is not it?" he whispered, his voice filled with reverence that was utterly chilling. The texture, the canvas itself, is a living testament. A story. Each piece a chapter. He turned to me, his gaze sweeping over my face, my body, lingering for a moment on my unblemished skin. A slow, terrifying smile spread across his face. "And you, my darling," he said, his voice dropping to a low, intimate tone that made my blood run cold. "You are the final chapter. The masterpiece." My knees buckled. The coppery smell, the sight of the flayed skin. Julian's words had all coalesced into a single, horrifying truth. The missing poster. Last seen struggling with the mundane. Beloved by one. The artist. The perfect mirage. He had not just taken me from my life. He was going to take my life from me, piece by agonizing piece, to create his ultimate work of art. My small, desperate hope had been nothing but a prelude to a horror I could not even have imagined. And now, I was standing in the gallery of his gruesome creations, realizing that I was next. The world did not just go dark and imploded. 1 second, the cold, hard truth of Mark's face, twisted into something monstrous, was inches from mine. The next, a blinding white flash, a deafening crack, and then nothing. Just a vast, echoing emptiness, a void far more terrifying than the one my amnesia had left me with. This was a void I knew I would not be returning from. I woke up to a throbbing, relentless pain behind my eyes, a dull ache that resonated deep in my skull. My tongue felt like sandpaper, and my throat burned as if I would swallowed embers. For a moment, a disorienting, terrifying moment, I did not know where I was. There was a rough, unfamiliar texture beneath my cheek, a faint musty smell, and a pervasive chill of stale air. My head spun and my stomach lurched. I tasted blood, metallic and sharp, and realized my lip was split. Then, like a tidal wave crashing over me, it all came back. Mark, the flyer, my face, the horrifying realization, his menacing whisper, the struggle, the slam. Oh God, the slam. My hand instinctively went to the back of my head, finding a tender, swollen lump. Every beat of my heart sent a fresh wave of agony through it. My eyes fluttered open, struggling to focus in the dim, oppressive light. I was lying on what felt like a thin, lumpy mattress, probably just some old foam pad, on the floor. The air was thick and heavy, smelling faintly of damp concrete and something else, something sweet and cloying, like decaying flowers. I pushed myself up, groaning, my muscles stiff and protesting. My vision swam, but I forced it to clear. I was in a room. Not just any room, but a basement. The kind you see in movies. The kind that makes your skin crawl just looking at it. The walls were unfinished concrete blocks, mottled with dark stains that could have been anything from water damage to dried blood. A single, bare bulb hung precariously from the ceiling, casting long, dancing shadows that made the corners of the room seem to writhe with unseen horrors. There was no window, no natural light whatsoever. Just a cold, unforgiving grayness. Panic, cold and sharp, clawed its way up my throat. I scrambled to my feet, my legs wobbly, my head still pounding. I had to get out. I had to. I stumbled towards the only visible exit ahead, wooden door set into one of the concrete walls. It was thick, solid, and looked like it belonged on a medieval dungeon. I threw my weight against it, grunting with effort, but it did not budge. I tried the knob. Locked. Of course, it was locked. My breath hitched, a strangled sob escaping my lips. I pounded on the door, my fists raw against the unyielding wood. Mark, let me out, please. Mark. My voice was hoarse, cracking with desperation, echoing eerily in confined space. No answer, only the sound of my own ragged breathing and the frantic pounding of my heart. I sank to the floor, my back against the cold concrete, my knees drawn up to my chest. Tears streamed down my face, hot trails against my cold skin. This was it. This was the end. I was gone, just like the flyer said. Clara Jenkins, last seen now trapped in a nightmare. Hours passed, or maybe it was just minutes. Time lost all meaning in that suffocating silence. My fear ebbed and flowed, sometimes a raging torrent, sometimes a dull, persistent hum beneath my skin. I tried to think, to strategize, but my mind was a jumbled mess of terror and pain. Then a sound, a faint scraping, then a click. My head snapped up. The door. It was opening. Slowly, cautiously, it swung inwards, revealing not a sliver of light from above, but only the darkness of a stairwell. A figure emerged in the gloom, silhouetted against the faint light, filtering down from upstairs. Mark. He descended the steps, one hand on the railing, the other holding a tray. He looked normal. Too normal. His hair was neatly combed, his shirt uncreased. He had that same gentle, almost shy smile he would worn on our first date, the one that had made me feel safe. It was a grotesque mask, a terrifying deception. Clara, he said, his voice soft, almost soothing. You are awake. Good. I flinched back, pressing myself further into the wall, my eyes wide with a primal terror. Stay away from me. I whispered, my voice barely audible. He ignored me, stepping into the basement and carefully placing the tray on a small, rickety table near the wall. On it, I saw a plate of food, a sandwich, some fruit, and a glass of water. A gesture of normalcy in a profoundly abnormal situation. It was sickening. He turned to me, his smile unwavering. I was worried about you after the incident. You hit your head quite hard. I am so sorry. Clara, I truly am. My blood ran cold. He was apologizing for knocking me out and imprisoning me. This was not just a monster, this was a psychopath. You are sorry. I spat, finding a sudden surge of venom. You are sorry. You kidnapped me. Mark, you lied to me. You manipulated me. You stole my life. His smile faltered, a flicker of something dark passing through his eyes before being quickly masked. Stole your life. Clara, I gave you a life. A new one. A better one. He took a step towards me, and I instinctively recoiled. You were lost. Alone. A blank slate. I merely helped you fill in the gaps. By making me believe you were my savior. I choked out, tears stinging my eyes again. By making me fall in love with my captor. He sighed, a sound of genuine regret, as if I was being unreasonable. Love is a strong word. Clara, but I did make you feel safe, did not I? I made you feel seen. I gave you hope. That was not a lie. My feelings for you, they are very real. He paused, his gaze intense, unnerving. And they always have been. What are you talking about? He walked over to the table, picked up the glass of water, and offered it to me. I stared at it, then at him, suspicion warring with a desperate thirst. Do not you dare think I would take anything from you. He chuckled softly, a sound that grated on my nerves. Oh, Clara, still so defiant. I like that about you. It is what drew me to you in the first place. He placed the glass back on the table. You look tired. You should eat. You need your strength. Strength for what? I challenged, my voice shaking. His smile returned, wider this time, but devoid of warmth. For our future, of course. He pulled up a folding chair from a corner I had not noticed and sat down, facing me, a few feet away. His hands rested on his knees, perfectly calm. Too calm. You see, Clara, I have been watching you for a very long time. My stomach dropped. What? Before your incident, he elaborated, as if it was a minor inconvenience. I used to see you around town. You worked at the library, did not you? Always with your nose in a book. So quiet, so thoughtful. I always wanted to talk to you, but I was shy. And you always seemed so busy, so focused on your studies. He paused, a dreamy look on his face. I learned your routine. Your favorite coffee shop, the park bench you would read on, the route you took home. I knew your name, Clara Jenkins. I knew you were intelligent, kind, beautiful. I knew everything about you. My blood ran cold. This was not just a random encounter. This was a calculated, long-term obsession. You were stalking me. I whispered, the words catching my throat. He waved a dismissive hand. Stalking is such a harsh word. I prefer to think of it as observing. Getting to know the real you before I made my move. He leaned forward, his eyes gleaming in the dim light. But then, that terrible accident happened. The hit and run. They never found the driver, did they? The police wrote it off as a tragic mystery. My mind reeled. An accident. A hit and run. My amnesia was not just a sudden void, it was the result of a physical trauma. And he knew about it. How? How do you know about that? I demanded, my voice raw. He smiled, a slow, predatory unveiling of teeth. Because I was there. Clara, I saw it all. I saw you lie in the street, unconscious, bleeding. And I knew in that moment that fate had finally intervened. It was my chance. Our chance. A horrifying realization dawned on me, chilling me to the bone. You did not cause it, did you? He tilted his head, a faint, almost innocent shrug. Cause it? No. But I certainly facilitated the aftermath. I made sure no one else found you. I took you to a safe place. I cared for you. Clara, I nursed you back to health. You kidnapped me from the scene of an accident. I screamed, the full horror of it washing over me. You let my family think I was dead or missing. You let them grieve. His expression hardened, the mask of concern finally cracking. Your family, they did not understand you. Clara, they did not appreciate you. They would have tried to change you, mold you into something you were not. On the other hand, I accept you for who you are. All of you, even the parts you do not remember. He stood up and walked over to a small shelf built into the concrete wall. He picked up a photo frame. It was a picture of me, a picture I did not recognize, but it was undeniably me, smiling brightly, standing in front of a bookshelf. This was from the library. He said, holding it up, your colleague took it. You looked so happy that day. I kept it. He had my photos, my life, my memories, packaged and curated by him. It was a violation so profound, it made my skin crawl. You are sick. I whispered, my voice trembling. Sick. He chuckled, a dry, unsettling sound. No. Clara, I am devoted. I am dedicated. I am in love with the idea of us. A life where we can truly be ourselves without the pressures of the outside world. A life I have meticulously planned. He gestured around the concrete cell. This is just a temporary measure. Of course. Until you adjust. Until you understand. I will never understand. I cried, tears streaming down my face. I will never forgive you for this. He sighed again, a sound of weary resignation. You will. Clara, you will. We have plenty of time. All the time in the world. He placed the picture back on the shelf. Now, I suggest you eat. You need your strength. And I will be back in a few hours to check on you. Do not try anything foolish. This door is far more secure than you realize. And there are consequences for disobedience. With that chilling warning, he turned and ascended the stairs, his footsteps echoing in the stairwell. The door clicked shut, the heavy thud resonating through the concrete. The lock engaged with a final, metallic clunk. And I was alone again, left with the crushing weight of his words, the terrifying reality of my captivity, and the sickening realization that my amnesia was not a natural tragedy, but a monstrous opportunity, orchestrated by the man who claimed to love me. The food sat untouched on the table. My stomach churned, not from hunger, but from disgust. How could I eat anything he provided? Every bite would feel like an act of surrender. But as the hours stretched on, the gnawing emptiness of my gut began to compete with the fear. My head still throbbed and my body ached. I knew he was right about one thing. I needed my strength. If I was going to escape, if I was going to survive, I could not afford to be weak. Eventually, with a deep, shuddering breath, I crawled over to the table. I picked up the sandwich, my hand shaking. It was a simple turkey and cheese cut neatly. The fruit was a crisp AP bow. It looked normal, deceptively normal. I forced myself to take a bite, chewing slowly, mechanically. It tasted like ash in my mouth, but I swallowed. I drank the water, savoring its coolness against my parched throat. It felt like a small, pathetic victory, a tiny act of rebellion against his control. I would eat, I would survive, and I would find a way out. The days that followed blurred into a monotonous, terrifying routine. Mark would come down 2, sometimes 3, times a day. He would bring food, always simple, always bland, but sufficient. Sometimes he would bring a book, a newspaper, or a magazine, leaving them on the table as if I were a guest in a luxury suite, not a prisoner in a dungeon. He never stayed long, never spoke much beyond a few clipped sentences about my well-being or his plans for our future. He never touched me, not once, and that, in a way, was almost more unsettling. It suggested a level of control, a chilling patience, that was far more insidious than any overt act of violence. He was waiting for me to break, to accept, to submit. I spent my time meticulously examining every inch of my prison. The concrete walls were solid, unyielding. The ceiling was too high to reach, even if I stacked the flimsy chair and the mattress. The light bulb was encased in a metal cage, unreachable. The door was a fortress. I tried to pry at the frame with a spoon from one of his meals, but it was futile. The concrete was too strong, the wood too thick. My only hope, I realized, lay in Mark himself. I had to find a weakness, a flaw in his meticulously constructed world. He was obsessed with me, with the idea of us. Perhaps that obsession could be turned against him. One evening, Mark came down with a slightly different demeanor. He seemed agitated. He placed my tray on the table, but instead of leaving immediately, he paced for a moment, running a hand through his hair. "Are you feeling better?" "Clara," he asked, his voice tighter than usual. "As good as can be expected, given the circumstances." I replied, my voice flat. I had learned that defiance only seemed to fuel his twisted sense of control. A detached, almost bored tone seemed to annoy him more effectively. He stopped pacing and looked at me, a frustrated frown on his face. "You are still angry. I understand that. But you need to see this from my perspective. I saved you. I gave you a clean slate, a chance to be truly free." "Free?" I scoffed, gesturing around the grim basement. "This is your definition of freedom." He sighed, pinching the bridge of his nose. "It is temporary. I keep telling you that. Once you come to terms with our new life, once you truly understand, we can move upstairs. We can build a beautiful life together. I have even started decorating a room for you, a proper bedroom, with natural light. The idea of a proper bedroom, upstairs, furnished by my captor, made my stomach clench. "Why me?" "Mark," I asked, trying to keep my voice steady. "Why did you choose me?" He looked surprised by the question, as if it was obvious. "Because you were perfect. You were gentle, intelligent, and you had a quiet strength. You were not like the others. You did not chase after superficial things. You were real." He paused, his eyes softening, a dangerous glint in their depths. "And you reminded me of someone I lost. My blood ran, cold." "Who?" He turned away, walking to the shelf and picking up the photo of me again. "My sister. She was everything. But she was taken from me too soon. And then I saw you. So similar. So beautiful. And when I saw you lying in that street, Clara, it was like a sign. A second chance. A chance to protect someone I cared about. To build a life with them, away from all the dangers of the world." His sister. That was it. He was not just obsessed with me. He was projecting someone else onto me. I was a replacement, a living ghost. This was a crucial piece of information. His delusion was rooted in grief and loss. "Mark," I said, trying to inject a note of empathy into my voice, a desperate gamble. "I am not your sister. I am Clara, and I have my own life, my own family, who are probably heartbroken right now. You can't just replace someone who is gone. It is not fair to her, and it is not fair to me." He whirled around, his face suddenly contorted in a mask of fury. "Do not you dare speak her name. Do not you dare tell me what is fair. You do not know what I have been through. You do not know what it is like to lose everything. His voice rose, raw with pain and anger. I am giving you a second chance at life. Clara, a life you would not have had if I had not intervened. Do you understand? You owe me. He slammed the photo frame back onto the shelf, the glass rattling ominously. His chest heaved, his eyes blazing. This was the first time I would see him truly lose control, truly show the depth of his brokenness. It was terrifying, but it also offered a sliver of hope. He was vulnerable. I do not owe you anything, I said, my voice shaking but firm. You stole my life. Mark, you do not get to decide what is best for me. His eyes narrowed, and a chillingly calm expression replaced his rage. Oh, but I do. Clara, I absolutely do. And you will learn to appreciate it. You will learn to appreciate me. Because out there, he gestured vaguely upwards, the world is dangerous. It took my sister. It almost took you. But down here, you are safe. With me. He turned and walked toward the stairs, his movements deliberate, controlled once more. Think about what I said. And think about your attitude. We have a long journey ahead of us. Clara, it would be much easier if you cooperated. The door clanged shut and the lock engaged. I was left alone again, but this time something had shifted. I had seen the monster's wound, his grief, his delusion, his desperate need for control. It did not make him less dangerous, but it made him terrifyingly human. And humans had weaknesses. Weeks turned into a hellish eternity. My existence became a monotonous cycle of eating, sleeping, and searching for an escape. Mark continued his strange, twisted courtship. He brought me more books, mostly classic literature, which I devoured out of sheer boredom and a desperate need for mental stimulation. He even brought me a small radio, tuned to a classical music station, which offered a brief, fleeting connection to the world above. I knew it was all part of his plan, his attempt to normalize my captivity, to make me comfortable in my gilded cage. But I refused to be comfortable. I started observing him more closely during his visits. He always carried a set of keys, jingling faintly as he moved. He always locked the door from the outside. He never stayed more than 15 minutes. He seemed to have a schedule, a routine, and routines I knew could be exploited. One day, he brought down a small plastic bucket and a mop. I thought you might want to clean up a bit, he said, his tone casual. It gets a bit dusty down here. My heart hammered. This was it. An opportunity. A tool. The bucket was flimsy, the mop handle plastic, but it was something. I nodded, tried to appear grateful, eager. Thank you. Mark, that would be nice. He watched me for a moment, a faint, almost satisfied smile on his face, before turning and leaving. The door clicked shut. I wasted no time. I filled the bucket with water from a small, rusty faucet in the corner of faucet I would previously dismiss as useless, but now saw as a potential resource. I started scrubbing the concrete floor, meticulously, as if I genuinely cared about its cleanliness. But my real focus was the mop, specifically the handle. It was a hollow plastic tube, maybe an inch in diameter. Not strong enough to break the door, but perhaps something else. I worked slowly, methodically, my mind racing. I needed something sharp, something to pry. As I cleaned near the base of the door, I noticed a tiny, almost imperceptible crack in the concrete of the door frame, right near the hinge. It was hairline, probably old damage. If I could widen it, maybe I kept the mop handle close. During Mark's next visit, I made sure to be busy scrubbing the floor, my back to him, feigning humility. He seemed pleased. That is much better. Clara, he said, his voice approving. See, we can make this place quite livable. I mumbled something non-committal, my heart pounding. He left, and I immediately went to work. The plastic mop handle was too soft, too flexible. It just bent. I needed something harder. My eyes scanned the room, desperate. The rickety table. No, too big. The thin mattress. Useless. Then I remembered the books. He would brought me several. One was a thick, old hardcover, a copy of Wuthering Heights with a surprisingly sturdy spine. I tore off a page from the back, crumpled it up. He would not notice. I carefully, painstakingly, ripped off a small section of the book's hard spine. It was only about 3 inches long, maybe half an inch wide, but it was rigid, with a surprisingly sharp edge where the cardboard had been cut. It was not much, but it was all I had. I started to work on the crack in the concrete, slowly, carefully. It was agonizingly slow progress. The cardboard spine wore down quickly, but I was persistent. I used the sharpest corner, scraping and twisting, trying to widen the crack. My fingers ached, my nails broke, but I kept going. Hours turned into days. My small piece of cardboard was now a blunt, frayed stub. But the crack, it was slightly wider. Enough for me to stick a finger in. Almost. Then, a new plan formed. The lock. It was a heavy-duty deadbolt, but it had a visible screw plate on the inside. If I could get to those screws, I needed a screwdriver. Or something like it. My eyes fell on the metal cage around the light bulb. The cage was held in place by 4 small Phillips head screws. If I could get one of those out, this was a far more dangerous proposition. I had to reach the ceiling. I dragged a flimsy folding chair over, then carefully balanced a mattress on top of it. It was wobbly, precarious. One wrong move, and I would fall, probably injure myself an alerting mark. But I had no choice. I climbed onto the chair, then onto the mattress, my body trembling. The mattress sagged beneath my weight, threatening to tip. I stretched my arm upwards, my fingers brushing against the cold metal cage. It was just out of reach. Frustration surged through me, hot and bitter. I was so close. Then, I remembered the mop handle. It was hollow. If I could somehow fashion a hook or a prying tool and attach it to the end, my gaze fell on the metal grate over the floor drain in the corner. It was rusty, and one corner seemed slightly loose. I used my remaining piece of cardboard spine, now almost useless, to pry at it. Slowly, with immense effort, I managed to lift one side of the grate. Beneath it, in the murky water of the drain, I saw a small piece of metal. It looked like a bent nail or a fragment of a coat hanger. It was rusty, but it was metal, and it was rigid. I fished it out, my fingers trembling. It was a bent piece of wire, probably from an old coat hanger that had fallen into the drain. It was sharp enough on one end, and I could bend it further into a hook. I returned to the wobbly tower of chair and mattress. This time, I had a plan. I straightened the wire as best I could, then carefully, painstakingly, inserted it into the hollow end of the plastic mop handle. It fit snugly. Now I had a long, flimsy, but potentially effective tool. I climbed back up, my heart hammering. I extended the mop handle, guiding the wire tip towards one of the screws on the light cage. It was a Phillips head. My wire was too thin, too flimsy to turn it directly. But if I could wedge it in and then twist the handle, it took what felt like an eternity. My arms ached. My muscles screamed in protest. The mattress swayed precariously. Each attempt was met with failure, the wire slipping, bending, or simply not finding purchase. But I was relentless. I thought of Mark's smug face, his chilling words, his twisted plans. I thought of my family, somewhere out there, grieving for a ghost. I thought of Clara Jenkins, the woman I refused to let him erase. Finally, after what felt like hours, with a grunt of pure exhaustion, I felt the wire catch. I twisted the mop handle, putting all my strength into it. There was a faint creak, then a tiny, almost imperceptible turn of the screw. I kept going. One screw, then another. My fingers were raw, my entire body screaming from the strain. The light bulb flickered, as if in protest, but I ignored it. I was a woman possessed. Finally, the fourth screw was loose enough. I carefully lowered the mop handle, and with a soft clang, the metal cage around the light bulb fell to the concrete floor. It was a small victory, but it felt monumental. Now, I had a real tool, a small Phillips head screw. It was tiny, but it was metal and it had a proper head. I could use it as a makeshift screwdriver. I carefully climbed down, my legs trembling. I inspected the screws on the door lock. They were also Phillips head. My heart surged with a desperate hope. This was my chance. I waited for Mark's next visit. I needed to act when he was gone, when I had maximum time. He usually came in the morning, then again in the late afternoon. I would aim for the afternoon. When he arrived, I pretended to be reading one of the books he would given me, carefully hiding the screw in my pocket. He seemed satisfied, gave his usual brief remarks, and left. The door clicked shut. My hands were shaking so violently I could barely hold the screw. I went to the door, knelt down, and began to work on the first screw of the deadbolt plate. It was tight, so incredibly tight. My makeshift screwdriver was tiny, and my grip was weak from the days of confinement and inadequate food. I pushed, I twisted, I gritted my teeth. My knuckles were white, my entire body tense with effort. The screw would not budge. Despair, cold and heavy, began to creep in. No, I would not give up. Not now. I thought of his sister, his delusion, his twisted love. I thought of the flyer with my face on it. I thought of the life he had stolen. With a desperate cry of frustration and determination, I twisted harder. There was a faint groan from the screw, then miraculously, it turned. A tiny, almost imperceptible turn, but it was enough. I worked methodically, my focus absolute. The first screw, then the second, then the third. Each one was a monumental effort, a battle of wills against metal and wood. My hands were raw, bleeding, but I did not care. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, all four screws were loose. I carefully pulled the plate away, revealing the inner workings of the deadbolt. It was a simple mechanism, a metal bar that slid into the door frame. If I could just, I reached in, my fingers fumbling with the cold metal. I tried to push the bar back, to disengage the lock. It was stiff, unyielding. I needed more leverage. My eyes darted around the room. The mop handle. I grabbed it, jammed the end into the mechanism, and pushed with all my might. The plastic bent, groaned, but held. There was a soft, metallic click. My breath hitched. Had it worked? I pulled the mop handle out, my heart pounding like a drum. I reached for the doorknob, twisted it, and then, with a trembling hand, pushed. The door, heavy and solid, swung inwards with a faint creak. Freedom. The stairwell was dark, but I could see a faint light at the top. Upstairs. The world I had been stolen from. I did not hesitate. I scrambled up the stairs, my legs burning, my head still throbbing. Each step was an agonizing effort, but the adrenaline coursing through my veins propelled me forward. At the top, another door. This one, a standard house door, painted white. It was slightly ajar, a sliver of light spilling into the dark stairwell. I pushed it open, cautiously. I was in a kitchen, a normal kitchen. Stainless steel appliances, clean countertops, a vase of fresh flowers on the island. It was disturbingly normal, a stark contrast to the concrete dungeon I had just escaped. I moved silently, my bare feet padding across the tile floor. I had to get out. Now, my eyes darted to the back door, then to the front door, visible through the living room. Which one was safer? Then I heard it. A sound from upstairs. A faint creak, then the unmistakable sound of footsteps. Mark. He was home. Panic seized me, cold and sharp. I had to move. Now my perfect boyfriend was my puppet master, my captor, and the architect of my stolen life. The words hung in the air, heavy and suffocating, making the very oxygen feel like poison in my lungs. My heart, already a frantic drum against my ribs, threatened to burst through my chest. The flyer, crumpled in my fist, felt like a burning coal, confirming a truth so monstrous, my brain actively tried to reject it. "What are you talking about?" My voice was a reedy whisper, barely audible, utterly devoid of the confident sarcasm I usually wielded. It was the voice of a child, lost and terrified. My eyes darted around the living room. The space that just a moment ago had felt so warm and inviting, now transformed into a cage. The elegant furniture, the carefully curated artwork, the soft glow of the lamps, all of it suddenly felt sinister, like props in a meticulously staged play. Ethan, however, remained unnervingly calm. His smile, the one that had captivated me for weeks, was still in place, though now it looked less charming and more like a predator's satisfied smirk. He walked towards me, his movements fluid and unhurried, as if he were simply discussing the weather. Every step he took felt like a hammer blow against my fragile sanity. "Amelia," he said, his voice soft, almost soothing. "I told you, 5 years ago, you had an accident, a severe head injury. You lost your memory completely. You wandered away from the university library, disoriented, vulnerable." He paused, his eyes, which I once found so kind, now held a chilling glint. "I found you." "No," I breathed, shaking my head, a desperate attempt to dislodge the nightmare. "No, that is not true. I remember my life, my parents, my apartment, my job, my friends." Each word was a plea, a desperate clinging to reality I thought I knew. He chuckled, a low, gentle sound that made my skin crawl. "Oh, Amelia, you remember what I gave you to remember. Every single memory you cherish, every person you think you know, every detail of your normal life, I created it. For you." The air in the room seemed to thicken, pressing down on me, crushing me. My knees felt weak, threatening to buckle. I took a step back, bumping into the arm of the sofa. The hard reality of the locked door slammed into me again. There was no escape. "Why?" I whispered, the single word laced with raw agony that tore at my throat. "Why would you do something like this?" Ethan's smile softened, taking on a paternal, almost benevolent quality that was infinitely more disturbing than any anger he could have shown. He reached out, his hand gently cupping my cheek. I flinched, recoiling as if burned, but he did not react, merely letting his hand drop. "Because you were lost." "Amelia," he said, his gaze intense, unwavering. "You were a blank slate, a beautiful, intelligent woman with no past, no identity. The world would have chewed you up and spit you out. I saw an opportunity to give you a better life, a perfect life, one designed just for you." The sheer audacity of his words, the twisted logic, made my stomach churn. A perfect life. He had stolen my entire existence and called it a gift. "My parents," I stammered, tears starting to sting my eyes. "My mom, my dad, you were saying they're not real." He sighed, a slight frown creasing his brow, as if I were being difficult. "Of course they are real people. Amelia, just not your parents. They are actors, very convincing ones. Would not you agree? They were paid handsomely to play their roles, to give you the loving, supportive family you deserved." My mind reeled. My childhood memories, the scraped knees, the birthday parties, the comfort of my mother's hug, the pride in my father's eyes, all performance, a carefully crafted illusion. The thought was a searing brand on my soul. It was not just a stolen life, it was a stolen self. And my friends. I choked out, thinking of Sarah, my best friend since college, the one I would shared everything with. Sarah, Mark, they are actors too. Ethan shook his head. "Not quite. Your friends are real people. Amelia, acquaintances mostly, from various social circles I introduced you to. They genuinely like you, believe me. They just do not know the full story. They know you as the Amelia I created. They know your past as I presented it to them. They are unwitting participants, for the most part, easily manipulated, as most people are, when given a compelling narrative. My graphic design job, the one I loved, the one I would pour my passion into, was that real? Was my portfolio, my clients, my boss, all part of his elaborate stage play? The horror deepened, twisting into a sick knot in my gut. What was left of me? My apartment. I asked, my voice barely above a whisper. The one I have lived in for 3 years. Is that real? The building is real. Yes, he conceded, a hint of impatience entering his tone. But the lease, the decor, even the little quirks you love about, all arranged by me. I found it, furnished it, set it up perfectly to feel like yours. Everything. Amelia. Every single detail you take for granted. I orchestrated. He took another step closer, and this time, I was too frozen in terror to recoil. His hand reached out again, not to my face, but to my hair, gently brushing a strand behind my ear. His touch, once electric with affection, now felt like the cold brush of death. Do not you see? Amelia, he murmured, his eyes locking onto mine, holding me captive. I gave you a life free from the messy complications of your past. A fresh start. A life where you were loved, cherished, and perfectly content. A life with me. The implication hung in the air, a chilling promise. A life with him. Forever. That was his end game. He did not just want to create my life, he wanted to own it, to own me. A desperate, primal scream clawed its way up my throat, but died there, strangled by the sheer terror. My mind raced, frantically searching for an exit, a loophole, anything to break free from this nightmarish reality. But there was nothing. The locked door was just a physical manifestation of the invisible chains he would wrap around my entire existence. What about the Amelia from the flyer? I asked, my voice cracking. My real parents, what happened to them? Do they think I am dead? His expression clouded slightly, a flicker of something akin to annoyance crossing his features. They grieved. I imagine, but 5 years is a long time. People move on. And frankly, Amelia, that life, that family, they were not right for you. They could not give you what I can. The casual cruelty of his dismissal, the utter disregard for pain he had inflicted on an entire family, was breathtaking. He had stolen their daughter, erased her, and then had the audacity to claim it was for her own good. You are a monster. I whispered, the words tasting like ash in my mouth. His smile vanished, replaced by a look of hurt, almost betrayal. A monster. Amelia, I saved you. You were alone, lost, with no idea who you were. I sculpted you. I gave you purpose, happiness, love. I gave you me. He gestured around the apartment, his hand sweeping across the elegant room. This life, this comfort, this love, it is all because of me. You owe me everything. The phrase echoed in my mind, you owe me everything. It was not a partnership. It was ownership. I was his creation, his property. The realization hit me with the force of a physical blow, knocking the wind out of me. My eyes fell on a small, framed photo on a nearby side table. It was a picture of Ethan and me, laughing, arms around each other, taken at what I thought was our first picnic in the park. My smile in the photo looked so genuine, so full of joy. Now, it was a grotesque mockery. Every happy memory, every shared laugh, every intimate moment tainted, poisoned. What did you do to me? I asked, the question a desperate plea for understanding, even as I knew the answer would only deepen the horror. How did you make me forget? He sighed again, a long, suffering sound. The head injury was quite severe. Amelia, it caused significant retrograde amnesia. You were a blank slate, as I said. But even then, the mind can be resilient. It tries to fill in the gaps. That is where I came in. I guided you. I gave you a new narrative, new experiences, new connections. It was not instantaneous. Of course, it took time, careful planning, and a lot of patience. But the human brain is remarkably adaptable. It wants to believe. It wants a story. He walked over to a bookshelf, his back to me, and pulled out a thick, leather-bound journal. He turned, holding it out. My eyes widened, a cold dread washing over me. This, he said, his voice imbued with a chilling pride, is your new history, your new memories. Every detail, meticulously recorded. Your first day at your new job, your first coffee with Sarah, your first visit to your parents' house. Even the little anecdotes you tell about your childhood, the ones you swore you remembered perfectly, they are all in here. I wrote them. He flipped open the journal, revealing pages filled with elegant, precise handwriting. My breath hitched. I could see dates, names, even sketches that looked eerily familiar. It was like looking into a twisted mirror, seeing my own reflection, but knowing it was a lie. I even recorded your reactions, he continued, his voice almost nostalgic. The way your eyes lit up when you remembered a new detail, the joy you expressed when you felt a sense of belonging. It was truly a beautiful process to witness. My vision blurred with tears, but not of sadness. These were tears of pure, unadulterated horror. He had not just stolen my past, he had fabricated it with such detail and care that felt more real than any truth could possibly be. He had witnessed my joy, knowing it was built on a foundation of lies. He had enjoyed it. You experimented on me. I whispered, the word feeling like a curse. He frowned, shaking his head. Do not be so dramatic. Amelia, I nurtured you. I cultivated you. I gave you a second chance at life, a better one. And now you are perfect, my perfect Amelia. His gaze lingered on me, possessive, admiring. It was not love I saw in his eyes, but something far more chilling the pride of a sculptor in his masterpiece, a scientist in his successful experiment. A sudden surge of adrenaline, cold and sharp, cut through my terror. I had to get out. I had to fight. This could not be my life. Let me go, I said, my voice gaining a desperate strength. Please, Ethan, let me go. I won't tell anyone. I will disappear. Just let me go. He chuckled again, a dry, humorless sound. And go where? Amelia, back to a life you do not remember. To people who've grieved you and moved on. To a world where you would be utterly lost without me. No, my dear, that is not an option. He walked towards the door, the one I had tried to open, and ran his hand along the smooth wood. This door is not just locked from the outside. Amelia, it is locked from within. And so is your memory. You are mine now, and you always will be. He turned back to me, his smile returning, wider and more unsettling than before. Now, I believe we had dinner reservations. I made your favorite, that little Italian place downtown. You always did love their carbonara. The abrupt shift in topic, the casual normalcy he tried to impose, was like a slap in the face. He expected me to just go along with it, to pretend everything was fine. I am not hungry. I choked out, my stomach churning. He tootayed, shaking his head. Nonsense. You have had a long day, and we can't have you losing your appetite. You are far too beautiful to waste away. His eyes lingered on my face, then moved down to my hands, still clutching the crumpled flyer. You can let go of that now. Amelia, it is just an old piece of paper, a relic of a past that no longer matters. He extended his hand, palm up, silently demanding the flyer. My grip tightened, my knuckles white. This flimsy piece of paper, this horrifying proof, was the only tangible link I had left to the Amelia I was supposed to be. No, I whispered, shaking my head. No, his smile faltered, a shadow crossing his face. Amelia, do not make this difficult. We have been over this. That life is gone. This is your life now. Our life. His voice was still calm, but there was an edge to it, a steel that sent a fresh wave of fear through me. This was not a request, it was an order. I can't. I stammered, my body trembling. He took a step forward, then another, until he was right in front of me. His height loomed over me, suddenly oppressive. His eyes, once warm and inviting, now held a cold, unwavering intensity that promised severe consequences for disobedience. Give it to me. Amelia, he said, his voice dropping to a low, dangerous growl. Now, my hand, despite my desperate will to resist, slowly unclenched. My fingers, numb and unresponsive, released their hold. The crumpled flyer fell into his outstretched palm. He did not even glance at it. His gaze was fixed on me, assessing, dominating. He then, with a slow, deliberate motion, tore the flyer into tiny pieces, letting them flutter to the polished hardwood floor like grotesque confetti. Each tear was a fresh wound, a piece of my last connection to myself being systematically destroyed. There, he said, his smile returning, though it did not reach his eyes. Problem solved. Now, go get ready. We do not want to be late. He turned and walked toward the kitchen, whistling a cheerful tune. The sound, light and carefree, was a stark contrast to the earthquake that had just shattered my world. I stood there, amidst the scattered pieces of my past, my body rigid with shock, my mind a whirlwind of terror and disbelief. I watched him disappear into the kitchen, the sounds of him rummaging for something, perhaps preparing a drink, echoing in the sudden silence of the living room. The apartment, once a symbol of our burgeoning love, was now a tomb, and I was trapped inside, a ghost of my own stolen life. My eyes fell on the tiny fragments of the flyer on the floor. Amelia Vance. Missing. October 17th, 5 years ago. The words still haunted me, even in their broken state. 5 years. 5 years of living a lie, orchestrated by this man, this smiling monster. A new kind of terror began to bloom in my chest, colder and more insidious than the initial shock. It was not just the fear of being trapped or the horror of a stolen identity. It was a dawning realization of the sheer depth of his control. He had not just given me new memories, he had rewritten my very being. He knew my likes, my dislikes, my quirks, my dreams because he had instilled them. He had created the Amelia he wanted. And what if some part of the real Amelia was still inside me, buried deep, screaming to get out? The thought was both a terrifying hope and a crushing despair. Could I ever find her? Could I ever reclaim her? Or was she truly gone, a casualty of his twisted affection? I closed my eyes, trying to conjure a memory from before the flyer, before Ethan, before this nightmare. A memory of my real childhood, my real parents. But all I saw were the vivid, perfectly formed images he had planted my mother baking cookies, my father teaching me to ride a bike, Sarah and me giggling over a bad movie. They felt real. They felt like mine. And that was the most horrifying part of all. He had not just replaced my memories, he had replaced my sense of self. A knot of despair tightened in my stomach. How could I fight a man who controlled my very perception of reality? How could I escape when my own mind was his prison? The sound of his whistling grew louder as he emerged from the kitchen, holding 2 glasses of what looked like sparkling water. He looked at me, his smile still in place, completely oblivious, or perhaps entirely dismissive of the devastation he had wrought. "Come on." "Amelia," he said, his voice light and cheerful. "Let us get you ready. You need to look your best tonight. We have so much to celebrate. Celebrate." The word tasted like bile. He was celebrating his victory, his complete dominion over me. I forced myself to move, my legs feeling like lead. I had to go along with it. For now, I had to play his game. But a tiny, defiant spark, deep within the shattered fragments of my mind, refused to be extinguished. The real Amelia Vance might be buried, But she was not dead. Not yet. And if there was even the slightest chance of finding her, of breaking free from this meticulously crafted nightmare, I would take it. As I walked toward the bedroom, each step felt like a march towards an unknown abyss. The perfect life he had built for me was nothing but a gilded cage, and I, his prized songbird, was finally beginning to understand the true horror of my captivity. The horror was not just that he had stolen my life, it was that he had stolen me and had made me fall in love with my own abduction. And now, I had to find a way to escape a prison where the walls were made of my own fabricated memories. The thought chilled me to the bone, a cold dread that settled deep in my bones and promised to stay there forever. This was not just a bad dream. This was my life now. And it was just beginning. My world shattered, not figuratively, but literally, as reality dissolved into a torrent of forgotten memories. I was overwhelmed by countless lives, a cacophony of faces and experiences that were not mine, yet felt intimately familiar. It was like waking from a dream where you were everyone and no one, a disorienting, terrifying freefall into a fractured existence. For weeks, maybe months, the world felt like a poorly rendered simulation, pixels flickering at the edges of my vision, sounds echoing as if from a vast, empty chamber. I would lost time, lost myself, and when the fog finally began to lift, I was left with a gaping hole where my past should have been, a blank slate scarred by the vague, unsettling memory of that cosmic unraveling. Doctors called it dissociative amnesia, a severe reaction to trauma they could not quite pinpoint. They offered theories of car accident, a violent attack, a profound psychological break. But none of it felt right. The memories that did return were fragmented, like shards of broken glass, reflecting distorted images. I knew my name was Clara. I knew I was in my late 20s. I knew I lived in this city, but the details, the emotional tapestry of a life lived, were missing. It was like trying to read a book with half the pages torn out. My friends, the ones who patiently stuck around, tried to fill in the gaps. They told me stories, showed me old photos, but it was like hearing about a stranger. I would nod, smile, pretend to remember, but inside, I felt like an imposter, inhabiting a life that was not truly mine. This profound sense of disconnection, this constant feeling of being adrift, eventually led me to a place I never thought I would be. Tinder. I know, Tinder. It sounds cliche, desperate even, especially for someone trying to piece together her own identity. But I was lonely, terribly, so crushingly lonely. And after weeks of therapy, journaling, and trying to force myself to remember, I just craved a connection, any connection, that did not revolve around my missing past. I wanted to feel normal, even for an hour. I wanted someone to look at me and see me, not a medical mystery. So, I downloaded the app, swiped left on the shirtless gym selfies, and the guys holding fish. Swiped right on a few profiles that seemed harmless enough. And then I saw him. Mark. His profile picture was a candid shot, a genuine smile crinkling the corners of his eyes. He was handsome, in a rugged, approachable way, dark hair, kind eyes, a slight 5 of the clock shadow. His bio was witty, self-deprecating, and he mentioned a love for obscure indie films and hiking, two things I vaguely remembered enjoying. Or maybe I just wanted to enjoy them. Either way, something about him felt safe. Familiar, even, which was a strange feeling, considering I would never seen him before in my life. We matched. My heart did a little flutter, the first genuine flutter I would felt in what felt like an eternity. His first message was simple, charming, and did not feel like a copy-paste job. We started talking, and the conversation flowed effortlessly. He asked thoughtful questions, listened intently to my answers, and made me laugh, really laugh, for the first time in months. I did not mention my amnesia, not yet. I wanted to see if I could build a connection first, just as Clara, the woman who was trying to find herself. After a week of non-stop texting and a few late-night phone calls, Mark asked me out. Dinner at a small Italian place downtown. I was nervous, Of course, dating felt like another alien concept I had to relearn. But the moment I saw him waiting at the restaurant, that easy smile on his face, a wave of calm washed over me. He stood up as I approached, pulled out my chair, and looked at me with an intensity that made me feel seen. The date was perfect. And I mean perfect. We talked for hours, long after our plates were cleared and the restaurant had started to empty. He seemed to anticipate my thoughts, finishing my sentences in a way that felt less creepy and more synchronistic. He told me about his job as a software engineer, his passion for woodworking, his love for his golden retriever, Max. He was attentive, funny, genuinely interested in everything I had to say, even the vague, hesitant answers I gave about my own past. He did not pry, did not push. He just listened, his eyes warm and understanding. It was almost too good to be true. And that thought, that tiny flicker of doubt, was the only thing that fell out of place that night. We went on a second date, then a third. Each one was better than the last. With Mark, I felt like I was slowly, painstakingly, putting myself back together. He made me feel whole, even with all my missing pieces. He was patient, kind, and incredibly supportive. He listened without judgment when I finally, cautiously, brought up my memory loss, the shattered reality that had consumed me. He just held my hand across the table, his thumb tracing patterns on my skin, and told me he was here for me, whatever that meant. He said he would help me remember, if I wanted to, that he did not care about my past, only my present and our future. It was intoxicating. After feeling so broken and isolated, Mark was a lifeline. He was everything I could have ever wanted, everything I had not even known I needed. My friends loved him, too. They saw how happy he made me, how he brought a sparkle back to my eyes that had been missing for so long. They joked that he was Mr. Perfect, and I believed them. I truly, desperately want to believe them. About a month into our whirlwind romance, Mark invited me over to his place for the first time. He wanted to cook me dinner. My specialty, he would grind lemon herb salmon with roasted asparagus. It sounded delicious, and honestly, after weeks of takeout and microwave meals, the idea of a home-cooked meal was incredibly appealing. I was excited, a giddy, butterflies in stomach, kind of excited that felt wonderfully normal. His house was in a quiet, tree-lined neighborhood, a charming two-story with a neatly manicured lawn. It was exactly what I would picture for him, tasteful, comfortable, well-maintained. He met me at the door, pulling me into a warm hug, his scent a mix of subtle cologne, and something uniquely and instantly calming my nerves. "Welcome to my humble abode," he said, gesturing inside. The interior was just as inviting. Hardwood floors, warm lighting, cozy furniture. There were bookshelves filled with books, framed photos of what looked like his family and Max the golden retriever, and a subtle scent of something delicious already cooking. It felt lived in, but also incredibly tidy. Almost too tidy. I thought, a fleeting, unbidden thought that I immediately dismissed. He was just a neat person, that is all. He led me to the kitchen, a bright, modern space. Max, a beautiful, fluffy golden retriever, trotted over to greet me, tail wagging furiously. I knelt down to pet him, burying my face in his soft fur, feeling a genuine wave of affection. Dogs were good. Dogs were grounding. Mark poured us some wine, and we chatted while he effortlessly moved around the kitchen, chopping vegetables, seasoning the fish. I watched him, mesmerized, feeling a warmth spread through me that had nothing to do with the wine. This was it. I thought this was what normal felt like. This was what happiness felt like. Maybe the past did not matter so much after all. Maybe I could just build a new one with him. Bathroom's just down the hall. First door on the left. If you need it, he said, without looking up from the stove. Make yourself at home. I took him up on the offer a few minutes later. As I walked down the hall, past a few closed doors, I noticed a small bulletin board tacked to the wall near what looked like a home office. It was sparsely decorated, a few photos, a reminder for a vet appointment, a dry cleaning receipt. Nothing unusual, but as I passed it, something caught my eye. A flash of color, a familiar font. I paused, my hand already on the doorknob of the bathroom. Curiosity, a gentle, harmless curiosity, pulled me back. I leaned in, squinting slightly. It was a flyer, a missing person flyer. My breath hitched. Missing person flyers always sent a shiver down my spine. The desperate plea, the haunting photo, the hope flickering against the grim reality. I felt a pang of sympathy for the family, for the person lost. I took another step closer, my eyes scanning the details. Black letters on stark white paper. Missing person, then the photo. My heart slammed against my ribs, a sudden, violent thud that stole the air from my lungs. My blood ran cold, a glacial current seeping into my veins. The face in the photo, it was me. My face. My eyes, wide and earnest, looking out from a grainy black and white image. My hair, a little longer than it was now, but unmistakably mine. The slight tilt in my head, the faint scar above my left eyebrow, all of it, undeniably, horrifically me. Below the photo, the description. Clara Jenkins, 28 years old, 5 feet 5 inches, brown hair, hazel eyes. Last seen wearing a blue denim jacket and black jeans. My denim jacket. My black jeans. The very outfit I would have been wearing the day my world shattered, the day reality dissolved. The outfit I would have been wearing the day I woke up in a hospital, with no memory of how I got there. My eyes darted to the date. Last seen October 17th. My stomach lurched. October 17th. That was exactly 2 months ago. Exactly 2 months of the day that I was woken up in that hospital bed, completely disoriented, completely lost. 2 months ago was when the doctor said I would experience the traumatic event. The flyer was not old. It looked relatively new, crisp, unfaded. It was my missing person flyer, and it was hanging on Mark's wall. The world tilted. The cozy house, the delicious smells. Mark's kind smile, it all twisted into something sinister, grotesque. My mind, already a fractured landscape, struggled to process this new, horrifying piece of information. How? How could I be missing? If I was missing, how was I here? And most terrifying of all, how did Mark have this? A cold dread seeped into my bones, a primal fear that transcended all the therapy, all the attempts to rebuild. The shattered reality was not a metaphor. It was a terrifying, literal truth. I was not just missing memories. I was missing. My hands started to tremble. My vision blurred at the edges. I felt a wave of nausea, so intense I thought I might vomit right there on his pristine hardwood floor. I took a shaky step back from the bulletin board, my eyes still glued to my own face, a silent scream trapped in my throat. This was not a coincidence. This was not some strange, morbid joke. Mark knew. He had to know. He was too perfect, too understanding, too eager to help me remember. He had not cared about my past. He would said, only my present and our future. A future he had engineered. My mind raced, trying to put the pieces together, but the fragments were too sharp, too painful. He had found me, or more likely he had taken me. And then, when I would resurface broken and amnesiac, he had inserted himself into my life, a predator disguised as a savior. I had to get out. Now, I forced myself to breathe, to push down the rising panic. I could not let him know I would seen it. I had to act normal. Act normal. My heart was pounding so hard, I was sure he could hear it from the kitchen. My hands were clammy, my mouth suddenly dry. I turned quickly, trying to erase the horror from my face, trying to compose myself. I pushed open the bathroom door, splashed some cold water on my face, and stared at my reflection. My eyes were wide, pupils dilated with terror. I looked like the girl in the flyer, but older, more haunted. You are okay. Clara, I whispered to myself, my voice barely a tremor. You are okay. Just get out. I exited the bathroom, forcing a small, tight smile onto my face. Mark was still in the kitchen, humming softly, the delicious aroma of salmon filling the air. He turned as I approached, his smile warm and inviting. Everything all right, sweetheart? He asked, his eyes crinkling at the corners. Too perfect. Too kind. Yeah, just fine. I managed, my voice a little too high, a little too strained. Smells amazing in here. He chuckled, almost ready. Max, come say hi to Clara. Max bounded over, nudging my hand. I forced myself to pet him, to scratch behind his ears, try and project an air of normalcy. Every fiber of my being screamed to run, to bolt out the door, but my legs felt like lead. I was acutely aware of the distance to the front door, the solid click of the lock, the quiet neighborhood outside. So, Mark said, turning back to the stove, his back to me, I was thinking, after dinner, we could watch that old French film you mentioned you loved, the one with the black and white cinematography. I actually managed to track down a copy. My blood ran cold again. The old French film. I had mentioned it once, a fleeting memory that had surfaced from the depths of my amnesia, a film I vaguely recalled enjoying from some previous life. How could he have remembered that? How could he have found it so quickly? It was not a popular film. It was obscure, just like he would claim to love. He was not just tracking my memories. He was tracking me. He knew my past, the past I could not remember. He knew my likes, my dislikes, my history. He knew me better than I knew myself. That sounds great. I choked out, trying to keep my voice even. My mind was racing, trying to concoct an escape plan. I could not just run. He was bigger than me, stronger, and he knew my vulnerabilities. He knew I had no memory, no clear sense of who I was. He could easily convince anyone that I was delusional, that I was having some kind of episode. Actually, I started taking a deep breath, trying to sound casual. I just remembered. I told my friend Sarah I would call her tonight. She is going through a bit of a rough patch, and I completely forgot. I should probably head out and give her a call from home. Mark turned around, a slight frown creasing his brow. Oh, I thought you said she was out of town this week. My stomach dropped. He remembered that too. Of course he did. He remembered everything. He knew everything about my limited, reconstructed life. No, she just got back today. I stammered, scrambling for a believable lie. She had a flight delay, and well, she really needs me. His gaze was unsettlingly steady, probing. His smile, which had seemed so kind moments ago, now felt like a mask, thin and brittle. Are you sure you are all right? Clara, you seem a little off. I am fine. I insisted, forcing a bright, false smile. Just a bit tired. Long week. But I really should go. I promise I will make it up to you. Though, dinner looks amazing. I started to back away slowly, toward the front door, my eyes darting between him and the exit. Max, sensing my unease, let out a low whine. Mark took a step towards me, his expression unreadable. You know, he said, his voice dropping slightly, I was really looking forward to tonight. I went to a lot of trouble to make this special for you. His words were laced with subtle threat, a possessiveness that sent shivers down my spine. The image of the missing person flyer flashed in my mind, a stark reminder of the danger I was in. I know, and I really appreciate it. I said, my voice trembling now. But I really have to go. I reached for my purse, which I had left on a small table near the entrance. My fingers fumbled for the strap, my heart hammering against my ribs. As I grabbed my bag, Mark was suddenly closer, blocking my path to the door. Not aggressively, not yet, but his presence filled the space, making the exit feel miles away. "Clara," he said, his voice soft, almost soothing, but with an underlying steel that was terrifying. "You do not have to go. You are safe here. You are always safe here." His eyes held mine, and for a terrifying second, I saw it not kindness, not love, but a deep, chilling obsession. He was not just attracted to me. He owned me. He had orchestrated this entire scenario, from my shattered reality to my perfect recovery. "I really need to go," I repeated, my voice barely a whisper. I tried to step around him, but he subtly shifted, keeping himself between me and the door. "Why are you acting like this?" he asked, a hint of hurt in his voice, but his eyes were cold, calculating. "Did something happen? Did you see something?" My breath hitched. He knew. He knew I would seen the flyer. There was no hiding it now. Panic, raw and visceral, clawed his way up my throat. I could not pretend anymore. I had to run. "Let me go. Mark," I said, my voice shaking with a fear I could not control. His smile vanished. His face hardened, transforming from the charming man I thought I knew into a stranger, a captor. "Go where?" "Clara, you do not have anywhere to go. You do not even know who you are. But I do. I know everything about you." He took another step, closing the distance between us. My mind screamed. I looked wildly around, searching for anything, any weapon, any escape route. The kitchen knives, the heavy lamp, the window. "You are confused," he continued, his voice low and menacing. "You've been through a lot, but I can help you. I have been helping you. We can start over. A new life, just us. You kidnapped me." I whispered, the words finally tearing free. "You took me. That flyer, it is me." A chilling laugh escaped his lips. It was not the warm, genuine laugh I would grown to love. It was cold, hollow, filled with a terrifying amusement. "Kidnapped? No. Clara, I saved you. You were lost, alone, and now you are found. You are home." He lunged. It was not a full-blown attack, not yet. It was a grab, a swift movement to seize my arm. But the sheer force of his intent, the sudden shift from charming boyfriend to terrifying captor, electrified me with a surge of adrenaline. I screamed a raw, guttural sound that tore from my throat. I twisted, pulling my arm free with unexpected strength, and bolted towards the front door. It was only a few feet away, but it felt like a mile. My fingers fumbled for the lock, my heart a frantic drumbeat in my chest. He was right behind me. I heard his heavy footsteps, Max barking frantically, adding to the terrifying cacophony. "Clara, stop," he roared, his voice devoid of any pretense. "Do not be foolish." My fingers finally found the deadbolt, clicked it open. I yanked the door open, the cool night air hitting my face like a shock. Freedom was within reach. But as I stepped out, a hand clamped down on my shoulder, strong and unyielding. He yanked me back, pulling me off balance. I stumbled, my head hitting the doorframe with a sickening thud. Stars exploded behind my eyes, and for a terrifying second, the world truly did shatter again, dissolving into a kaleidoscope of pain and disorientation. I cried out, fighting, kicking, scratching. Max was barking wildly now, a frantic, distressed sound. I tried to bite Mark's hand, but he was too quick, too strong. He dragged me back inside, slamming the door shut, plunging the entryway into a sudden, suffocating darkness. My head throbbed, a blinding pain that threatened to overwhelm me. I could taste blood in my mouth. He had me pinned against the wall, his face inches from mine, his eyes blazing with a terrifying intensity. "You do not understand." "Clara," he hissed, his voice a low, guttural growl. "You belong to me. You always have, and you always will." He lifted his hand, and for a terrifying moment, I thought he was going to hit me. But instead, his fingers went to my hair, gently tucking a stray strand behind my ear. His touch, so intimate and familiar, was now utterly horrifying. "I found you. Clara," he whispered, his voice dangerously soft. "I brought you back, and I am not going to let you go again." He smiled, a slow, chilling smile that did not reach his eyes. And in that moment, as the pain in my head pulsed and the reality of my situation crashed down on me, I knew I was not just missing. I was gone. And the man who had promised to help me find myself had, in fact, ensured I would never be found again. My world did not just shatter. It had been meticulously, terrifyingly rebuilt by a monster. And I was trapped inside his perfect, horrifying creation. The world did not just shatter, it imploded, sucking all the air from my lungs and leaving a vacuum of pure, unadulterated terror. Julian stood there, his smile no longer charming, but predatory baring of teeth. The post in the hallway, my face staring back at me, dead-eyed and hollow, was a final, brutal punch. Missing, it declared, a stark black font against a stark white background. And then, the words that twisted my gut into an impossible not last seen struggling with the mundane. Beloved by one. Below it, the date, today's date. My blood ran cold, then boiled. "You monster." I choked, my voice a pathetic squeak. I tried to move, to run, but my legs were lead, my body frozen by a fear so profound it bordered on paralysis. Every rational thought evaporated, replaced by the primal urge to escape, to fight, to scream. But who would hear? No one. That was the point. Julian chuckled, a soft, almost affectionate sound that grated on my raw nerves. "Monster, is that how you see me? After all this effort, I prefer artist, or perhaps savior." He took a step closer, and I instinctively recoiled, bumping hard against the bathroom doorframe. His eyes, once so warm and inviting as Mark, were now cold, calculating, and disturbingly possessive. "You were struggling. Were not you? Lost. Drifting. A beautiful canvas, just waiting for the right hand to bring out its true potential." He gestured vaguely back towards the living room, as if referring to the entire elaborate charade. The isolation, the paranoia, I saw it all. I knew you would be desperate for connection, for normalcy, and I gave it to you. A perfect mirage, crafted just for you. He paused, letting his words sink in, each one a nail hammered into my coffin. Every interest, every opinion, every obscure documentary, I did not just share them. My dear, I learned them. I became them. For you. My mind raced, desperately grasping for a way out, a loophole. The police, they will find me. Someone knows I am here. But even as I said it, the words felt hollow. He would have been so careful. I had not told anyone about Mark. I would have been too ashamed of my desperation, too eager for the fantasy. My friends, my family, they thought I was just in a bad place, withdrawing. They would not even know where to begin looking. Julian just smiled, a slow, deliberate spreading of his lips. "Oh, no, no one knows. You made sure of that yourself, did not you? So eager to escape your mundane life. You practically erased yourself. A blank slate, perfect for a masterpiece." He reached out, his hand brushing my cheek, and I flinched violently. "Do not worry," he murmured, his voice a chilling parody of comfort. "Your old life was a draft. This is the final version." He led me back into the living room, not with force, but with an unspoken threat that bound me more effectively than any chains. My legs felt like jelly, but I moved, because not moving felt like inviting something far worse. He sat me down on the sofa, the same sofa where just minutes ago I would have been laughing, flirting, believing in a future that was now irrevocably stolen. He poured himself another glass of wine, then offered me one. I shook my head, my throat too tight to swallow. "No, ashamed. It is a very good vintage. We will have plenty of time to enjoy it, though." He settled into the armchair opposite me, watching me with an unnerving intensity, as if studying a specimen. You see, the beauty of this piece, my dear, is its spontaneity. Your initial disappearance was a slow burn, a fading. Now, your true disappearance will be a shock, a mystery, but only to them. To us, it is just a new beginning. The night that followed was a blur of terror and despair. He did not physically harm me. Not then. Instead, he talked about his meticulous planning, how he would chosen this apartment precisely because it was isolated, soundproofed, and had a back alley exit. He would reinforced. He detailed how he would track my online activity, how he would know the exact moment to strike, when my guard was down, when my loneliness was at its peak. He would even set up a fake social media profile for Mark, complete with a fabricated job and friends, just enough to pass a casual online check. Every single detail, every single red flag I would rationalize away was part of his intricate web. When he finally stood and gestured towards a door I had not noticed before, tucked away in an alcove near the kitchen, my heart hammered against my ribs. "Time for bed, my love," he said, his voice flat, devoid of any genuine affection. "You will be comfortable. Everything you need is there. For now." The room was small, sparse. A single bed, a dresser, a tiny window covered by thick, blackout curtains. The door clicked shut behind me. The sound final and absolute. I ran to it, rattling the handle, pounding my fist against the solid wood. Nothing. It was locked from the outside. I was trapped. I spent the rest of the night huddled in a corner, my breath coming in ragged gasps, tears streaming down my face. My life as I knew it was over. I was Julian's masterpiece. And I knew, with a chilling certainty, that masterpieces were meant to be admired, controlled, and never, ever allowed to leave their frames. Days bled into weeks, then into a horrifying monotony. The apartment became my world, my cage. Julian had removed my phone, my wallet, anything that could connect me to my former life. He brought me food, always preparing himself, always watching me eat. He would sit across from me at the small dining table, talking about his day, about his projects. Sometimes he would read to me from books he thought I would enjoy, or play music he knew I liked. It was a grotesque parody of domesticity, an intimate horror. He never raised his voice, never laid a hand on me in anger. His control was far more insidious. It was in the way he looked at me, a possessive gaze that stripped me bare. It was in the way he meticulously cleaned the apartment, wiping away any trace of my presence, yet ensuring my presence remained. Every morning, he would unlock my door, and every night, he would lock it again. It was a ritual, a constant reminder of my captivity. I tried to fight at first. I screamed. I pleaded. I demanded. He would just listen, his expression unreadable, then calmly explain, again, why my old life was a prison and this was freedom. He would show me articles on his tablet, other missing persons, cases that went cold, lives that simply vanished. See, he would say, his voice soft. It happens all the time. But you are special. You have a purpose now. The windows in my room and in the rest of the apartment were all sealed shut, the glass reinforced, the frames bolted. There was no way out, no way to signal. The building was old, its walls thick, muffling any sound I might make. I tried to find weaknesses, to observe every detail. The layout of the apartment was simple: a living room, a small kitchen, a dining area. Julian's bedroom and my small room. The bathroom was off the main hallway. Every door was solid, every lock open. My bathroom was, which Julian always monitored, standing just outside the door. I would frantically scan the tiny space. Nothing, just white tiles, a toilet, a sink, a mirror. He would even replace the old, flimsy shower curtain with a heavy, opaque one, as if to deny me even the smallest glimpse of potential escape. His masterpiece was not just my physical captivity. It was a psychological erosion of my will. He would bring me clothes not my own, but new ones he would bought, always in styles he approved of, always a size too small, forcing me to feel uncomfortable, to be constantly aware of my body under his gaze. He would comb my hair sometimes, running his fingers through it with a disturbing tenderness. Beautiful, he would whisper, just as I envisioned. I started to feel like a doll, a prop in his twisted play. My voice grew hoarser from disuse, my thoughts more muddled. The world outside, the one I knew, felt like a distant dream. Had it even been real? Or had Julian always been there, lurking in the shadows, waiting for his moment? One evening, he brought home a large canvas. He set it up in the living room, next to the window overlooking the alley. He did not paint, not yet. He just stared at it, then at me. I am thinking of a triptych, he mused. The before, the becoming, the masterpiece. My blood ran cold. The before would be my old life. Perhaps that photo he would already taken. The becoming, that was now. And the masterpiece I did not want to imagine. I had to do something. Anything. Even a small act of defiance. I remembered that first night when I would go into the bathroom. My hands had been shaking so violently. I would fumble with a bobby pin I had in my hair. I would meant to put it back in, but then I saw the poster and my mind had blanked. In my panic, I must have dropped it, or perhaps in a moment of subconscious rebellion, I had tucked it away. I tried to recall the exact spot. The bathroom was small, tiled floor to ceiling. I remembered leaning against the wall, my back to the toilet, my eyes fixed on the terrifying poster. If I would dropped it, it would have been near the base of the toilet, or perhaps slipped into a tiny crevice. Julian was meticulous, but even he could not scour every millimeter of grout. The next time he granted me a bathroom break, my heart pounded. I made sure to act normal, to show no sign of my internal turmoil. He stood outside as always. I went in, closed the door, and then, with practiced nonchalance, bent down as if to adjust my shoe. My eyes darted to the spot I remembered. There, barely visible, a tiny, dark sliver. A bobby pin. It had wedged itself into a hairline crack in the grout, just behind the toilet, low to the floor. My fingers trembled as I reached for it, my heart threatening to burst from my chest. I had to be quick, subtle. I brushed against it, feeling the cold metal. It was stuck fast. I pretended to scratch an itch on my ankle, and with a swift, almost imperceptible movement, managed to dislodge it. It was tiny, unassuming, but in my hands, it felt like a weapon, a key, a sliver of hope. I quickly tucked it into the waistband of my too tight jeans, hoping he would not notice the slight bulge, or the tremor in my hands as I washed them. I walked out of the bathroom, trying to maintain a calm facade, my mind racing. It was a tiny thing, but it was mine. A secret he did not know. A secret I had brought into his home, right under his nose. The prompt's twisted irony, unaware she has been inside his apartment before, now took on a new, chilling meaning. He was unaware of this one small, insignificant detail that might just save my life. The bobby pin became my obsession. Every night, locked in my room, I would pull it out, examining its simple form, its potential. It was too flimsy to pick the robust lock on my door. The windows were impossible. But what about the vents? There was a small, rectangular air vent high on the wall of my room, covered by a metal grill. It was too high to reach, but perhaps I started to observe Julian even more closely. He had a routine, a predictable pattern. He usually worked on his computer in the living room for a few hours after dinner, before retreating to his own bedroom. Sometimes he would leave his keys on the small table by the front door. Sometimes he would forget something in the kitchen. My prison might be secure, but Julian, for all his meticulousness, was still human. He could make mistakes. One evening, as he was engrossed in a documentary on his tablet, his headphones on, I noticed a small wooden stool in the kitchen, usually kept under the counter. He would use it earlier to reach a high shelf. It was still out. My heart gave a hopeful leap. That night, after he would lock me in. I waited. I listened. The faint hum of his computer, the low murmur of a documentary. I crept to my door, pressing my ear against the wood. Silence. He must have gone to bed. I took out the bobby pin. My hands were shaking, but this time it was not from fear. It was from a desperate, adrenaline-fueled hope. I had to get that stool. It was my only chance to reach the vent. I waited another hour, then another, until the house was utterly silent, save for the creaks and groans of an old building. I took a deep breath, and with the bobby pin, I slowly, carefully, began to work on the tiny crack under my door. It was not a lock, but a small gap. My plan was not to pick the lock, but to try and signal. Maybe I could wedge the bobby pin into the gap, and then use a piece of paper, or even a strand of my hair, to push it through, hoping it would make a noise or somehow alert him if he was just on the other side. It was a desperate, foolish thought, but I had to try. I worked at the crack, trying to widen it, to create a space. The bobby pin was thin, and it bent easily. Frustration gnawed at me. This was not going to work. Then a new idea sparked. What if the bobby pin was not for opening anything, but for making something? I looked at the vent again. The grill was held on by small screws. They looked like Phillips head screws. A bobby pin would not work for that. But what if there was another way? What if the vent itself was flimsy? I needed to reach it. The stool was my priority. The next morning, Julian brought me breakfast. He seemed distracted. His eyes kept darting to the living room, to the canvas. The triptych, he murmured, more to himself than to me. It needs a focal point. A moment of true despair. A chill ran down my spine. Later that day, he left the apartment. He did this sometimes for groceries or supplies. He always secured everything, of course, but his absence, even for an hour or two, was a brief reprieve, a sliver of freedom. Today, though, he was gone for longer than usual. I could hear the faint sounds of a drill from outside, then silence. When he returned, he was humming. He did not mention where he would been, just started preparing dinner. My chance came that night. After dinner, he was more talkative than usual, almost giddy. He showed me photos on his tablet, not missing persons this time, but pictures of art installations, abstract pieces. Beauty, he said, is often born from discomfort, from struggle. He stared at me with that unnerving intensity. You are almost ready for the next phase. My blood ran cold again. The next phase. What did that even mean? He finally retreated to his bedroom, the click of his door echoing in the silence. I waited, holding my breath, listening for the familiar click of his lock. It came. Then silence. I waited another hour, then two. My heart hammered. I crept to my door, pressing my ear against it. Nothing. I took out the bobby pin. I tried to crack under the door again, but it was futile. I needed to get out. Then I heard it. A faint, almost imperceptible creak from the living room. Was he still up? My blood froze. I pressed myself against the door, holding my breath. The creak came again, closer this time. My stomach lurched. Was he coming? Had he heard me? Suddenly, a realization hit me. He had not locked my door. My hand flew to the doorknob. It turned. The door swung open with a soft sigh. My breath hitched. He had not locked it. He had forgotten. My mind screamed, "Run!" But where? The front door was certainly locked. The windows were sealed. I had to be smart. I had to get that stool. I crept out of my room, moving like a ghost. The apartment was bathed in the soft glow of the streetlights outside, filtering through the thick curtains. The living room was dark, but I could make out the shape of the canvas, stark and imposing. I tiptoed towards the kitchen. The wooden stool was there, just as I would hoped. I grabbed it, my hand shaking so much I almost dropped it. I carried it back to my room, my heart pounding a frantic rhythm against my ribs. I closed my door, but did not lock it. I needed to be able to get out again, quickly. I dragged the stool under the vent, climbed onto it, my eyes fixed on the metal grill. It was held on by 4 small screws, as I would suspected. But wait, one of them looked loose. Not a Phillips head, but a simple flathead screw. And the bobby pin had a flat edge when straightened. My hands were clammy, but I straightened the bobby pin, my fingers clumsy with adrenaline. I carefully inserted the flat end into the slot of the loose screw. It fit, barely. I twisted. The screw resisted, but then with a small grating sound, it turned. 1 rotation. 2. My heart soared. It was working. I twisted again, slowly, painstakingly. My fingers ached, the bobby pin bent, but the screw was loosening. I managed to get the first one out, dropping it carefully into my pocket. Then the second, which was tighter, but still manageable. 2 screws down. 2 more to go. The grill was already rattling slightly. I was so close. Suddenly, a floorboard creaked in the hallway. My blood ran cold. I froze, my body rigid on the stool, the bobby pin still in the 3rd screw. Footsteps. Slow. Deliberate. Julian. He was coming. Panic seized me. I could not move. My mind screamed, "Get down! Hide!" But it was too late. I was caught, literally red-handed, perched on a stool, trying to dismantle his precious prison. The footsteps stopped right outside my door. My breath hitched. I could feel his presence, a chilling weight on the other side of the wood. Then a soft, almost mournful sigh. "I knew you would try something. My dear!" Julian's voice came, calm and even, from just outside the door. But not so soon. I confess, I am a little disappointed. I thought you would enjoy our little domesticity a while longer. My heart hammered against my ribs, a trapped bird desperate for flight. I could not speak. I could not even breathe. And to think, he continued, his voice closer now, as if he was leaning against the door. "I specifically left the stool out for you. A little test, a little encouragement. I wanted to see how long it would take, and what you would target." My world spun. The stool. He had left it out. It was not an oversight. It was a trap, another layer of his twisted game. He had been expecting me to try. He had been watching. The bobby pin, my secret, my tiny sliver of hope, suddenly felt like a joke. He knew. He had known all along. The doorknob turned. Slowly, deliberately, I scrambled off the stool, my legs giving way, sending me sprawling to the floor. The bobby pin clattered uselessly beside me. Julian stepped into the room, his silhouette framed by the faint light from the hallway. He did not look angry. He looked fascinated, like a scientist observing a predictable reaction. He walked over to the stool, then to the vent, examining the 2 missing screws. He picked up the bobby pin, turning it over in his fingers. A bobby pin, he mused, a faint smile playing on his lips. Clever, but ultimately futile. He knelt down beside me, his eyes boring into mine. I could smell the faint scent of his cologne, the same scent Mark had worn. It made me want to vomit. "You see, my dear," he whispered, his voice dangerously soft. "The beauty of a true masterpiece is that it is complete. Every detail accounted for, every escape route sealed, even the ones you have not thought of yet." He reached out, and this time I did not flinch. I was too numb, too broken. He gently pushed a stray strand of hair from my face. "You are still fighting," he said, almost admiringly. "That is good. It adds to the raw emotion. The struggle. It makes the final piece all the more poignant." He stood up, looking down at me, a defeated heap on the floor. "But now," he said, his voice firming, "we need to adjust our expectations. You see, I was hoping you would come to understand to embrace your new life, to become willing. But it seems we need a different approach. He walked over to the vent. With a swift, powerful motion, he ripped the entire grill off the wall, tearing away the remaining screws, sending plaster dust scattering. He tossed it aside, then peered into the dark opening. This vent, he explained, leads to the building's main shaft. It is old, dusty, and sealed at the top, but I can see how you might have thought it was a way out. He turned back to me, his eyes gleaming with a new, chilling resolve. But now that you have shown me your resourcefulness, I will have to make some changes. For your own safety. Of course. We can't have you hurting yourself, can we? He walked out of the room, leaving the door open, leaving me to stare at the gaping hole in the wall, a symbol of my shattered hope. I heard him go into his bedroom, then heard the sounds of being dragged. He returned a moment later, carrying a large, heavy wooden board. He held it up, examining it. Perfect, he murmured. This will cover the vent. And then, for your door, he eyed my open door, then the lock. I think a deadbolt. Or two, just to be sure. He smiled then, a genuine, unsettling smile that reached his eyes. Do not worry, he said, his voice almost cheerful. We are not giving up on a masterpiece. We are just refining the frame. The sounds of his hammer echoed through the apartment, each blow a final nail in my coffin. I was still trapped, but now he knew my every move, my every thought. My tiny act of defiance had only served to tighten my chains, to make my prison even more impenetrable. Julian was no longer just my captor, he was the architect of my despair, and he was just getting started. The true masterpiece. I realized with a fresh wave of terror was not my disappearance, but my complete and utter subjugation. And I knew with a chilling certainty that it was a masterpiece he would never let go. You know, sometimes you think you have everything figured out. You live your life, you build your world, brick by brick, memory by memory. And then, in a single gut-wrenching moment, it all collapses. That is what happened to me. The world I knew, the life I cherished, the man I loved, all was a meticulously crafted lie, a gilded cage built by my captor. Ethan, he was in the kitchen, humming a cheerful tune as he stirred something on the stove, the clatter of pots and pans a grotesque counterpoint to the silent scream tearing through my soul. Dinner, he would said, as if anything could ever be normal again. The crumpled fragments of the Amelia Vance. Missing. 5 years ago, Flyer lay scattered on the hardwood floor, a testament to his casual cruelty, a physical representation of my shattered past. My mind was a kaleidoscope of horror. My parents, the kind, loving people who had raised me, were actors. My friends, the ones I would shared so many laughs and tears with, were unwitting puppets in his twisted play. Every first memory, every cherished moment, every belief about myself was a script he would written, a scene he would directed. He had not just stolen my life, he would stolen me. He would erase the real Amelia Vance and replace it with a ghost, a simulacrum, a perfect doll he could control. The air in the apartment felt thick, suffocating. I stood there, amidst the ruins of my identity, a ghost in my own gilded cage. The terror of his complete control was overwhelming, my mind a prison of his making. He was so calm, so utterly oblivious of the devastation he would wrought. His charming smile, now a predator's smirk, burned into my retina. He genuinely believed he would give me a better life. He believed I was lost without him. But then, something shifted. A tiny, defiant spark ignited within me. It was not a sudden burst of courage. Not yet. It was more like a flicker in the darkest corner of a forgotten room. The real Amelia Vance was not dead. She was buried deep, buried under layers of his lies. But she was still there, and she was going to fight. I took a shaky breath, forcing myself to appear calm. My hands trembled, but I clenched them into fists, digging my nails into my palms. Pain. Real pain. Not something he would fabricate it. I had to play his game. For now. Smells good. I said, my voice surprisingly steady as I walked into the kitchen. My eyes darted around, searching for anything, any potential weapon, any escape route. The kitchen knife block caught my attention first, gleaming under the recessed lights. Too obvious, too risky. Ethan turned, his smile widening. "Ah, there you are, my love. Just finishing up. I made your favorite lemon herb chicken with roasted vegetables." He gestured to the perfectly plated meal on the counter. I thought we could have a nice, quiet evening. Just the two of us. His eyes, once filled with warmth, now held a disturbing possessiveness that made my skin crawl. It was like looking into the eyes of a wolf in sheep's clothing, and the sheepskin had just fallen away. I forced a weak smile. "That sounds wonderful." "Ethan," my stomach churned. The thought of eating anything he prepared making me want to gag. But I knew I had to eat. I had to maintain my strength. I had to survive. We sat at the dining table, the silence punctuated only by the clinking of cutlery and Ethan's occasional, unnervingly normal conversation. He talked about his day, about a project he was working on, about a funny thing he saw on TV. It was as if the last hour, the last 5 years, had never happened. He was trying to reset, to put me back in my box. But the box was broken. I picked at my food, trying to swallow the perfectly cooked chicken, each bite tasting like ash. My mind raced. How do I get out? Where do I go? Who do I trust? The world outside was a blank slate, a terrifying unknown. He had systematically dismantled every connection I had. "You are a little quiet tonight." "Amelia," he said, his voice soft, almost chiding. He reached across the table, his hand covering mine. I flinched internally, but forced myself not to pull away. His touch, once comforting, now felt like a brand. "Still thinking about things. Are we?" His tone was gentle, but the implication was clear. He knew I was processing, and he expected me to come around. He expected me to accept his version of reality. "It is a lot to take in." "Ethan," I managed, my voice strained. "Everything you told me." He squeezed my hand. "I understand, sweetheart. It is a big adjustment. But trust me, you will see. This is for the best. We can finally be truly ourselves without all the pretense. It will be a fresh start. A fresh start." My blood ran cold. He was not just going to let me stew in this apartment. He was planning something else. He was going to tighten the noose. A fresh start. I asked, trying to keep my voice neutral. "What do you mean?" He smiled, that same chilling, charming smile. "Well, this apartment, these surroundings, they are tainted now, are not they? Filled with all those little lies. I think we need a change of scenery. A real change." He leaned forward, his eyes alight with an unsettling excitement. "I have found us a new place. Somewhere perfect. Somewhere we can truly build our lives together. Just the two of us, without any of the old distractions." My heart hammered against my ribs. A new place. Somewhere perfect. Somewhere without distractions. My mind immediately conjured images of isolated cabins, remote bunkers, places where no one would ever find me. This was it. This was his next move. "Where is it?" I asked, trying to sound curious, not terrified. "It is a surprise," he said, his eyes twinkling. "A little adventure. We will leave first thing in the morning." My stomach dropped. First thing in the morning. No time to plan, no time to react. He was moving fast. He was not giving me an inch. That night, sleep was an impossible luxury. I lay in bed, staring at the ceiling, every creak of the old building, every shadow on the wall, a source of terror. Ethan was in the other room, his soft breathing a constant reminder of his presence, his control. I knew I had to act, but every option felt like walking into a deeper trap. I tried to remember details from the flyer, the missing person report. Amelia Vance. 5 years ago. Who was I? Did I have family? Friends who truly loved me, not ones he would arranged. The names, faces, memories were all gone, replaced by his fabrications. It was like trying to grasp smoke. He had not just stolen my past, he would wipe it clean. The next morning, Ethan was predictably in high spirits. He would pack a small bag for me, a few changes of clothes, toiletries. My phone, of course, was gone. He would take it away for safekeeping the night. He revealed everything. My laptop, my tablet, anything that could connect me to the outside world vanished. I was completely cut off. Ready for our adventure, my love, he asked, his voice bright, as he led me to the door. I nodded, my throat tight. I was wearing a simple pair of jeans and a sweater, practical clothes for whatever hell he had planned. As we stepped out, I instinctively looked around, hoping for a neighbor, a passerby, anyone. The street was empty. It was early, a gray, overcast morning, the kind that perfectly matched the dread in my heart. He opened the passenger door of his car, a dark sedan I would always thought was perfectly ordinary, but now seemed sinister, a sleek, metallic predator. I got in, my movement stiff, feeling like a puppet on strings. Ethan got in the driver's side, started the engine, and pulled away from the curb. We drove for what felt like an eternity. Initially, we were on familiar city streets, then the highway, passing by office buildings and strip malls. I kept my eyes glued to the window, searching for any sign, any opportunity. But Ethan was meticulous. He drove carefully, never too fast, never too slow, always aware. He kept up a steady stream of conversation, talking about the beautiful scenery we were passing, the excitement of a new beginning. His words were like a barbed wire fence, designed to keep my thoughts contained. The further we drove, the more the landscape changed. The buildings thinned out, replaced by open fields and then slowly by dense forests. The road became narrower, less maintained, eventually turning into a winding gravel path. My heart began to pound a frantic rhythm against my ribs. This was it. The woods. The Tinder date drives her into the woods scenario, except I was not on a date. I was his prisoner, and he was taking me deeper into the unknown. Is not this wonderful? Ethan enthused, gesturing vaguely at the towering trees that now lined both sides of the road, their branches forming a dark canopy overhead. So peaceful, so much fresh air. Peaceful. The word felt like a mockery. The air, though crisp, felt heavy with an unspoken threat. The trees seemed to lean in, whispering secrets, their shadows long and skeletal. The sunlight, what little there was, struggled to penetrate the thick foliage, casting eerie, shifting patterns on the forest floor. I tried to keep track of the turns, the landmarks, anything that might help me find my way back. But it was hopeless. Every turn looked the same, every tree indistinguishable from the next. The further we went, the more isolated it became. My stomach twisted into knots. There were no other cars, no houses, no signs of human life. Just us in the endless, silent woods. Where exactly are we going? Ethan, I asked, my voice barely above a whisper. He chuckled, a light, airy sound that sent shivers down my spine. Patience, my love. We are almost there. It is a special place. Just for us. The car bounced over roots and rocks, the suspension groaning. The engine hummed, a low, constant drone that seemed to swallow all other sounds. My mind raced, trying to formulate a plan. If I jumped out, would I survive? Would I get lost in these woods? Would he catch me? The fear of the unknown was almost as paralyzing as the fear of Ethan himself. After what felt like an eternity, but was probably only another 20 minutes, the trees began to thin slightly, revealing a small clearing ahead. And in the middle of that clearing, nestled amongst the ancient oaks and pines, stood a cabin. It was not a rustic, charming cabin from a postcard. This was something else entirely. It was old, built of dark, rough-hewn logs, with a sagging porch and small, dark windows that looked like vacant eyes. A thin wisp of smoke curled from a stone chimney, suggesting it was not entirely abandoned. It looked less like a home and more like a tomb. Or a trap. Ethan pulled the car up to the front, parking precisely. He turned off the engine, and the sudden silence was deafening, broken only by the chirping of unseen birds and the rustle of leaves in the breeze. "Welcome home." "Amelia," he said, turning to me, his smile wide and unervingly genuine. "Is not it perfect?" My breath hitched in my throat. Perfect. This was his idea of perfect. A remote, isolated prison, far from any prying eyes, any potential help. He got out of the car, and I watched him through the window, my heart pounding. He walked around my side, opened the door, and extended a hand. I hesitated, then took it, his grip firm, possessive. As I stepped out, a wave of cold, damp air washed over me. The smell of pine, damp earth, and something else, something vaguely metallic and unsettling, filled my nostrils. The cabin was even more foreboding up close. The logs were dark with age, some covered in moss. The windows were small, dirty, and barred from the inside with thick, heavy shutters. There was no electricity pole, no visible signs of modern amenities. "Come on," Ethan said, gently tugging my hand. "Let us get you settled in." He led me up the creaky wooden steps of the porch. The front door was heavy, made of solid wood, with a large, rusted iron lock. He produced a set of keys from his pocket, the jingle echoing eerily in the silence, and unlocked it. The door swung inward with a groan, revealing a dark, musty interior. The air inside was cold and stagnant, smelling of old wood dust and something I could not quite place a faint, sickly sweet odor, like decay masked by something else. My eyes struggled to adjust to the gloom. There was no electricity, just the weak light filtering in through the small, dirty windows. Ethan walked in first, seemingly unfazed. He moved with an easy familiarity, as if he had been here many times before. He fumbled for something on the wall, and a gas lamp flickered to life, casting a warm but unsettling yellow glow across a single main room. The room was sparsely furnished. A worn, faded sofa, a crude wooden table with 2 chairs, and a stone fireplace dominated the space. In one corner, there was a small, dusty kitchen area with a hand pump for water and an old-fashioned wood-burning stove. No fridge, no microwave. This was truly off the grid. "It is rustic." "I know," Ethan said, observing my wide eyes, "but I thought it would be perfect for us. No distractions, just nature and each other." He smiled, and it was a kind of smile that did not reach his eyes. "I have stocked it with essentials. We will be very comfortable here." My gaze immediately went to the windows. Small, and now I could see, reinforced with thick wooden shutters on the inside. From the outside, they just looked like old windows. From the inside, they were clearly designed to keep someone in. "Where's the bathroom?" I asked, my voice a little shaky. "Just through here," he said, gesturing to a door at the back of the main room. "And the bedroom is through that one." I walked toward the bathroom, needing a moment to myself, needing to gather my thoughts. It was a small, cramped space with a composting toilet and a basin with another hand pump. No shower, just a bucket and a small pitcher. This was truly primitive. As I washed my face with the cold, metallic-smelling water, I looked at my reflection in the cracked mirror. My eyes were wide with fear, my face pale. But beneath the fear, I saw a flicker of determination. The spark was still there. When I emerged, Ethan was busy unpacking the groceries he had brought, mostly canned goods, dried foods, and some fresh produce. He was humming again, a cheerful tune that grated on my nerves. "Come, let me show you our bedroom," he said, gesturing to the other door. I followed him, my heart thumping. The bedroom was even smaller than the main room. A single, rough-hewn wooden bed dominated the space, covered with a thick, quilted blanket. There was a small, rickety wardrobe and a single, unadorned window, also fitted with internal shutters. On the bedside table, a small, leather-bound journal lay open. My eyes immediately fixated on it. The journal, the one where he would meticulously detail every fabricated memory, every first experience he would written for me. He would brought it here. He expected me to read it, to internalize his lies. This is where you can catch up on all our wonderful memories, he said, picking up the journal and holding out to me. Our story. Amelia. Our perfect life. I took it, my fingers trembling as they brushed against the worn leather. It felt heavy, filled with a history that was not mine, a life that was a cruel fabrication. I did not open it. Not yet. I need to make a fire. Ethan said, moving toward the fireplace in the main room. It gets chilly out here at night. While he was preoccupied, I quickly scanned the bedroom. The wardrobe was empty. The window, like the others, was shuttered, but I noticed a small, rusty latch on the inside. It looked old, but perhaps not entirely secure. A tiny sliver of hope, quickly overshadowed by the overwhelming sense of despair. The first few days in the cabin were a blur of enforced normalcy. Ethan was relentless in his efforts to maintain his illusion. He cooked meals, read to me from books he had brought, and insisted we take walks in the woods, always with him by my side, his hand firmly holding mine. During these walks, I tried to memorize the paths, the distinctive trees, anything that could serve as a landmark. But the forest was a labyrinth, a dense, endless expanse of green and brown. Every direction looked the same, and the canopy was so thick that the sun was often obscured, making it impossible to gauge direction. The metallic smell I would noticed earlier seemed to linger in certain spots, especially deeper in the woods. It was faint, but unsettling. Ethan's presence was a constant, suffocating weight. He never left me alone. If I went to the bathroom, he would be right outside the door. If I tried to explore the cabin, he would be there, gently redirecting me, engaging me in conversation. He spoke of our future, of all the beautiful memories we would make here. He was trying to rewrite my present, just as he would rewritten my past. One afternoon, while Ethan was outside chopping firewood, I found myself alone in the cabin for a few precious minutes. My heart pounded. This was my chance. I rushed to the bedroom window, fumbling with the rusty latch. It groaned, but eventually, with a sharp click, it gave way. I pushed the wooden shutters open, revealing the small, dusty window pane. I pressed my face against the cold glass, peering out. The view was nothing but dense trees, stretching as far as the eye could see. No roads, no distant lights, no signs of civilization. Just the endless, silent forest. It was beautiful in a terrifying, isolating way. Then my eyes caught something on the ground, just outside the window, partially hidden by overgrown bushes. A small, dark patch of disturbed earth. And sticking out of it, a corner of something white. My blood ran cold. I pushed the window pane open a crack, ignoring the creaking protest of the old wood, and reached out, my fingers trembling as I clawed at the dirt. It was a piece of fabric. I pulled it free and my breath hitched. It was a tattered, muddy fragment of the Amelia Vance. Missing. 5 years ago flyer. Not the one he would torn up in the apartment. This was a different piece. And it was buried. Why would he bury it? Had he brought copies? Or had someone else been here? The metallic smell suddenly intensified, making my stomach churn. As I stared at the flyer, a shadow fell over me. Amelia, what are you doing? I spun around, my heart leaping into my throat. Ethan stood in the doorway, an axe still clutched in his hand, his brow furrowed. His eyes, usually so calm, now held a flicker of something I had not seen before suspicion, and a chilling possessiveness that made my blood run cold. I quickly shoved the flyer piece behind my back, my mind racing for an excuse. Oh, I was just trying to get some fresh air. It is a bit stuffy in here. He walked toward me, his gaze fixed on my hands. What do you have there? He asked, his voice low, no longer cheerful. Nothing. I stammered, trying to keep my hands hidden. Just dust. He reached out, his fingers closing around my wrist. His grip was surprisingly strong, unyielding. He slowly, deliberately, pulled my hand forward, revealing the crumpled piece of paper. His eyes narrowed as he looked at it, then at me. "You found this." His voice was dangerously quiet. I could not lie. Not now. It was outside the window. Buried. He stared at the flyer fragment, then at the open window, then back at me. A slow, chilling smile spread across his face. Not the charming one, but a truly predatory grin. "Ah," he said, almost to himself. "I must have missed a piece. How careless of me." He plucked the paper from my grasp, his fingers brushing mine with an almost casual intimacy that made me want to scream. He looked at the flyer, then ripped it into even smaller pieces, letting them flutter to the floor like morbid confetti. "You know," he said, his voice regaining its calm, almost playful tone, "I thought this place would be good for you. No distractions. No reminders of the past I save you from. But it seems some things are harder to let go than others." He stepped closer, his presence overwhelming. "You are still fighting me. Are not you?" "Amelia." I swallowed hard, my heart hammering. I want to know who I was. "Ethan, I want to know my real life." He sighed, a theatrical, disappointed sound. "Your real life was a mess. Amelia, a void. I filled it. I gave you purpose, love, a perfect existence. Why can't you see that?" He reached out, his hand gently cupping my cheek. His touch felt like ice. "You belong to me now. You always have. And you always will." His words hung in the air, a terrifying pronouncement. The air in the small room felt thick, suffocating. He was not just my captor, he was my god, the architect of my reality, and he expected absolute devotion. That night, things shifted again. Ethan no longer pretended at normalcy. The charming facade cracked, revealing the raw, possessive monster beneath. He did not lock the bedroom door, but his presence was a constant, silent threat. He often stood in the doorway, watching me, his eyes dark and unreadable. I felt like a specimen under a microscope. The next morning, I woke to the smell of coffee and something else. Something sweet and unfamiliar. I crept out of bed, my muscles stiff from another night of restless fear. Ethan was at the kitchen counter, meticulously decorating a small, individual cake. "Morning, sleepyhead," he said, turning to me, his smile back, but with an edge. "Happy anniversary." My blood ran cold. Anniversary. Of what? 5 years today, he said, his eyes gleaming. 5 years since I found you. 5 years since I gave you a new life. Our life? My stomach churned. This was not an anniversary. It was a celebration of my captivity, a chilling reminder of his control. He was marking the day he stole me, the day he erased Amelia Vance. He held out the small cake, adorned with delicate frosting and a single candle. "Make a wish." "Amelia." I stared at the flickering flame, my mind a whirlwind of fear and defiance. "A wish." I wish for freedom. I wish for my past. I wish for him to vanish. But I could not say any of that. I took a deep breath, forcing a weak smile. I leaned forward, and with a silent prayer for strength, I blew out the candle. Ethan beamed. "Wonderful. Now, let us have some breakfast. And then, I have another surprise for you." A surprise. The word now filled me with a primal dread. What new horror awaited me? After a forced breakfast of the sickeningly sweet cake and bitter coffee, Ethan led me outside. The metallic smell was stronger today, carried on a faint breeze. He walked past a firewood pile, past the overgrown bushes, and deeper into the woods, pulling me along. "Where are we going?" I asked, my voice trembling. "Just a little further," he said, his grip on my hand tightening. "I want to show you something. Something important." We walked for about 10 minutes, the forest growing denser, the light dimmer. The ground became uneven covered in fallen leaves and gnarled roots. The metallic smell was now overwhelming, a coppery, earthy scent that made my stomach clench. It smelled like blood. Then we arrived. It was a small, partially cleared area, even deeper within the woods. And in the center of it, almost perfectly camouflaged by the undergrowth, was a shallow pit. And within that pit, barely covered by a thin layer of leaves and dirt, lay a collection of objects. My breath caught in my throat. There was an old, muddy backpack, its fabric torn, a pair of worn hiking boots, a crumpled, waterlogged map, and most sickeningly, a faded, blood-stained jacket. It was a woman's jacket, small and familiar in a way that sent a cold spike of recognition through my heart. Ethan released my hand, his eyes fixed on the pit, a strange, almost reverent expression on his face. "This," he said, his voice barely a whisper, "is where I found you. Amelia. 5 years ago. Disoriented, bleeding from a severe head injury. You were so lost, so broken." My eyes darted from the objects in the pit to Ethan, then back again. The backpack, the boots, the map, the blood-stained jacket. They were not just random items. They were mine. They were the fragments of the life he would stolen, the life he would buried. He knelt beside the pit, picking up the jacket, his fingers tracing the dried, dark stain. You were so close to death. Amelia, so vulnerable. But I saved you. I gave you a second chance. A perfect existence, free from whatever horrors you were running from. Horrors I was running from. Or horrors he had inflicted. A chilling thought struck me. He found me injured. He claimed it was a head injury. But what if he was the one who caused it? What if he had not found me but had attacked me, then seized the opportunity to mold me into his perfect companion? The metallic smell suddenly made sickening sense. This was not just a burial site for my past. It was a crime scene. This is not a museum. "Ethan," I said, my voice rising, trembling with a mixture of fear and rage. "This is where you stole my life. This is where you left me for dead." He slowly stood up, turning to face me, his expression hardening. "I told you. I saved you. You were a blank slate. I filled it with beauty, with love, with us." His eyes blazed with a terrifying intensity. "Do not you dare disrespect what I have done for you. Amelia, do not you dare question my love." "Love." I scoffed, a bitter laugh escaping my lips. "This is not love. Ethan, this is obsession. This is sick." His face contorted, the mask of charming benevolence finally shattering completely. "Sick," he roared, his voice echoing through the silent woods. "I gave you everything, and you repay me with this ungrateful defiance. You want your old life back. You want to remember the pain, the loneliness, the emptiness. Fine." He gestured wildly at the pit, his hand shaking. "Go on. Dig it up. See what you find. See what kind of person you really were. You won't like it. Amelia, you won't like it at all." He stepped back, his eyes fixed on me, a dangerous glint in their depths. "But know this," he said, his voice dropping to a low, menacing growl. "No matter what you remember, no matter what you find, you are mine, and you will never leave this place." The words hung heavy in the air, a chilling promise. I stared at the pit, at the muddy, blood-stained jacket, at the evidence of a life violently interrupted. The metallic smell was overpowering now, a visceral reminder of what happened here. This was not just a place of discovery. It was a place of trauma. My mind reeled. He wanted me to dig. He wanted me to confront whatever horrors the chill in the air. That Tuesday morning was a crisp, invigorating kind of cold, the kind that made the steam from my coffee curl a little higher, a little thicker, before it vanished into the urban haze. I remember it vividly, not because it was particularly special at the time, but because it was the last morning I felt truly unburdened, before everything shifted, before the world stopped making sense, and the shadows started to feel like they had teeth. I was sitting at my usual spot in the daily grind, a small, independently owned coffee shop just a few blocks from my apartment. It was not fancy, but the barista knew my order a large black coffee. No sugar, no cream, and the worn armchair by the window felt like an old friend. I was nursing my cup, pretending to read a book, but mostly just watching the city wake up when the bell above the door chimed and he walked in. Julian. He was striking, not in a flashy, movie star way, but in a quiet, intense manner. Dark hair, a little unruly, falling over intelligent eyes that seemed to take in everything at once. He had a slight, charming smile that crinkled the corners of his eyes, and he carried himself with an easy confidence that immediately drew my attention. He ordered something complicated with a French name, and while he waited, his gaze drifted around the room, landing on me. Our eyes met, and for a second, it felt like the world paused. He did not just glance away, he held my gaze for a beat longer than polite, a curious, almost knowing look in his eyes. Then he smiled, a little wider this time, and I felt a blush creep up my neck. I quickly ducked my head back into my book, my heart doing a little flutter kick I had not felt since college. I thought that was it, just a fleeting moment. But then, a minute later, a shadow fell over my book. "Excuse me," a smooth voice said, "is this seat taken?" I looked up. It was Julian, holding his fancy coffee. He gestured to the empty chair across from me at the small, round table. My heart did another lurch. "Oh, no," I managed, my voice a little breathy. "Please sit." He settled into the chair with an easy grace, his movements fluid and unhurried. The scent of his cologne, something subtle and woody, wafted across the table. "Julian," he said, extending a hand. His grip was firm, warm. "Chloe," I replied, feeling a little flustered. We talked for what felt like minutes, but must have been over an hour. He was an artist, he told me, specializing in abstract photography. He had a studio downtown. He was witty, articulate, and seemed genuinely interested in what I had to say. He asked about my job. I am a graphic designer, and listened intently, nodding in all the right places. He talked about his passion for capturing the unseen, the hidden layers of reality. It was all very intellectual, very charming. He even knew about the Daily Grind special blend of ethically sourced beans, a detail I would only ever heard the barista enthusiastically explain to regulars. I brushed it off, thinking maybe he was a regular too, just at a different time of day, or maybe he just had a good memory for details. I liked that. I liked him. "You know," he said, leaning back in his chair, a thoughtful look on his face, "you have a very expressive face. Chloe, a photographer's dream, really. You wear your thoughts like a beautiful, ever-changing landscape." It was a compliment. I knew, but there was something in the way he said it, a slight intensity in his gaze, that made a tiny, almost imperceptible shiver run down my spine. It was a fleeting moment of unease, easily dismissed. He was an artist. After all, they were often a little intense. When he finally had to leave for an appointment, he took my number, promising to call. I floated out of the coffee shop, a goofy smile plastered on my face. This was it. I thought this was how those stories started. A chance encounter, a spark, and then something wonderful. The wonderful part did not happen. Not in the way I expected. Anyway, he did call a few days later. We had a pleasant, if somewhat brief, conversation. He was busy with a new project, he said, but he would love to get together again soon. I understood. Artists were busy people. I told myself not to be too eager, to play it cool. But then, things started to feel off. It began subtly. I would be walking to work, and I would catch a glimpse of a familiar dark coat just around the corner, only for it to disappear when I blinked. I would be at the grocery store, and I would hear a snippet of a conversation about abstract art, a voice that sounded remarkably like Julian's, but when I turned, there was no one. My logical brain dismissed it as coincidence, my mind playing tricks on me, probably because I was thinking about him. Then came the little things that were harder to ignore. my favorite local bookstore, a tiny hole in the wall I rarely mentioned to anyone, suddenly had a new display on the Unseen, featuring a book I would seen Julian holding during our coffee date. A friend mentioned she would seen a new art gallery opening up in a part of town Julian had mentioned, a gallery specializing in surreal urban landscapes. It felt like everything around me was suddenly echoing him. One evening, I was walking home from a late shift, the city lights reflecting off the wet pavement, when I felt a distinct prickle on the back of my neck. That feeling you get when you know, without a doubt, that you are being watched. I spun around, heart hammering against my ribs, but the street was empty. Just a distant hum of traffic and the occasional solitary figure hurrying by. I told myself it was paranoia, a side effect of too many late-night horror podcasts. But the feeling lingered. A few more days passed. Julian had not called. Again, I started to wonder if I would misread things, if I would have been too eager. Maybe he was not interested after all. The thought stung, but it was a familiar ache, easier to process than the growing sense of dread that was starting to coil in my stomach. Then last Friday, I was meeting my friend, Sarah, for drinks. We were trying out a new cocktail bar in a trendy, slightly industrial part of town, an area I did not frequent often. We were laughing, catching up, when Sarah nudged me. "Hey, is not that Julian?" I followed her gaze, and there he was, standing outside a large brick building across the street, talking to someone I could not quite make out in the dim light. He looked exactly as I remembered him, even from a distance. My heart gave a little jump. "Oh, wow, yeah, it is," I whispered, a mix of surprise and a strange, nervous excitement. "Go say hi," Sarah urged, ever the matchmaker. No, he is busy." I demurred, suddenly shy. But I watched him, a strange curiosity overriding my usual reserve. The building he was standing in front of looked like an old warehouse, but with large, modern windows on the upper floors. It looked like the kind of place an artist might have a studio. He finished his conversation, said goodbye to the other person, and started to walk away, in the opposite direction from the bar. "Wait a minute," I said, a thought clicking into place. Did not he say his studio was downtown? This is not downtown. Sarah shrugged. Maybe he is too. Or he moved. Who knows? Go after him. Chloe. But something held me back. That tiny, lingering unease. Instead, I found myself getting up, excusing myself from Sarah, and walking across the street, not to follow Julian, but to look at the building. It had a discreet plaque by the entrance to Gilded Lens Studios, and beneath it, a smaller, almost hidden list of names. My eyes scanned them, and then they stopped. Julian Thorne. This was his studio. The address he would given me, vaguely, was just downtown. This was not downtown. Not really. It was a few blocks off, in an area that was just starting to be gentrified. Why be vague? It was a small detail, but it pricked at me. I decided, against my better judgment, to take a closer look. The large windows on the second floor were dimly lit, but I could just make out shapes inside. It was late, but artists often work late. I pressed my face closer to the glass, trying to see past the faint reflection of the streetlights. And that is when I saw them. They were everywhere, tacked to the walls, arranged in meticulous collages, some framed, some just pinned up. Photos, hundreds of them. And then I saw my face. My breath hitched in my throat. It was unmistakable. A photo of me, laughing, caught mid-sentence, my hair a little messy. It was from the coffee shop, from our coffee date, taken from an angle I could not have seen, from somewhere behind me. My blood ran cold. I stumbled back, my mind refusing to process what my eyes were seeing. But then I looked again, drawn by a terrifying magnetism. And there were more. So many more. Me, walking my cat. Mittens down the street, an old t-shirt and sweatpants on. A photo I did not even remember being taken. from a week ago, maybe 2. Mittens was looking up at me, tail twitching, my gut twisted. How? How could he have that? I only walked Mittens on my block, usually early in the morning, when no one was around. Me, at my desk, hunched over my laptop, a half-eaten bowl of cereal beside me. That was from my apartment. My own apartment. The window was open slightly, the light from my monitor illuminating my face. It was taken from outside, from across the street. My hands flew to my mouth, stifling a gasp. A cold, clammy dread spread through my entire body, freezing me in place. There were photos of me smiling, photos of me looking thoughtful, photos of me just existing. Photos from my social media, yes, but also photos that could only have been taken by someone who was watching me, someone who knew my routines, someone who had been following me. And then I saw it, a photo of me from that very morning, leaving my apartment, my coffee cup in hand, my hair still slightly damp from a shower. It was so recent, so intimate, so terrifyingly close. It was a photo that could only have been taken by someone who was right outside my building. My vision blurred. The streetlight suddenly too harsh. The distant city sounds too loud. The world spun. I felt a wave of nausea wash over me. Julian, the charming artist, the man who seemed so interested in me. He was not just interested. He was obsessed. He had been watching me before we even met. The realization hit me like a physical blow. The coincidences, the fleeting glimpses, the feeling of being watched, it was not paranoia. It was real. He had stalked me, learned my life, collected images of me, and then engineered our chance meeting. I wanted to scream. I wanted to run. But my feet felt glued to the pavement. I was trapped in a horrifying tableau, staring at my own stolen life reflected back at me from the window of a stranger's studio. My phone buzzed in my pocket. Sarah. I ignored it. I could not talk. I could not breathe. I finally managed to tear my eyes away from the window, my heart a frantic drum against my ribs. I needed to get out of there. I needed to run. I ran. I did not care where I was going, just away from that building, away from those eyes, away from the horrifying truth of what Julian was. I ran until my lungs burned, until my legs ached, until the trendy bar and Sarah, an entire concept of normal life, felt like a distant, impossible dream. I ended up back at my apartment, breathless, terrified. I slammed the door shut, locking it, then locking again and again until every lock was engaged. I pulled the blinds down, yanked the curtains closed, trying to block out the world, trying to block out him. I spent the rest of the night huddled in my living room, the lights on, a knife in the kitchen clutched in my hand. Every creak of the building, every distant siren, every rustle of leaves outside my window sent a fresh wave of panic through me. I kept seeing those photos in my mind, especially the one of me leaving my apartment that morning. He was there. He had been there. I tried to rationalize it. Maybe it was a misunderstanding. Maybe he was just an eccentric artist, and these were studies for some project. But the cold, hard logic of my fear told me otherwise. The way he looked at me, the way he knew small details about my life, the way he would seem to orchestrate our meeting, it all clicked into place, forming a monstrous, undeniable picture. The next morning, sleep-deprived and still trembling, I called Sarah. I told her everything, my voice a shaky whisper. She listened, horrified, and immediately urged me to go to the police. But what would I tell them? A charming man I met for coffee has photos of me on his wall. It sounded crazy. It sounded like the ramblings of a paranoid woman. And I did not have any concrete proof, just my word, and the memory of what I would see through a dimly lit window. I did not even have an address for his studio, just a general location. I knew, deep down, that go to the police might not do anything. And if it did not, it would only serve to alert Julian that I knew. And then what? I started to change my routines. I took different routes to work, avoided the daily grind, and kept my blinds permanently closed. I started carrying pepper spray. Every shadow seemed to hold a threat, every stranger a potential enemy. My life, once so predictable and comfortable, had become a constant state of hypervigilance. A few days later, I was still a wreck. I had not seen Julian, had not heard from him. The silence was almost worse than his presence. It meant he was out there, somewhere, watching, waiting. I decided I needed to go back, to get proof, to get an address, to solidify what I saw. Maybe I could take a photo with my phone. It was a stupid, dangerous idea, but the thought of living like this, in constant fear, was unbearable. I needed to know. I waited until nightfall, dressed in dark clothes, my heart pounding. I hailed a cab to a few blocks away from the Gilded Lens Studios. I crept through the darkened streets, my senses on high alert. The area was quiet, most of the businesses closed for the night. When I reached the building, it was dark, completely dark. No lights in Julian's second-story windows. My stomach dropped. Had he left? Had he moved? Was he just not there tonight? I pressed my face against the glass again, trying to see anything. The interior was a black void. My hopes of getting photographic evidence dwindled. I felt a strange mix of relief and renewed despair. Relief that I was not, seeing my face staring back at me. Despair that I was still no closer to proving what had happened. As I turned to leave, a faint glint caught my eye. Something on the ground, near the entrance to the building. I knelt down, my flashlight app on my phone, cutting through the gloom. It was a small, ornate silver locket. Old-fashioned, almost antique. It lay half hidden in a patch of weeds. My fingers trembled as I picked it up. It was heavy, cool to the touch. I fumbled with the clasp, and it sprang open. Inside, nestled against two faded, sepia-toned photographs, was a tiny, intricately folded piece of paper. The photos were of an old woman, her face lined with age, and a young girl, no older than 5, with bright, curious eyes. They looked like they could be Julian's grandmother and a younger version of him, perhaps, or a relative. But it was a paper that made my blood run cold for the second time in a week. I unfolded it, carefully, my fingers shaking so badly I almost dropped it. It was a small, handwritten note. The handwriting was elegant, precise, almost artistic. It read, "Chloe, I know you saw them. I know you know. I had hoped we could have a more natural progression, but you were always so observant, so curious. A true artist's eye, would not you agree? Do not worry. I am not angry, just a little disappointed. You ruined the surprise, but it is okay. I understand. Change can be frightening, but sometimes change is necessary. Sometimes you need a little push to become the person you were always meant to be. The person I see in all my photographs. I have gone away for a little while, just to give you some space, to let you think, to let you adjust to the new reality. But I will be back. I always come back for my muses. And you, Chloe, are my most exquisite muse yet. Do not try to run. Do not try to hide. It only makes the chase more exhilarating. And remember, darling, the best art is always a reflection of life. And I have so much more life to capture. See you soon. Julian. My phone slipped from my numb fingers, clattering onto the pavement. The light from its screen illuminated the locket, the note, and my own trembling hands. He knew. He knew I would been there. He knew I would seen the photos. He had left this for me. A chilling, personal message, a declaration of intent. The two photographs in the locket suddenly seemed to shift. The old woman's eyes, once just faded, now seemed to hold a knowing glint. And the little girl, no, it was not a little girl. It was a younger version of me. The same bright, curious eyes I had as a child. A photo I had not seen since my grandmother's old album, stored away in a box in my attic. My breath caught in my throat. This was not just a stalker. This was something else. Something far more insidious. He was not just collecting photos. He was collecting my life. I dropped the locket as if it were burning my skin, scrambling backward on my hands and knees, away from the building, away from the note, away from the horrifying truth that had just crashed down on me. He knew everything. Not just what I did now, but what I had done years ago. He had photos from my childhood. He had infiltrated my past, my present, and was now laying claim to my future. I did not run this time. I walked, a slow, shambling walk like a zombie, my mind reeling. The city lights seemed to mock me, the hum of traffic a distant, meaningless drone. Julian was gone, he said. He would left. But the note, the locket, the photos, they were proof that he was still here in my head, in my life. He had not left. He had simply retreated into shadows, waiting for the perfect moment to emerge again. I have not gone to the police. What would I say? That a man left me a locket with my childhood photo and a creepy note, implying he has access to my entire life, past and present. They would think I was delusional. So now, I live in a constant state of quiet terror. Every rustle outside my window, every unknown number on my phone, every fleeting shadow sends a jolt of ice through my veins. I check my social media obsessively, looking for any sign, any new photo that is not mine. I sleep with the lights on, a new, heavy steel baseball bat propped against my bed. He said he would be back. He always comes back for his muses. And I know, with a chilling certainty that settles deep in my bones, that Julian will be back. I do not know when. I do not know how. But I know he is out there. And he is watching. Always watching. And somewhere in his hidden studio, in the meticulous collages on his walls, my life is still being captured. Piece by terrifying piece. And I am just waiting for the day I become his final, most exquisite masterpiece. And I am terrified of what that will look like. You know, I have always been one of those people who scoffed at online dating horror stories. I mean, sure, I would herd the usual suspects to catfishing incidents. The guys who were wildly different in person, the ones who just would not stop texting. But I always figured I was too smart, too cautious, to fall into anything truly terrifying. I would seen enough true crime documentaries to know the red flags. Or so I thought. My name's Amelia, and I am a graphic designer. Living in a decent apartment in the city. My life was pretty normal, pretty uneventful. Weekdays were a blur of deadlines and coffee. Weekends were for catching up with friends or indulging in my latest artistic project. My dating life, on the other hand, was a barren wasteland. After a string of duds and one particularly memorable date, where the guy spent 2 hours explaining his cryptocurrency portfolio, I was about ready to throw in the towel. But then there was Ethan. I remember swiping through Tinder one evening, half-heartedly, while watching a documentary about deep-sea creatures. And then his profile popped up. Ethan. He was, to put it mildly, stunning. Dark, intelligent eyes, a charming smile that crinkled at the corners, and a photo of him hiking in some breathtaking national park. His bio was witty, self-deprecating, and surprisingly genuine. He mentioned a love for classic literature, obscure indie films, and cooking elaborate meals. Immediately, I felt that little spark of curiosity, that flicker of hope you get when you stumble upon something that just feels right. We matched, and the conversation, from the very first message, flowed effortlessly. No awkward small talk, no cringy pickup lines. We talked about books, about our favorite travel destinations, about our shared disdain for cilantro. It was like we would known each other for years, picking up right where we left off. He was articulate, funny, and seemed genuinely interested in what I had to say. He asked thoughtful questions, remembered details I would casually mention, and offered insights that genuinely impressed me. It felt perfect. almost too perfect. And that, looking back, should have been my first red flag. But at the time, I was just thrilled. After a week of non-stop texting and a couple of phone calls that stretched late into the night, we decided to meet. He suggested a cozy little Italian place downtown, one I would always want to try, but never got around to. Even that felt like a sign. The moment I saw him waiting at the table, my heart did a little flutter. He was even more handsome in person, if that was possible. He stood up, pulled out my chair, and greeted me with a warm, confident smile. The date itself was magical. We talked for hours, oblivious to the other diners, the clinking of glasses, the passage of time. He listened intently, his dark eyes never leaving mine, and his laughter was infectious. He told me stories about his work as an architect, about his family, about his dreams. And he made me feel like the most interesting person in the world. By the end of the evening, when he walked me to my car, I felt a giddy lightness I had not experienced in years. We had a lingering hug, and as he pulled away, he promised to call. I knew, without a shadow of a doubt, that he would. And he did. The next few weeks were a whirlwind of dates. Dinners, museum visits, long walks in the park, even a spontaneous road trip to a small coastal town for lunch. Each date only deepened my infatuation. He was everything I would ever wanted in a partner: kind, intelligent, adventurous, and incredibly attractive. He remembered my favorite coffee order, knew exactly how to make me laugh, and seemed to anticipate my needs before I even voiced them. He knew about my nervous habit of tapping my fingers when I was stressed, the way I always ordered a decaf latte even though I hated the taste, and even mentioned my childhood dog, Buster, who'd passed away years ago. He said I would told him about Buster on one of our calls, a detail I vaguely remembered, but it still felt special that he would retained it. It was almost unsettling how well he knew me, how perfectly he fit into my life. It was as if he had been designed specifically for me. But I dismissed the unsettling feeling as just my cynical side trying to ruin a good thing. I was finally happy, finally feeling truly connected to someone. About a month into our relationship, Ethan invited me over to his apartment for dinner. He wanted to cook for me, a romantic gesture that made my heart melt. I was excited, a little nervous, but mostly just eager to see him again. He lived in a beautiful old building on the other side of town, a place with high ceilings and intricate crown molding. His apartment was tastefully decorated, minimalist yet warm, filled with books and interesting art pieces. It felt lived in but immaculately kept. As he busied himself in the kitchen, humming a tune I vaguely recognized, a childhood lullaby, maybe, I wandered into his living room, admiring the artwork. There was a large, vibrant abstract painting that caught my eye, and a bookshelf filled with first editions. On a small, antique writing desk in the corner, nestled among some framed photos and a collection of antique coins, I noticed a small cork bulletin board. It was not prominently displayed, almost tucked away, as if it was meant for personal reminders. Curiosity, that pesky human trait, got the better of me. I leaned in, expecting to see grocery lists or concert ticket stubs. Instead, my breath hitched. My eyes fixated on a single, faded sheet of paper thumbtacked to the board. It was a flyer, a missing person flyer. My heart hammered against my ribs, a frantic drumbeat against the sudden silence in the room. The paper was slightly yellowed with age, the edges frayed. And the photo was me. I stared, utterly frozen. It was a picture of me, yes, but younger. My hair was a little longer, a slightly different shade, and I had a more innocent, perhaps even naive, look in my eyes. But there was no mistaking it. It was me. My name, Amelia Vance, was printed clearly beneath the photo, alongside details about my height, weight, and distinguishing features. My gaze darted to the text below. Last seen October 17th, 5 years ago. 5 years ago. My mind reeled. 5 years ago. I was living my life. I was in college, working part-time, going out with friends. I certainly was not missing. A cold, creeping dread began to spread through my chest, icy fingers reaching for my throat. This had to be a joke. A sick, twisted prank. But who would do something like this? And why would Ethan have it prominently, yet subtly, displayed in his home? I scanned the rest of the flyer, my eyes blurring slightly. It mentioned a reward, a contact number for the police department, and a brief description of the circumstances of my disappearance. It said I was last seen leaving my university library late at night. But that could not be right. I remembered that night. I would pull an all-nighter for a final, then gone home, crashed, and woke up to my alarm the next morning. It was a perfectly normal memory. Or was it? A tiny crack, almost imperceptible, appeared in the solid wall of my memories. A faint clatter from the kitchen jolted me. Ethan, he would be out here any second. Panic surged, hot and cold at once. I snatched the flyer from the board, my fingers trembling so violently I almost dropped it. I folded it quickly, clumsily, and shoved it into the back pocket of my jeans, praying he had not seen me. He emerged from the kitchen a moment later, a triumphant smile on his face, holding 2 glasses of wine. Dinner's almost ready. Amelia, he said, his voice warm and inviting. Just need a few more minutes for the sauce to reduce. I forced a smile, a grotesque mask over the terror gripping me. Sounds wonderful. Ethan, I managed, my voice sounding strained and thin even to my own ears. He did not seem to notice. Or maybe he did, and just chose not to acknowledge it. He gestured toward the sofa. Make yourself comfortable. I will be right out. I sat, my hands clasped tightly in my lap, the crumpled flyer a burning presence against my skin. My mind was racing, a chaotic whirlwind of questions and terrifying possibilities. What was this? Was it a different Amelia Vance? But the photo, it was so clearly me. The date 5 years ago. My life had been perfectly normal for the past 5 years. Had not it? The perfectness of Ethan, which had once charmed me, now felt like a meticulously crafted illusion. His uncanny knowledge of my preferences, his ability to anticipate my thoughts, had all clicked into place, not as a sign of deep connection, but as something far more sinister. He had not just gotten to know me, he would research me. Or worse, he came back, carrying a tray with 2 plates of pasta, beautifully plated. The aroma was delicious, but my stomach churned with nausea. He set the tray down on the coffee table and sat beside me, his knee brushing mine. Hope you like it, he said, his eyes crinkling at the corners. That charming smile, now, felt predatory. I picked up my fork, pretending to eat, but the food tasted like ash in my mouth. It is delicious. Ethan, I lied, forcing another smile. You are an amazing cook. He beamed. I am glad you think so. I remembered you mentioning you loved pesto, so I made it from scratch. Pesto. Yes, I loved pesto. He remembered everything, every single detail. My mind was working overtime, trying to find an explanation, any explanation that was not utterly horrifying. Maybe he is a detective, but that made no sense. Why would he be dating me if he was investigating my own disappearance? Maybe he found the flyer and thought it was someone else, but it looked like me, so he kept it. No, that was too much of a stretch. The logical part of my brain, the part that had always prided itself on being rational, was screaming. I needed to get out. Now, Ethan, I began trying to keep my voice steady. This is wonderful, really, but I just remembered. I have an early morning meeting tomorrow. I should probably head home soon. His smile faltered, just slightly. A flicker of something in his eyes, disappointment, perhaps, or something colder. Oh, that is a shame, he said, his voice still smooth. I was hoping we could watch that French film you mentioned, the one about the haunted lighthouse. My heart pounded harder. The haunted lighthouse film. I had mentioned that weeks ago in a casual text exchange. He remembered everything. Another time, definitely. I said, trying to sound genuinely regretful. I started to gather my things, reaching for my purse. I really do need to get some sleep. He reached out and gently placed a hand on my arm. His touch was warm, but it felt like a brand. Are you sure? Amelia, you seem a little off tonight. Is everything all right? His gaze was unnervingly intense, probing. I felt completely exposed, as if he could see the crumpled flyer in my pocket, could read the terror in my eyes. Just a bit tired. I mumbled, pulling my arm away as casually as I could. Long week. He did not push it, but his eyes never left my face. It was an unnerving silence, filled with unspoken questions and a growing sense of dread. I stood up, desperate to escape. Thank you for dinner. Ethan, it was truly lovely. He rose too, slowly, deliberately. He was taller than me, and his presence felt suddenly overwhelming, menacing. Of course. Amelia, I always enjoy our time together. He walked with me to the door, his hand resting lightly on the small of my back. It felt less like a romantic gesture and more like a cattle prod, guiding me. My hand was already on the doorknob, turning, but it did not budge. It was locked, and then I noticed the deadbolt, engaged, and the chain lock also on. A cold wave of terror washed over me, stealing my breath. My fingers fumbled with the locks, but they would not open. They were locked from the inside, and I had not heard him lock them. Ethan, I said, my voice barely a whisper, filled with raw, desperate fear. The door's locked. He smiled then, a slow, chilling smile that did not reach his eyes. Yes, I know. Amelia. His voice was soft, almost a caress, but it sent shivers down my spine. I locked it when you arrived. For our privacy. My mind raced, trying to formulate an escape plan, but my brain felt sluggish, numb with fear. I looked around for a window, a fire escape, anything. But his apartment was on the third floor, and the window seemed secure, perhaps even barred. Ethan, this is not funny. I tried, my voice cracking. Please, open the door. He stepped closer, his shadow falling over me. He reached into his pocket and pulled out a small, silver key. He dangled it in front of my face. You know, Amelia, he said, his voice dropping to a low, intimate tone that was far more terrifying than any shout. You've been gone for so long. I missed you terribly. My blood ran cold. What are you talking about? I whispered, my eyes wide with terror. He chuckled, a soft, dry sound. The flyer. Amelia, you found it, did not you? His gaze was knowing, almost amused. I knew you would eventually. I put it there for you. A little breadcrumb. My hand instinctively went to my back pocket. The flyer. He knew. He had planned this. I do not understand. I stammered, shaking my head. I am not missing. I have been here, living my life. He sighed, a theatrical sigh of disappointment. Oh, Amelia, you really do not remember, do you? That is okay. We have plenty of time for you to remember. All of it. He reached out and gently brushed a strand of hair from my face. His touch was revolting. You see, 5 years ago, you were missing. You were in a terrible accident, a head injury. You wandered away from the hospital before anyone could find you. You were found by me. My mind flashed back to the flyer. Last seen, leaving University Library. No mention of an accident. No mention of a hospital. That is not true. I cried, desperate to cling to my reality. My memories are clear. I remember everything from 5 years ago. He shook his head, a pitying look on his face. No, you do not, my dear. Not really. Your mind was a blank slate. A beautiful, empty canvas. And I helped you fill it in. I gave you a new life, a new identity, a new set of memories. Memories of a normal life, a normal job, normal friends, all the things you thought you had. The world tilted. My memories, my entire life, felt like a carefully constructed house of cards, now crumbling before my eyes. My childhood dog, Buster, my nervous finger tapping, my coffee preference. He knew everything because he had taught me everything. He had not just researched me, he had created me. No, I whispered, tears welling in my eyes. That is impossible. My friends, my family, they would know. Your family, he said, his voice taking on a slightly harder edge, gave up looking for you after a year. They grieved. They moved on. And your friends, well, your friends are just people I introduced you to, people I knew would be amenable to your new life. They do not know any different. They just know the Amelia I presented to them. The horror of it was suffocating. My entire life, every memory, every relationship, every detail I thought was uniquely mine was a fabrication, a grand, elaborate lie orchestrated by this man standing before me. He was not just a perfect match, he was my puppet master. He stepped closer, invading my personal space, his eyes gleaming with a possessive intensity that chilled me to the bone. I have been watching you, Amelia, for 5 years, making sure you were safe, making sure you were happy, making sure you were ready for me to re-enter your life. And now you are. He reached out and gently, almost tenderly, took my hand. His fingers interlaced with mine. You see, Amelia, I have always been in. I have always been here. You just did not remember. The words echoed in my mind, a horrifying familiarity. They were the same words Sarah had said to know. Wait, Sarah. Who was Sarah? A fleeting image, a vague sense of a different terror, a different story, flickered at the edge of my consciousness, then vanished like smoke. It was just a strange thought, a phantom memory. Ethan squeezed my hand. It is okay, my love. We will make new memories. Real memories. Together. He led me away from the door, away from any hope of escape. My legs felt like lead, my mind a blank, terrified scream. He guided me back to the sofa, where the half-eaten plates of pesto pasta still sat. He sat me down, then sat beside me, his arm wrapping around my shoulders. It was a comforting gesture, but I felt like a bird caught in a snare. Now, he said, his voice soft and soothing, let us finish our dinner. And then we can talk. We can talk about everything. About how we met, how I found you, how I have been protecting you all these years. And how, finally, we can be together, truly together forever. He picked up his fork and began to eat, watching me with that unsettling, possessive gaze. I looked at the food, the delicious pesto pasta, and felt a profound, chilling despair. It was a taste of my stolen life, the flavor of my carefully constructed prison. I am Amelia, or at least, I think I am, and I am his. There is no escape, not from him, and not from the terrifying truth that my entire existence is a lie. The missing person flyer was not a warning, it was a birth certificate. And I was just born, 5 years too late, into a nightmare crafted just for me. You know, I have always been a pretty skeptical guy. I do not believe in ghosts or aliens or any of that paranormal stuff you see on those late-night TV shows. I am a man of logic, of reason. Or, at least, I was a man of logic and reason. Until about 6 months ago. Now I am not so sure about anything. It all started, as these things often do, with a blind date. My friend, Mike, had been badgering me for weeks. Mark, he would say, you spend too much time with your cat and your spreadsheets. You need to get out there. I know this great girl. Sarah, she is smart, funny, totally your type. I was hesitant. Blind dates usually ended with awkward silences, Forced smiles, and me making up an excuse to leave early. But Mike was persistent, and honestly, a small part of me was tired of the spreadsheets. So, I caved. He gave me her number. We texted a bit, and we agreed to meet at a new Italian place downtown called the Gilded Spoon. Sounded fancy enough. The night of the date. I was, predictably, a bundle of nerves. I picked out a decent shirt, tried to tame my perpetually unruly hair, and gave myself a pep talk in the mirror. Just be yourself. Mark, do not talk about your cat too much. And for God's sake, do not mention your spreadsheet collection. I got to the restaurant a few minutes early, which is typical for me. Punctuality is one of those things I pride myself on. I found our reservation, told the hostess I was waiting for Sarah, and took a seat at a small, intimate table near the window. The place was dimly lit, with soft jazz playing and the aroma of garlic and olive oil hung the air. It was actually pretty nice. A few minutes later, I saw her walk in. And let me tell you, Mike had not oversold her. She was stunning. Long, dark hair, big, expressive eyes, and a smile that seemed to light up the whole room. She was wearing a simple black dress that somehow managed to look incredibly elegant. She scanned the room, and her eyes landed on me. She smiled wider and started walking toward my table. My heart did that little fluttery thing it does when you are genuinely attracted to someone. I stood up, feeling a little clumsy, and extended my hand. "Hi, you must be Sarah. I am Mark." She took my hand, and her grip was surprisingly firm. Her smile did not falter, but her eyes held a strange, almost knowing glint. "Mark, it is so good to see you again." My smile faltered. Again, I chuckled, trying to play it off. "I think this is our first time meeting. Actually, Mike set us up." She tilted her head, her smile softening into something almost pitying. "Oh, come on, you're still doing that. The whole new person act. It is cute, but we can drop it now. It is just us." I pulled my hand back, feeling a prickle of unease. My first thought was that she was messing with me, maybe some elaborate prank Mike had cooked up, but her expression was too earnest, too sincere. "No, really," I said, trying to keep my voice light. "I am pretty sure we have not met before. I would definitely remember you." I meant it as a compliment, hoping to steer the conversation back to normal blind date territory. She just laughed, a low, melodic sound that, under different circumstances, would have been charming. "You always say that. Every time we have one of our first dates, you say that." She slid into the seat opposite me, crossing her legs. "Remember that time we met at the coffee shop, and you spilled your latte all over my new white shirt? You swore you would never forget me then either." My brow furrowed. "I do not remember that. I am really careful with my coffee. I am really careful with my coffee. I am a creature of habit. I get the same black coffee every morning, and I have never once spilled it on anyone, let alone a date." She shrugged, still smiling. "Well, you did. And you were so apologetic. It was actually kind of sweet. You offered to buy me a new shirt, but I just made you buy me another coffee instead. And then we talked for hours. My mind raced. Was this a test? Some kind of weird dating game?" I looked around the restaurant, half expecting to see Mike pop out from behind a potted plant, holding a camera. But there was nothing, just other couples enjoying their meals. "Sarah," I said, trying to keep my voice even, "I think there has been a misunderstanding. I am Mark. Mike set me up with you. This is our first date." Her smile finally started to fade, replaced by a look of genuine confusion, then a flicker of hurt. "Mark, what are you talking about? Are you feeling okay? Is this some kind of elaborate joke you are playing on me?" "No, I am not joking." I was starting to feel genuinely uncomfortable. This was not just a quirky personality trait. It was unsettling. "I have never met you before tonight. I swear." She leaned forward, her voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper. even though no one else was paying attention to us. Okay, fine. If you want to play this game, we can play. But it is getting a little old. Do not you think? We have been together for almost a year now. You even met my parents last month. They loved you. My blood ran cold. A year. Met her parents. This was not just a misunderstanding, this was something else entirely. My rational brain was screaming, "Stalker, get out." But another part of me was paralyzed, caught in the bizarre unreality of the situation. "Sarah," I said, my voice a little shaky now, "I have never met your parents. I do not even know your last name." She stared at me, her big eyes wide, and for the first time, I saw a genuine fear in them. But it was not her fear, it was fear for me. "Mark, what is wrong with you? Is this a concussion? Did you hit your head?" She reached across the table, her hand hovering over my forehead. I flinched back instinctively. "I am fine," I said, maybe a little too loudly. The waiter chose that moment to approach our table. "Are we ready to order? Or do you need a few more minutes?" he asked, a polite smile on his face. "We need a few more minutes," Sarah said, not taking her eyes off me. "Mark, look at me. Do you remember our anniversary? 2 weeks ago, we went to that little French place, Le Fleur. You got me those beautiful red roses, and we talked about finally moving in together." My mind was reeling. Le Fleur, red roses, moving in together. None of it rang a bell. Not a single, solitary bell. My life was pretty mundane. I worked. I went to the gym. I read books. I played with my cat. Mittens. There were no romantic anniversaries. No talks of moving in. "Sarah, I am sorry," I said, trying a different tack. "But I do not know what you are talking about. I have never been to Le Fleur. I have never bought anyone red roses. And I certainly have not talked about moving in with anyone." Her expression hardened. The fear in her eyes was gone, replaced by a deep-seated frustration. "This is not funny anymore. Mark, this is actually kind of cruel. Why are you doing this? Why am I doing this?" I practically hissed, lowering my voice when I noticed a couple at the next table glancing over. "You are the one who is talking about things that never happened. I do not know you." She pulled out her phone, her fingers flying across the screen. "Fine. You want proof? I will show you proof." She thrust the phone across the table at me. I hesitantly took it. It was her photo gallery. The first picture was of me. My stomach dropped. It was undeniably me, standing on a beach, squinting into the sun, a goofy grin on my face. And beside me, her, with her arm linked through mine, her head resting on my shoulder. We looked happy. Like a couple. My breath hitched. "This is not real." I mumbled, my voice barely audible. She scrolled. Another picture me, in a kitchen, holding a spatula, covered in flour, a silly apron on. And her, laughing beside me. Another us, at a concert, arms around each other, bathed in purple light. Another us, in front of a Christmas tree, wearing matching ugly sweaters. Mittens, my cat, nestled in my arms. My head started to pound. This was not some random guy who looked like me. This was me. The clothes, the expressions, even the way my hair fell in that one picture was all undeniably me. And Mittens, that was 100 my cat. "See," she said, her voice softer now, almost pleading. "We have been through so much. Mark, all those memories. You can't just forget them." I handed the phone back to her, my hands trembling. I do not understand. I have never seen these pictures before. I have never been to that beach. I have never been to that concert. I have never worn an ugly Christmas sweater, ever. The last part was true. I hated ugly Christmas sweaters. She looked at me, a deep sadness in her eyes. "Mark, what is happening to you? Are you sick? Should we go to a doctor?" I am not sick. I felt a surge of panic. This was beyond anything I could comprehend. My mind was scrambling for an explanation. Prank. Stalker with incredible Photoshop skills. A very elaborate gaslighting attempt. The gilded spoon, she said, her voice suddenly sharper. This is where we had our third date. You ordered the carbonara, and I had the ravioli. You said it was the best carbonara you had ever tasted, and I told you that was because you were finally loosening up and enjoying life. I looked down at the menu in my hand. Carbonara. It was right there under house specialties. I felt a cold dread spread through my chest. I need to go, I said, pushing my chair back abruptly. It scraped loudly against the floor, drawing more attention. Mark, wait, she cried, standing up too. Her voice was laced with desperation now. Where are you going? What about our date? What about us? There is no us. I practically yelled, my voice cracking. I fumbled for my wallet. I am sorry. I have to leave. I pulled out a $20 bill and slapped it on the table. It was probably enough to cover my half of the non-existent appetizers. I turned and practically ran out of the restaurant, ignoring her calls behind me. The cool night air hit my face, but it did nothing to calm the frantic beating of my heart. I walked quickly, almost jogging, not looking back, my mind a whirlwind of confusion and terror. I got home, locked the door, and leaned against it, gasping for breath. Mittens, my fluffy ginger cat, rubbed against my legs, purring. I picked him up, holding him tight. He was real. This apartment was real. My life was real. Was not it? I spent the next few hours pacing, trying to make sense of it. I checked my phone for any missed calls or texts from Sarah, but there were none. I blocked her number, just in case. Then I did what any logical person would do. I Googled myself. Mark Johnson, software engineer. Nothing unusual. No pictures of me with a stunning woman named Sarah. No mention of a long-term relationship. Then I typed in Sarah and Mark Johnson relationship. Nothing. Just a lot of generic dating advice. I went to my social media profiles. IU2B. Instagram. I scrolled through years of posts. Pictures of me with friends, family, Mittens. No Sarah. No beach trips, no concerts, no ugly Christmas sweaters. My life was exactly as I remembered it. But those pictures on her phone, they were so real. And Mittens was in one of them. How could she have gotten Mittens? Mittens was an indoor cat, and I was in them. My face, my clothes. It was like looking at a parallel universe. A life I should have been living, but was not. I barely slept that night. Every shadow seemed to hold a secret. Every creak of the old building sounded like footsteps. I kept replaying her words, her expressions, the way her eyes had looked at me, first with knowing amusement, then confusion, then hurt, and finally, that desperate fear for me. The next day, I called Mike. I tried to sound casual, but my voice was still a little strained. So, how was the date with Sarah? He asked, cheerful as ever. Mike, I said, cutting to the chase. Who exactly is Sarah? Where did you get her number? Mike paused. She is a friend of my cousin. Karen. Karen said she was great and looking for someone nice, and I thought of you. Why? Was it that bad? She said we had been dating for a year. I blurted out. She showed me pictures of us together. She said I would met her parents. She said we talked about moving in. There was a long silence on Mike's. And, what? Are you serious? She said, all that. Yes. And the pictures. Mike, they were of me with my cat. But I have never met her before in my life. My voice was rising now. Whoa, calm down. Mark. Mike said, concern creeping into his voice. That is really weird. I swear. Karen just said she was a normal, cool girl. She did not mention anything like that. Maybe she is just mistaken. Or maybe she has got some kind of mental thing going on. Mistaken. She had pictures of me on her phone. Mike, my cat. She knew details about our third date at the Gilded Spoon, even what we ordered. Okay, that is officially creepy. Mike admitted. Look, I will call Karen. See if she knows anything. Maybe she just picked the wrong Sarah or something. You are sure you have never seen her before? 100% sure. I said, rubbing my temples. This is the first time I have ever laid eyes on her. Mike promised to investigate. I hung up, feeling a small tremor of relief. At least someone else knew about this now. At least I was not completely losing my mind alone. A few hours later, Mike called back, his voice subdued. Okay, so I talked to Karen. And she has never heard of a Sarah. Not a Sarah who matches the description you gave, and definitely not one she would set me up with to set you up with. My stomach plummeted. What? But you said your cousin Karen knew her. I know. That is what is so messed up. Karen says she does not have any friends named Sarah that fit. And she certainly would not set up a blind date without vetting them properly. She thinks I am messing with her. So, you are telling me you do not know how you got her number? No. I mean, I remember having her number. I remember thinking, oh, Karen said that Sarah is great for Mark. But when I asked Karen, she just looked at me like I was crazy. Mike sounded genuinely unnerved. It is like I just had the information. Like it was just there in my head. And I assumed it came from Karen. This was worse than I thought. Much, much worse. It was not just Sarah who was confused. It was like the very fabric of reality was starting to fray around the edges. Mike had a memory of being told about Sarah. A memory that was apparently false. I told Mike to forget about it. That I would just had a bad blind date. I did not want to drag him deeper into whatever this was. But I could not forget about it. The next few days were a blur of paranoia. Every time my phone rang, I jumped. Every car that drove past my apartment, I wondered if it was her. I started taking different routes to work, checking my rearview mirror constantly. I even bought a deadbolt for my front door, just in case. Then, about a week later, it happened again. I was at the grocery store, just picking up some essentials. I was in the produce aisle, inspecting some avocados, when I heard a familiar voice. Mark, there you are. I was starting to worry. My blood ran cold. I slowly turned, and there she was. Sarah. She was wearing a casual sundress, pushing a shopping cart filled with what looked like healthy groceries. She looked perfectly normal, perfectly calm, as if nothing unusual had ever happened between us. Sarah, I said, my voice barely a whisper. I started backing away, my hand instinctively going for my phone. She frowned, her brows knitting together. What is wrong? You are acting weird again. Are you still mad about the argument we had? Argument. I nearly shrieked, drawing a few curious glances from other shoppers. There was no argument. You showed me pictures of a life that is not mine. You told me we would have been dating for a year. And Mike, my friend, has no idea who you are. Her eyes widened and her lips parted slightly. The color drained from her face. Mark, what are you saying? Of course. Mike knows me. We had dinner with him and Chloe just last week. You even made that joke about Mike's terrible cooking. Remember? I shook my head, my heart hammering against my ribs. This was a nightmare. A waking, breathing nightmare. No, no, no. That did not happen. I have never had dinner with you, and Mike and Chloe. She took a step closer, her expression shifting from confusion to something I could not quite place, a deep, unsettling sadness, tinged with a desperate plea. Mark, please. What is going on? You are scaring me. You are scaring us. This is not like you. We are supposed to be picking out ingredients for our dinner party tonight. Remember, your famous lasagna. Lasagna. I did not even like making lasagna. And a dinner party. My Friday nights usually involved a good book and mittens. I do not know you. I shouted, abandoning my shopping cart and practically sprinting out of the grocery store. I could hear her calling my name, her voice laced with what sounded like genuine anguish, but I did not stop. I just ran. I made it home, slammed the door, and locked it. My breath came in ragged gasps. This was not just a blind date gone wrong. This was something supernatural, something terrifying. I could not stay in my apartment anymore. The thought of her just showing up, knowing where I lived, knowing details about my life that I did not even know it was too much. I called Mike again, but he did not pick up. I left a frantic voicemail, telling him everything about the grocery store, about her knowing about his girlfriend Chloe, about the dinner party. I sounded unhinged, even to myself. I grabbed a small duffel bag, threw in some clothes, my laptop, and my passport. I scooped up Mittens, put him in his carrier, and called a cab. I did not know where I was going, just that I had to get away. I ended up checking into a cheap motel a few towns over, under a fake name. It was dingy, smelled of stale cigarettes, and the bedspread felt suspiciously sticky, but it was safe. Or so I hoped. For the next few days, I lived in a state of hypervigilance. I kept the curtains drawn, ordered takeout, and only left the room to walk Mittens. I tried to make sense of it all. Was she a psychic? A time traveler? Was I having a psychotic break? Then one evening, as I was scrolling through my YouTube feed, trying to distract myself, I saw it. A picture, posted by Mike. It was a group photo. Mike, his girlfriend Chloe, me, and Sarah, all smiling, arms around each other, at what looked like a dinner party. On the table in front of us was a partially eaten lasagna. The caption read, "Great night with the best people." Mark's lasagna was a hit. As always, my blood ran cold. My hands started to shake uncontrollably. This picture was posted yesterday. The day I would run screaming from the grocery store. The day I would check into the seedy motel. But I was in the picture. My face, my clothes, my stupidly cheerful grin. And next to me, Sarah, her arm linked through mine, her smile radiant. It was the same Sarah from the blind date, the same Sarah from the grocery store. I clicked on the picture. Mike had tagged me. He had tagged Sarah. Her profile picture was the same one she had on her phone. I clicked on my own profile, the one tagged in the picture, and there it was, my profile, but it was different. There were pictures I did not remember posting. Pictures of Sarah and me on that beach, at that concert, in those ugly Christmas sweaters. There were posts about our anniversary, about date nights, about moving in together soon. My entire digital footprint had been rewritten. My memories were gone, replaced by a life I did not recognize, a life with her. I scrolled further back, desperate to find the real me, but it was all gone. My posts about Mittens, about my spreadsheets, about my mundane life, they were replaced by posts about Sarah, about our life. My friends' comments, too, referenced her. They spoke of us as a couple, as if it had always been this way. I felt like I was drowning. My own memories, my own identity, were being systematically erased, overwritten by this other life. A life where I was with Sarah. I looked at the date on Mike's lasagna picture again. Yesterday, I had been in this motel room, terrified, while I was at a dinner party, making lasagna, with Sarah. It hit me then, with a force that knocked the wind out of me. She was not stalking me. She was not crazy. I was the one who was wrong. Or rather, my memories were wrong. Or someone, or something was making them wrong. She was not insisting we had dated before. She was living a life with me that I had somehow forgotten. Or, even more terrifying, a life that was being actively taken from me. I gripped my head, trying to force a memory, any memory of her, of our life together. But there was nothing, just a blank space where those memories should have been. It was like a part of my brain had been scooped out, leaving a gaping void. What if she was right? What if I was sick? What if I had some rare form of amnesia that only affected memories of her? But then why would my social media be updated? Why would Mike have a false memory of knowing her? I called Mike again, my voice trembling. He picked up this time. Mark, what is going on? You sounded really freaked out in your last message. And you left the dinner party so abruptly last night. Sarah was really worried. Mike, I choked out. The dinner, party, the lasagna. You posted pictures. Yeah. So, it was a great night. You and Sarah were adorable as always. You guys always bicker playfully about the cooking. It is cute. Mike, I said, my voice barely a whisper. I was not there. I was in a motel room, a few towns away. I had been hiding for days because I thought Sarah was a stalker. There was a long silence. Then, Mike's voice cold and distant. Mark, what are you talking about? Are you feeling okay? You're starting to sound a little unhinged. You were definitely there. I have pictures. I even talked to you about that new project at work. You were completely fine. I felt a wave of nausea wash over me. He genuinely believed it. He remembered it. And the pictures proved it. Mike, I pleaded, please listen to me. This is not right. Something is happening. I do not remember any of this. My IU2B profile, it is all wrong. It is like my life has been changed. Mark, I do not know what to tell you. Mike said, his voice now laced with genuine concern, but also a hint of fear. Maybe you need to see a doctor or a therapist, because what you are saying, it just does not make any sense. He hung up before I could say anything else. I stare at my phone, the screen still showing a photo of me and Sarah, smiling at the dinner party. It was not a stalker. It was not a prank. It was not even amnesia, not in the way I understood it. It was like there were two versions of me. One, the real me, the one who remembered his quiet, solitary life. And another, a phantom me, who was living a full, vibrant life with Sarah, a life that was somehow replacing my own. And she was not the one who was lost. I was the one whose memories were being erased, whose life was being stolen, piece by agonizing piece. I looked at Mittens, curled up on the bed, oblivious to the existential horror unfolding around me. He was the only constant, the only anchor to my reality. But for how long? Would there be a day when I looked at him and he was suddenly a different cat, or he was suddenly her cat? I packed up my things again. Mittens in his carrier. I could not stay in the motel. I could not go home. Where could I go? What could I do? How do you fight something that steals your past, that rewrites your present, that makes your closest friends believe a lie? I do not know. I am still driving. I am still running. Every new town feels temporary. Every new face a potential threat. I check my phone obsessively, watching my own social media profiles, seeing new pictures, new posts, new memories of a life that is not mine, a life that is slowly, inexorably becoming my only reality. Sometimes, I wonder if it is already too late. If one day, I will wake up and all my memories of my quiet life, of my spreadsheets, of my real past will be gone. And all that will be left is the Mark who loves Sarah, the Mark who made lasagna for a dinner party, the Mark who does not remember ever questioning his own existence. And the most terrifying thought of all, what if she is not wrong? What if this is my life, and I am just fighting against what is meant to be? What if I am the one who is insane, and she is just trying to bring me back to myself, to the self that she knows? I do not know what is real anymore. I just know that every time I close my eyes, I see her face, and every time I open them, I wonder if the world I wake up in will still be mine, or if it will finally, completely belong to her. And to the mark I do not remember being. Not every story ends with closure. Some people never get the answers they were looking for. Maybe that is what makes these moments linger, the what ifs, the unanswered questions. This has been Daily Story. Take care of yourself and trust your instincts.